Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. While everyone prays to gods and Buddhas, you lead an army of ghosts. Chapter 61. It's getting dark now, and there are dim lights everywhere in the mountain city. This city is one of the big cities in the Dragon Kingdom. It is full of tall buildings and busy with traffic. It is generally quite prosperous. There was some traffic jam on the road at this time, and the van could only drive slowly. The three of them took this opportunity to observe the customs along the way. Sister, should we go directly to Li Shui? Well, I checked. There is a well-known resort in Li Shui. I heard that most of the people who came back to attend the conference stayed there. They may have the same idea as us. They want to adapt to the environment in Li Shui. It will be good then. The one who is near the water first gets the moon. Before Meng Zijin went out, she made some strategies, including planning where to live. Li Hao drove the navigation system and found the location of the resort. The van finally left the relatively congested city center and sped forward along a riverside road. To the left of the car, less than 10 meters away, there was a large river meandering forward. The moonlight shone on the river, making it look very quiet and pleasant. This big river is the Li Shui of the mountain city. Not long after, a group of buildings appeared in front, shaded by green trees, with many beautiful neon lights, and the sound of bright and cheerful music could be heard in the distance. Meng Zijin parked the van in the open-air parking lot outside. The three of them got out of the car with their luggage and walked towards the gate. After entering the resort, it was easy to see the reception desk, and the three of them went to check in. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" The lady at the front desk looked at the three of them and guessed some general information from their costumes. She had a professional smile on her face and was very friendly in her dealings with others. "No appointment. That's it. If we don't make a reservation, I'm afraid we don't have enough room." The young lady looked a little embarrassed, but then asked, "Do you three have invitation cards?" "Yes." Meng Zijin and Lu Meng handed over their invitation cards. The young lady looked at it and nodded slightly. "That's no problem." But then he looked at Li Hao. "Where is this gentleman's invitation card?" Li Hao looked a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I don't have an invitation card. However, she is my sister and he is my friend. Moreover, I am also a ghost enchanter." The three of them all understood that the resort's business was pretty good. If you didn't book in advance, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any spare rooms, but if you had an invitation card, you didn't need to book. "This, I'm afraid it won't work." A look of embarrassment appeared on the young lady's face again, because the vacant house was specially reserved according to the invitation card issued according to the wishes of the upper management, which is equivalent to a carrot and a pit. At this time, a figure walked over. He was wearing a crisp suit, high-end reflective leather shoes, a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose, and his hair was neatly combed. From the outside, he looked dignified, young and handsome. "What's wrong, Mr. Li? Good evening. These three guests have just arrived. None of them have reservations, but two have invitation cards and the other does not." "I understand, I'll take care of it." The young man turned to Lu Meng and the others with a smile on his face. "Hello, I am Li Xiao, the director of the Resort Operations Department. The three of you should be here to attend the Li Shui Ghost Town event, right?" Quote. Seeing the three people nodding in recognition, Li Xiao continued. "In principle, Li Shui Ghost City is only open to spiritual masters who have awakened the ghost gods." Li Hao quickly interrupted. "I'm also a spirit possessor of the ghost clan, but I'm just a little weak." Li Xiao smiled and nodded in response. "That's okay. However, generally speaking, there will be no omissions when issuing invitation cards. The reason why it was not issued to this gentleman may be because his actual situation may not be very suitable. After all, Li Shui Ghost Town is quite dangerous." "I'm not afraid of danger," Li Hao argued urgently. He didn't want to be looked down upon, let alone ostracized. "A coward is a coward, that's who he is. The reason why I came here is because I don't want to be slow one step at a time." Li Xiao always had a smile on his face, and his attitude was quite gentle. After understanding Li Hao's thoughts, he just smiled and said, "Understood. But I still have to remind you that sometimes you have to act within your capabilities. But now that the gentleman has decided, we will also do the logistics." Then, Li Xiao gave instructions to the front desk to allocate a vacant room from the resort. However, the room numbers of the three of them could not be connected. After checking in, the three of them walked around the resort together and easily found some outsiders who looked like them. The reason why he could tell that he was a stranger from out of town was that he looked around in the resort and asked others about some anecdotes about Lishui and the ghost town. Later, the three of them went to a pub in the resort, served half a dozen beers, ate snacks, and sat in the corner to listen to what the people here were talking about. At this time, the tavern was almost overcrowded, and these guests were basically foreign ghost spirit masters who had poured into the mountain city from all over the Dragon Kingdom. Many of them were unknown to them at first, but after a few glasses of wine, they suddenly opened their minds, chatting about everything, as good as wearing the same pants. Lu Meng and the other three were somewhat surprised by this scene, mainly because it was the first time in their lives that they saw so many colleagues present. This was really too rare for the ghost spirit masters. After listening for a while, the three of them collected a lot of useful information. First of all, it was about Li Xiao, who they had already initially interacted with when they checked in. It turns out that Mr. Li from the operations department is the young master of the resort, and he is also a very talented and promising ghost spiritual master. The orange spiritual light array, the possessed spirit is King Yama, and his current level is that of a 4-ring master spirit possessor, which is similar to Meng Zijin. He is still one step away from being able to combine gods and mortals to fight in a unified manner. But his combat power is obviously much greater than that of Meng Zijin, and he comes from a prominent ghost clan in the mountain city, and his family has been serving the Senluo underworld for generations. Compared with the identities of the three, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. After Li Hao found out, he kept sighing. Everyone's surname is Li, why does he have such an awesome background, and he is still the Orange King of Hell? Looking at himself as a coward. I will shed tears if I talk about it too much. By the way, when it comes to the Senluo underworld, the ghost spirit masters gathered here all started chatting, and they couldn't finish the topic. It was also the first time that Lu Meng knew that the mountain city was not only made into a unique base camp by the ghost spirit masters, but also the organization had been developed and improved. As of now, in the mountain city, it can be said that the Senluo underworld covers the sky with one hand. Even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Senluo underworld is a force that cannot be ignored, especially among all ghost spirit master groups. The leaders of this organization are the 5 ghost emperor families in the mountain city, all of which have mastered the inheritance of the red spiritual light array. After being passed down from generation to generation, it has a long history, is intricately connected, and is very powerful. But what is interesting is that the red spiritual light array of these ghost emperor families has always been able to be transmitted in a single line. If they are forced to awaken multiple times, even direct descendants are likely to explode and die. This phenomenon is called the red curse. Therefore, even in the ghost emperor family, those branches can basically only choose orange or lower level inheritance for mythological awakening. Lu Meng couldn't help but frown. Could it be that not only the inheritance of the 5 ghost emperor families was like this, but maybe all the inheritance of the red spiritual light array could only be passed down by a single line? If that's true, what about the black one? Luofu Mountain, Mountaintop Castle, Conference Room. There were only 5 figures having a meeting at the huge round table. Since it is the Du family's turn to be the head of the Senluo underworld this year, any meetings are basically held in the Du family's Luofu Mountain. In the Senluo underworld, the first generation heads of the 5 ghost emperor families led their clansmen to lay the family foundation. Later, through the efforts of several generations, the situation was stabilized. The 5 ghost emperor families gathered from all over the country to the mountain city, and then allied themselves to establish the Senluo underworld. It was agreed that the 5 ghost emperor families would take turns to sit in the palace, and the master of the palace would be there every year, and everyone would sit together. The eastern ghost emperor inherited the Kai family and occupied Taoji Mountain. The current head of the family is Kai Hang. The western ghost emperor inherited the Zhao family and occupied Zhejiang Mountain. The current head of the family is Zhao Kaiyang. The southern ghost emperor inherited the Du family and occupied Luofu Mountain. The current head of the family was Du Zidang. The northern ghost emperor inherited the Zhang family and occupied Luofeng Mountain. The current head of the family is Zhang Qianyao, who together with Du Zidang are known as the Ghost Twins. The central ghost emperor inherited the Zhou family and occupied Baodu Mountain. The current head of the family was Zhou Yao. These 5 bosses are all red spiritual light array level, 9 ring near God level possessors. The blood fusion degree of the possessed gods is infinitely close to 100%, and they can obtain almost all the gods' power, but they are always a little behind. At this time, after reading the information on hand, they had reached a number of consensuses on the emergence of Lishui Ghost Town. But while they were talking, the other 4 people noticed that Du Zideng didn't look well and seemed to be in a low mood. Zhang Qianyao took the initiative and asked, "Sister Zideng, what's wrong?" "I don't know why, I always feel a little flustered." Du Zideng reached out and rubbed his temples, his voice sounded quite tired. The purpose of issuing invitation cards this time is to take advantage of the opportunity of the advent of Lishui Ghost Town to give ghost spirit masters from all over the country the opportunity to share their blessings and achieve the goal of common progress. You must know that in today's world, the development space for ghost spirit masters has been compressed to a smaller and smaller size. If this continues, even the soil for survival will be completely lost. Zhou Yao frowned when he heard this. "Sister Zideng, why do you say this?" Du Zideng thought for a while and decided to express his worries. "I received news that uninvited guests have quietly poured into the mountain city from all directions." "Huh, uninvited guests?" Zhao Kaiyang's face suddenly turned gloomy. Could it be the Wang family? Du Zideng nodded slightly. "I'm afraid it's them." Kai Heng and Zhao Kaiyang were immediately furious. They slapped the table and cursed. "Is this bunch of fools over yet?" Zhou Yao quickly calmed the 2 of them down, and then said, "What if the Wang family comes? You know, this is a mountain city, our territory in the Senluo underworld. Even if the entire Wang family is mobilized, we only need to separate one family, it will be enough they drank a pot." "That's right, Sister Zideng, what do you have to worry about? Where is the Wang family? I will take people to meet them now. Count me in. These fools, I have to break their hands and feet and pull out their teeth one by one." Quote. The other 4 people have already started arguing, planning to strike first against the Wang family. However, Du Zideng did not interrupt. When they had finished talking, he sighed leisurely. The people below just found signs that the Wang family might have infiltrated, but these people entered the mountain city and disappeared one by one. No trace, no matter how hard I look for it, I can't find it. Huh, can't find it? It's impossible. The mountain city is our territory, how can we not find it? Wait, they must have a hidden magic weapon. And don't forget, there is also Ting Ting. At this point in the discussion, the meeting suddenly fell into silence. But soon, Zhang Qianyao grinned and said, "Hey, the soldiers are coming to cover up the water and the soil. Anyway, the Wang family will cause trouble every time. As long as they dare to show up, we will attack them without fail." "That's right, that's the truth. This is a mountain city after all. If they come, don't even think about it. I have decided that even if I don't eat, drink or sleep these days, I will definitely dig them out." Different from the clamor and pride of his partners, Du Zideng was always worried. If the Wang family dared to invade on such a large scale, they must have someone to rely on. Knowing that there are 5 ghost emperor families in the mountain city, as well as the entire Senluo underworld forces entrenched, the Wang family came to touch the tiger's butt. They were either stupid and looking for death or they were well prepared. Because of this, Du Zideng had the illusion that a storm was coming, which made her thoughts even more confused. Speaking of this Wang family, whether it is the Senluo underworld, the 5 ghost emperor families, or the ghost spirit masters from all over the Dragon Kingdom, they are all thunderous and gnashing their teeth, wishing to eat their flesh, drink their blood, and kill them quickly. They possess the only inheritance of Saitagarbha Bodhisattva in the Dragon Kingdom and are a well-known ghost hunting family in Qingfang, Maoshan. 5 generations live under the same roof. The red spiritual light array of the 5 generations is directly transmitted. The one who awakens and possesses Saitagarbha is Saitagarbha Bodhisattva. He claims that he will never become a Buddha until hell is empty. He often forms a ghost hunting team and wants to kill ghosts and achieve enlightenment. Even ghosts possess them. The spiritual master also wiped them out. What they did was deeply hated by all the ghost-possessed masters, and they even went to the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Spirit Possessor Guild for this reason. However, the ghost clan is too small and weak, and it is not the other 3 clans that have suffered injustice, so those people are protecting each other, turning a blind eye, and often trying to sidestep each other. Because of this, the Wang family became more and more unscrupulous, and sometimes they were so bold as to cause trouble directly in the mountain city. Like this time when Lishui Ghost City came out, so many ghost spirit masters from all over the country gathered here, and the Wang family naturally followed them, smelling the smell of blood. Although the Wang family is also due to the existence of the red curse, the Saitagarbha Bodhisattva inheritance is also in the form of a single lineage, which seems to be weak. But in fact, they belong to the Buddhist lineage, and are often helped by other big families. As time goes by, most of the descendants of the collateral lineage develop the direct lineage of Saitagarbha, and over time, the 5 major thugs including D Ting are derived, has become a major concern for the entire Dragon Kingdom ghost clan. Based on the information passed down by her subordinates, Du Zideng deduced that the Wang family had arrived with 5 major thug families. The total number of people was no less than 3 digits, and they were all led by the head of the family. In addition to the mainstays, they also brought a highly regarded young leader in the family. It seems that they want to take advantage of the advent of Lishui Ghost City and the presence of so many ghost spirit masters to go on a killing spree so that the young people in the clan can grow up quickly, and at the same time, they can also greatly weaken the ghost clan's strength. It really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. But the strange thing is that everyone, whether it is their own side or the Wang family, knows that their strength alone is not enough to stir up trouble in the mountain city. But after being a bitter rival for so many years, Du Zideng knew very well that Wang Ling, the head of the Wang family, was famous for being ruthless, cold-blooded and steady. If he dares to bring so many people here, he must have a perfect plan. So here comes the question, what is Wang Ling's trump card? The meeting finally reached a resolution on future hidden dangers. The 5 ghost emperor families guarded the southeast, northwest, and middle of the mountain city according to their location, and must not leave any chance to the Wang family. On April 14th, more ghost spirit masters gathered from all over the country. In broad daylight, there were many people walking along Lishui, as if they could see something different about this big river at any time. Flowers come. Lu Meng and the other 3 drove the van slowly along Linjiang Avenue, occasionally stopping to look around and take a few photos. Generally speaking, if you don't have to worry about Lishui Ghost Town, it would actually be quite good to spend a few days in the mountain town, eat the delicious food here, and relax. The day passed calmly, and then entered the night. The 3 of them found a restaurant in the resort and had a full meal. They found that the same was true for other colleagues. Everyone had eaten and drank early, and then they all stayed in the resort, as if waiting for something. Time slips away minute by minute. Late at night, Luofu Mountain, Taoji Mountain, Zhejiang Mountain, the peaks where the 5 ghost emperor families are located, all suddenly became so depressing that it made people panic. Since the meeting last night, the 5 heads of the family have sent people to conduct a network search in the mountain city today, but they can't find the Wang family. It seems that these sworn enemies have never appeared at all. But the strange thing is that instead of relaxing, the 5 masters feel heavy in their hearts. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, and there was still less than half an hour before April 15th. The 5 masters planned to leave for Lishui to check the situation. Although their original plan was to sit inside the curtain, they still feel uncomfortable now, so it would be safer to go there and have a look. At this moment, where the 5 major families were, a faint sound sounded at the same time. The sound had a distinct rhythm, as if someone was whispering, but hearing it was inexplicably disturbing. At the top of Luofu Mountain, Du Zideng came out and saw a bright figure in the air at a glance. She was dressed in white, sitting on a lotus throne, holding a jade purification bottle in one hand. Under her body was a red spiritual light array, 9 gold. The ring is shining brightly, and the words in the mouth are eloquent. Guanyin. Du Zideng's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw this scene. He raised his head and shouted loudly in the air, "What are you doing here?" Avalokitesvara opened his mouth slightly, and his voice was like thunder, "Recite sutras to save ghosts and restore peace to the world." Du Zideng suddenly felt that it was extremely ridiculous, and just as he was about to choke back, his cell phone rang one after another. Through understanding, she realized that Manjushri Bodhisattva had gone to Taoji Mountain, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was at Zhejiang Mountain, Junti Bodhisattva had arrived at Luofeng Mountain, and Vajrapani Bodhisattva was at Baodu Mountain. Including here, there are a total of 5 bodhisattvas with high status and extraordinary strength from the Buddhist clan, each visiting a peak. Until this moment, Du Ziteng finally understood the source of his worries. It turned out that this was Wang Ling's trump card. The Wang family invited 5 major foreign aides from the Buddhist clan, hoping to directly hold back the 5 major ghost emperor families. In this way, no one would be their opponent when the entire Wang family was deployed in Lishui Ghost City. Bald donkey, you guys are so good at planning. Du Ziteng was anxious and angry, but Guanyin was here, and she would never abandon her people and go to Lishui. It seemed that she could only compete with him. As soon as midnight arrived, the wind suddenly started blowing over Lishui. The ghost spirit masters in the resort could no longer restrain themselves and all rushed to the river. At this time, the light on the water surface is dim, making it difficult to see clearly or far. Someone shined a flashlight or mobile phone on the water surface and found that in addition to the wind, there were also whirlpools forming on the water surface, and the speed was getting faster and faster. As the vortex stirred, objects began to emerge from underneath. The light in everyone's hands naturally converged, and exclamations came one after another. After a while, a strange building appeared on the water. It was obvious that it was a tall door. This door looks hazy and smoky, and a road extends from the door leaf, just above the water, all the way to the shore of Lishui. Someone seemed to recognize the origin of this door and shouted, "Gate of Hell." This is the Gate of Hell. Meng Zijin and Li Hao looked at Lu Meng instinctively. They suddenly felt that the gate of the ghost seemed to be almost exactly the same as the gate that Lu Meng released when he summoned the ghost master. To be honest, Lu Meng thought so too. And he has always felt that the so-called Gate of Hell is actually the Gate of Hell itself. Assuming this is really the Gate of Hell, then wouldn't this road be the road to Hell? While Lu Meng was speculating, he saw that the overall outline of the Gate of Hell became clearer. Inside the door, there were many figures floating around, attracting more people's attention. Look, wild ghosts. So many wild ghosts. They're waving to us. Come on, the ghost town has appeared. A group of ghost spirit masters could no longer hold back. They rushed onto the Wangquan road that extended to the shore one by one, and rushed towards Gimin Pass, intending to catch wild ghosts as quickly as possible and explore the ghost city in Gimin Pass. When Li Hao saw this, he wanted to catch up quickly, but was stopped by Lu Meng and Meng Zijin. Meng Zijin gave Li Hao a hard look. Why are you so anxious? Are there so many people rushing to reincarnate? But Li Hao saw that everyone was afraid of running slower than others, and he hesitated and defended, it's too late and maybe others will get the benefits. That's not necessarily true. What if there is any danger ahead? Lu Meng comforted. With our little strength, it's better to be steady. This was a strategy that Lu Meng and Meng Zijin had discussed beforehand. In a mountain city where they were unfamiliar with the place, their strength was not outstanding, and they did not have an advantage in numbers. There was no need to be the first to take the lead. It's good to have the opportunity to benefit from it, but if you don't have it, you can't force it. You should just increase your knowledge. It should be noted that this time is different from catching ghosts in cemeteries and mass graves before. After all, the only ones we faced were dead ghosts, so we didn't have to worry about being attacked from behind. And in a ghost town, even if you are lucky enough to pick up some treasure, it is not impossible for someone to accidentally steal the treasure and even hurt someone if you are jealous of it. Money has always moved people's hearts, but people's hearts are the most unpredictable. At this time, most of the spirit masters had already passed the Gate of Hell, and their figures were almost invisible. The few remaining companions seemed to have similar thoughts to Lu Meng and the other 3, and slowly set foot on the road to Hell, heading towards the Gate of Hell. It's time to go. Lu Meng and the others finally took action, but to be on the safe side, they asked Li Hao to call out the coward. After all, this guy was a natural biological radar. If there was any danger, the coward would sense it faster than anyone else. As soon as the 3 of them set foot on Wangquan Road, they saw a familiar figure. Mr. Li of the resort, Li Xiao. At this time, Li Xiao changed his outfit and was all dressed in outdoor survival training clothes. There were several people with him, all young and handsome men and beauties. Li Xiao seemed to still have an impression of Lu Meng and the others. He nodded in the air, said, "Be careful," and walked towards the Gate of Hell with his companions. You see, people with their status know that the Oriole is behind them, so why should we be anxious? Lu Meng defended Li Hao, which simply meant that our strategy would not be wrong. Li Hao just said oh, he still prefers to be the first to open up wasteland. As the last batch of spirit masters entered the gate of hell, the Lishui River suddenly became quiet. But suddenly, figures emerged from the corners, at least more than 3 figures. These people embarked on the road to hell without hesitation and gathered at the gate of hell. One of the old men raised his head and looked at this majestic pass, his eyes sparkling with light, and he immediately gave a decisive order, all the family heads, stay and guard the pass with me. When others go in, no one will be left behind. Got the order. Soon, there were only 6 figures left behind the gate of hell, led by none other than Wang Ling, the contemporary head of the ghost-catching Wang family in Maoshan Qingfang, and his 5 sincere subordinates. These 5 people are Qi Lin, the head of the Qi family who has awakened to the great demon Ting Ting, plus the 4 corpse king arhats who have escaped into Buddhism, including Qin Chengfang, the head of the Qin family, the arhat of Yinggu, Yi Zifan, the head of the Yi family, and Hanba arhat the head of the Chu family, Chu Liuming, and the general Luohan, the head of the Han family, Han Shenxian. In other words, many spiritual masters in the Dragon Kingdom sneered at the 5 thug families under the Wang family and looked down on these people from the bottom of their hearts. Among them, the 4 corpse kings, arhat, are particularly unpopular. In the final analysis, the main reason is that the source of the 4 corpse kings originally belonged to the ghost clan, but legend has it that they were bewitched by Saitagarbha Bodhisattva and intended to kill ghosts and become Buddhas, so they were granted the title of arhat. But in fact, in the ghost clan, the 4 corpse kings are notorious and have been regarded as traitors. In the Buddhist clan, no peers recognize their status at all, and the official level does not recognize the so-called arhat status, so that now they are no longer human inside and outside, ghosts are not like ghosts, and Buddhas are not like Buddhas. However, it is also strange that the 4 corpse king families seem to be determined. Just like the Diding family, they insist on following the Wang family everywhere to kill ghosts and hunt down the ghost possessors, and they are particularly happy to do so. The trouble is that the 4 corpse kings and Diting are all inheritors of the orange spiritual light array level, and their own corpse energy and the ghost energy of the ghost tribe come from the same source of yin energy, so they will not be affected by the ghost energy and their combat power is very strong. The physical body is their advantage, and there are often too many opponents at the same level and realm. At present, Wang Ling personally stays with the heads of the 5 thug families. He has only one purpose: to trap the ghost spirit masters inside so that they cannot escape and can only be trapped in the endless pursuit of the family's descendants until they are destroyed. At the same time, block the reinforcements from Senluo Hell outside, and kill 1, 2, and a pair. He knew very well that the current heads of the 5 ghost emperor families were being held back by the Buddhist helpers he had tried so hard to invite. In other words, no matter who came to support them, they would not be a match for the 6 of them. The situation is under control. Hey, why is there a river? After Lu Meng and the others crossed the gate of hell, they walked not far when they found that their way was blocked by a turbulent river. The strange thing is that all the colleagues who came in earlier have disappeared one by one. Second Sister Meng, I suspect that the terrain in the ghost town may be constantly changing. Everyone's experience will be different depending on the order in which they enter. Yes, that's what it should be. The 3 of them looked around and found that it was calm here, with not even a single human figure, and nothing else except the river. The coward was quiet from beginning to end and did not show any abnormality. From this, it can be seen that this place should be safe. Forget it, let's take a walk along the river first. The 3 of them chose a direction and moved forward while on guard. As he walked, the coward began to show some changes, trembling, but not too much. It seems that there is movement ahead. Not long after, Lu Meng noticed a different scene ahead. There seemed to be a ferry. There was a small boat next to the ferry, and there seemed to be a thin figure standing on the boat. Meng Zijin naturally noticed it. She decisively showed the blue spiritual light array and asked Po Meng to stand beside her. Lu Meng did not take action for the time being. Instead, he and Meng Zijin approached the ferry cautiously, stood a few meters away, and shouted from the air, "Hey!" The figure suddenly trembled when he heard someone calling him, and then turned around. But the other party's whole body was covered by a loose robe, and even his head was covered tightly by a hood. This outfit was worthy of a coward. Under the hood, a dry and unfamiliar voice came, "Call me." "Yes, excuse me, Where is this place? Who are you? This is the Wangchuan River. I'm helping ghosts cross the river. Of course, people can do it too. Forgotten River. Cross the river. Lu Meng suddenly became alert and looked around, but could not find the Nahi Bridge. In other words, the figure in front of me is the ferryman responsible for leading ghosts to the depths of the underworld. Lu Meng asked again. Excuse me, is there any place to cross the river near here? What is on the other side of the river? Have no idea. The other party answered all questions, but I don't know if he was unwilling to explain in detail or if he really didn't know clearly. Lu Meng and Meng Zijin discussed quickly in low voices, and then decided to cross the river by boat. Boatman, can we want to cross the river? Okay, 1 spiritual stone per person, just like a ghost. In this way, including Mrs. Meng and the coward, a total of 5 spiritual stones need to be paid. I think the spiritual stone the other party wants is a low-grade spiritual stone, right? Lu Meng took out 5 coins from his backpack and threw them over. The boatman weighed them with his hands, nodded and said, "Get on the boat." In fact, they could have put away the coward and Po Meng to reduce the shipping fee, but it was only the cost of 2 more low-grade spiritual stones. There was really no need to be so stingy. With the coward present, they could predict many dangers in advance and be prepared. As the 3 people and 2 ghosts boarded the boat, the boatman's penny flicked on the water, and the boat left the shore and drifted towards the other shore that could not be seen clearly. The coward was trembling at this moment, clinging to Li Hao, not daring to move, as if he really wanted to be taken back into the spiritual light array. Meng Zijin secretly bumped Lu Meng with her elbow, and then used her eyes to tell him to look in several directions. Lu Meng took a closer look and saw that the boatman's hand holding the bamboo pole had no skin and flesh, just a pair of pale bone palms. But at this time, because he was so close, he could clearly see that the face under the boatman's hood was just a skull, with a ball of green fire beating in each of the pair of empty eye sockets. Look at the dim oil lamp hanging on the mast of the ship. What is burning under the wick does not seem to be ordinary kerosene. Oh my God, the corpse oil lights the lamp. The skeleton boatman ferry, this boat is too scary. No wonder cowards want to slip away. Lu Meng and the other 3 looked at each other, unconsciously gathered together, and put some distance between themselves and the skeleton boatman. The boat floated gently like this, with the bamboo pole occasionally pushing in the water. It seemed a bit laborious, and the sailing speed was a turtle's speed. The 3 of them and 1 ghost seemed to be in peace, and each of them remained silent. But not long after, the skeleton boatman stopped pushing the boat, turned around, stretched out a fleshless bone palm, and said in a hoarse voice, "Pay the money." Pay? What to pay? Boat fare, shipping fee. The 3 of them were immediately confused. Li Hao bravely shouted back, "Didn't you already pay it when you boarded the ship? Getting on the boat means getting on the boat, now is now." The bone boatman seemed confident and his tone was completely unacceptable. Li Hao was about to refute again, but was stopped by Meng Zijin. She asked the bone boatman, "How much?" 2 spiritual stones per person, and the same goes for ghosts. A total of 10 low-grade spiritual stones needed to be paid. Meng Zijin did not hesitate, took it out of his backpack and threw it through the air. The bone boatman weighed the spirit stone in his hand, put it away, and then set off again. But before the boat floated very far, the bone boatman once again stopped punting, turned around, and asked for money. "You're done, why do you still need money?" Li Hao was really angry and complained fiercely. Meng Zijin wanted to settle the matter last time, and 10 low-grade spiritual stones were nothing, so she gave them as long as they were given, but now the skeleton boatman reaches out for money for the 3rd time, which is a naked increase in price. Lu Meng raised his eyebrows slightly and looked around. He couldn't see very far. There was nothing but the water of the forgotten river, and he didn't know how far away the other bank was. He hesitated and asked calmly, "How much?" 4 spiritual stones per person, and the same goes for ghosts. In other words, a total of 20 low-grade spiritual stones need to be paid. The first time it was 5 coins, the second time it was 10 coins, and the third time it was 20 coins, each time doubling the last time. Lu Meng silently took out 20 low-grade spiritual stones and threw them over. The bone boatman took them steadily, and then the boat started again. "What are you doing?" Li Hao questioned Lu Meng's compromise, but only halfway through his words, his cousin glared back. Then, Meng Zijin and Lu Meng exchanged glances, with a hint of solemnity in their eyes. Not long after, the boat stopped again, and the skeleton boatman turned around again, stretched out a bone palm and said softly, "Pay the money." However, what greeted him this time was Po Meng's crutch. Meng Zijin didn't say a word nonsense, and asked Po Meng to attack the skeleton boatman, and hit the opponent's abdomen hard with the cane. Squeak! A sharp scream came from the mouth of the bone boatman. The guy seemed not to be prepared in advance. He was pulled into the water with a cane and made a big splash. Okay, Li Hao punched the air. It's such a relief. Lu Meng's expression was indifferent at this time. If I'm not mistaken, this guy may be a greedy ghost. Meng Zijin agreed. That's right. Greedy ghosts cannot escape if they are designated. But after solving the greedy ghost who turned into a boatman, who will punt the ferry next has become a real problem. What's even more troublesome is that the three of them discovered that as the greedy ghost fell into the water, the entire originally peaceful Wangchuan River began to wave vaguely, and the boat became a little unstable. Hey, why is the wind blowing? Li Hao muttered, and the cowards beside him were circling wildly around him. They were almost scared to death, and there were even sounds of crying. Howden Li felt something was wrong and signaled to the two of them, "No. There's something weird." Lu Meng and Meng Zijin had long noticed the strange phenomenon, because the wind was getting stronger and stronger, the wind was howling and the mist filled the air. Is this yin qi? Meng Zijin was a little panicked. It's such a strong yin qi. Lu Meng also discovered the yin qi. At the same time, he also saw motionless figures floating under the surface of the Wangchuan River. Are those all the souls of the dead? The three of them all felt horrified from the bottom of their hearts regarding this phenomenon. Not long after, the sound of the wind around him turned into howling ghosts, as if there was an endless army of ghosts surrounding him. It was already at this time, how could Lu Meng not be afraid? To be on the safe side, a black spiritual light array lit up under his feet, and the gate of the underworld was released. The four ghost masters, Black and White Wuchang and a bull-headed horse face, were invited out at the same time. Jia Jia Jia, it smells so familiar. Is it the Wangchuan River? It feels like it but not like it at the same time. As soon as the four ghost masters appeared on the scene, they responded with various comments to the surroundings. Lu Meng originally wanted to remind the four ghost masters to be more serious and to surround him for protection, but before he could say anything, he suddenly discovered that the blue spiritual light array under his feet was expanding along the water surface of his own accord, and at the same time he was unscrupulous. The whale swallowed it up. Lu Meng's surprise was not fear, but surprise. He was extremely surprised to find that as the spiritual light array absorbed the surrounding aura, the spiritual energy he had depleted due to his previous participation in the competition, especially the temporarily added exhibition competition, was quickly being replenished. This kind of speed is far from comparable to the kind of forced and inefficient absorption of spiritual stones that lacks the support of the Ghost Clan's skills. That's right. Isn't this the Lishui ghost town? The aura on the Wangchuan River is either ghost aura or death aura. Anyway, it's all negative aura such as yin energy. It's just right for us. Lu Meng quickly informed Meng Zijin and Li Hao of this discovery. Quickly, you guys also try to see if you can absorb these yin qi by releasing the spiritual light array. After being reminded by Lu Meng and seeing the surprised expression on Lu Meng's face, the siblings hurriedly followed the instructions. However, the level of their spiritual light arrays was too low, far from the effect that Lu Meng could absorb at the moment. With the spread and rapid absorption of the spiritual light array under Lu Meng's feet, and the four ghost masters standing beside him to protect the law, the riots around the Wangchuan River faintly became silent, the sound of the wind gradually stopped, and the dense fog of yin qi began to dissipate. Finally, everything fell silent, leaving only the boat floating quietly on the water. Meng Zijin and Li Hao had put away the spiritual light array a long time ago. The siblings discovered that although they could indeed absorb the yin energy nearby, the effect was very little. Mainly because Lu Meng was by their side, they were basically taken away by him. As for Lu Meng, his face was full of excitement at the moment. The two golden rings that were previously empty have been filled with spiritual energy, causing the two golden rings to bloom with golden light again. Not only that, originally the third hidden ring only lit up one grid, but with this wave of swallowing, it suddenly rushed to the level of 5 grids. In other words, there is still half the distance to completely condense the third golden ring. Thanks to the greedy ghost, you have done the most good in this wave, and you will be rewarded with the 35 low-grade spiritual stones. It would be better if we could come back to punt. Lu Meng put away the small joy in his heart. The Huangchuan River was calm at the moment, but it was impossible for the three of them to just stay on the boat and do nothing. In the end, the three decided to be self-reliant. Lu Meng took the initiative to put away the gate of hell and the spiritual light array, and picked up the pole to temporarily take over the work of the boatman. Although I am not sure of the specific direction, there is nothing wrong with heading towards the shore since there is an offshore place behind me, right? Fortunately, about a few minutes later, the trio did see brown land ahead. The boat finally successfully docked. After landing on land, I stopped and looked around, and found that there was still nothing here, with only one road extending in a certain direction. Let's go. The three of them could only continue to set off. Li Hao always holds the spiritual stone in his hand, because he needs to keep the coward to show up as a bioradar, so he is consuming spiritual energy all the time. The three of them walked around, not only observing the movements around them, but also paying attention to the behavior of cowards. I don't know how long it took, but finally there was a different scene ahead. There is a pavilion there, standing so abruptly in the middle of the road. In the pavilion, there is a stone table and 2 stone chairs. One of them was empty, and a thin figure sat on one of them. The three people stared at each other, their faces immediately becoming cautious. The strange thing is that there is nothing strange about the coward, and he does not seem to be afraid of that figure at all. As the three of them approached cautiously and entered the pavilion, the coward remained very quiet. Regarding this situation, the three people speculated that either the coward could not sense the danger of the other party, or the other party made the coward feel that it was not worth mentioning. The figure took the initiative to meet the eyes of the three people. Here it comes, sit down quickly, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Meng saw that this man was in ragged clothes, with unkempt hair and a sallow complexion. His exposed skin was dry and lacked vitality. He didn't know whether he was born this thin or because he hadn't had a full stomach for a long time. Anyway, even his eye sockets were almost sunken. Went down. But his face has a sinister eyebrow and a pair of eyes that are extremely agile, always turning around, and always seeming to be wandering around. Wait for us. Meng Zijin frowned and asked, do you know us? I don't know him or not. Anyway, I just know that someone will come in during this period. I am waiting for all the living people who pass by. Living person. These 2 words successfully attracted Lu Meng's attention and alertness. Judging from the other party's words and tone, it seemed that this guy was dead. At this moment, the other party rubbed his hands, pointed at the empty seat opposite him with excitement, and said, which of you will come first? Sit down quickly, I can't wait any longer. Who comes first? What do you want to do? Give me a bet. Just bet on dice. Quick, quick, quick. At this time, the three of them noticed that each of them had a dice cup placed on the stone table. Lu Meng suddenly thought of something, pulled the 2 of them together, looked at each other, and then exited the pavilion and gathered together to whisper. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is a bad gambler. A rotten gambler. Yes, that's right, he must be a rotten gambler. Looking at him like this, he must have lost everything, so he doesn't have enough food and clothing. No wonder cowards are not afraid of him at all. He is on the same level. Quote. Wait a minute, what is this rotten gambler doing here? Second Sister Meng, what we saw and heard after entering the gate of hell seemed a bit weird. Let's not talk about where the colleagues in front of us went. Let's talk about the greedy ghost when we crossed the river. He didn't let his blackmail succeed. That guy directly just make trouble. I guess every ghost we meet in the ghost town has a special meaning. You mean, follow the clues and play with him? Yes, however, we need to find out the rules of the game from him first. I'll do it. Fighting won't help, but I'm better at playing games than you. In the end, the 3 of them came to an agreement, and Li Hao volunteered to play with the bad gambler. Returning to the pavilion, Li Hao sat carelessly on the stone chair opposite the bad gambler. Brother, what's the way to play? Let's draw a path. It's simple. There are 3 dices in the dice cup. Let's bet on the big or small. As long as the dice rolled out is bigger than mine, you will pass. Walk past and you will find Yangguan Road. It doesn't matter if you lose. You can go up to the single plank bridge to accept the challenge. If you win, it will be the same. Everything is fine. But if you lose, that would be embarrassing. At this moment, Lu Meng suddenly felt that something was wrong, and quickly interrupted and asked, "Wait a minute, are the three of us playing this game together or separately? You young people with full blood and smooth skin, of course each of you will participate." The sunken eyes of the bad gambler were shining with crystal clear excitement at this time. This guy is obviously very excited about the next gamble. Expect. Everyone wants to play. Lu Meng and Meng Zijin looked at each other, and they secretly made preparations for emergencies. At this time, Li Hao was already eager to start his first gambling game with the bad gambler opposite him. The dice cups in their hands shook desperately, making loud billiard sounds. As the dice cup was slammed on the stone table, the bad gambler was the first to open it, and his voice became excited and high-pitched. 4, 5, 5, open yours and take a look. Li Hao took a deep breath, with an expression that was half solemn and half nervous. He slowly opened the dice cup and saw 3 flawless white dices. The numbers on the upward sides were 3, 6, and 6. Just a little bit more than a bad gambler, I won. Li Hao immediately jumped 3 feet high, as if he had won the world championship. Lu Meng was in a daze. Could this guy also have the potential to be a bad gambler? The bad gambler opposite me was a little angry, and waved his hands angrily. Unlucky. Come on, you passed the test. But Li Hao seemed to have no idea. Come again. I will bet on behalf of the two of them. Sister, classmate Lu, believe me, I am very lucky today. I washed my hands several times with hand sanitizer when I went out. I have designated you to shake the 66-6. However, the bad gambler vetoed his proposal. No. Everyone must participate personally. Next. Hurry up. Seeing this, Meng Zijin pushed Li Hao away and told him not to cause trouble. Then, he glanced at Lu Meng, meaning that she would test the water first. Then he sat down on the stone chair, grabbed the dice cup and started shaking it violently. The rotten gambler opposite didn't say a word, shaking his dice cup with excitement on his face, keeping his eyes on Meng Zijin. As the dice cup fell hard on the stone table, the bad gambler was still the first to open it. 4, 5, and 6 in total, 15 points. Li Hao sighed a little. Lu Meng showed no expression, and Meng Zijin opened the cup without hesitation. 3, 4, 6, 13 points in total. You lost, please accept the challenge. Meng Zijin didn't talk nonsense, left the pavilion and walked forward. Lu Meng stared without blinking, wanting to see what the so-called challenge would be like. Meng Zijin seemed to sense some kind of danger. A blue spiritual light array lit up under her feet, and Po Meng appeared beside her with a cane. At the same time, opposite Meng Zijin, the stone road turned into a single plank bridge 1 person wide, and a figure condensed and stood in the middle of the single plank bridge. It was another Meng Po. As the second Po Meng appeared, Meng Zijin, her Po Meng, and the bridge were all wrapped in smoke, and nothing could be seen. Hey, it's your turn, sit down quickly. Seeing that Lu Meng's attention was not on his side, the rotten gambler grunted dissatisfiedly. Over there, Lu Meng pointed to the place where Meng Zijin disappeared. He was curious about what happened to Meng Zijin, and planned to wait for Meng Zijin to appear before entering the gambling game. But the rotten gambler obviously didn't give him this chance, and said impatiently, "Don't mind other people's affairs. Sit down quickly." Lu Meng hesitated for a while, but when he saw that Meng Zijin still didn't show up, he sat down opposite the bad gambler after being urged repeatedly. The bad gambler had already grabbed the dice cup and started shaking it. At the same time, he gestured with the corner of his mouth to signal Lu Meng to start shaking it too. Snooker table tennis. Lu Meng also grabbed the dice cup and shook it, but his mind was not on this at all, but his eyes were looking everywhere. Bang! The rotten gambler opposite slammed the dice cup on the stone table, then opened the lid of the cup and shouted loudly, 2, 3, 50. It's your turn, open it quickly. Li Hao saw this and shouted excitedly, "Classmate Lu, the bad gambler is only 10 o'clock, open the lid and kill him in seconds." Lu Meng thought to himself that he was quite lucky. This was the smallest dice among the 3 dice used by bad gamblers. The chance of beating the opponent suddenly increased a lot. However, when he opened the cup and saw the 3 dice, he and Li Hao suddenly turned green. 1, 2, It's only 7 o'clock, you lost. The bad gambler was so happy at the moment. It's time for you to accept the challenge. Lu Meng hesitated a little. He thought about not following the routine of a bad gambler. In particular, Meng Zijin has not appeared yet, and if he also gets on the so-called single plank bridge, then Li Hao will be left alone, and everyone will be cut apart. I am afraid the situation will not be optimistic. Seeing Lu Meng sitting still, the bad gambler's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Hey, I hope you won't lose the bet. People who don't admit losing are the worst gamblers. If you want to default on your debt, the entire ghost town will not be polite to you. Quote. Lu Meng didn't feel pressured by this invisible threat. However, Li Hao persuaded him, classmate Lu, if you are worried about me, there is no need. Since this is a ghost town and we are new here, I think you should follow the rules first. Lu Meng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. However, a spiritual light array lit up under his feet, and he invited Black and White Wuchang from the gate of the underworld. Two ghost masters, please help me take care of my friends, thank you. With the consent of Black and White, Lu Meng crossed the pavilion and stood at the place where Meng Zijin disappeared. Suddenly, a creepy feeling invaded his whole body, and Lu Meng instinctively felt that he was in great danger. The foot suddenly turned into an abyss, and he stood on the edge of a cliff inexplicably, with only a single plank bridge wide for one person in front of him. This scene is almost identical to the scene where Meng Zijin disappeared. Smoke enveloped him from all directions. Lu Meng turned around and saw that the pavilion, the rotten gambler and Li Hao were gone, and there was nothing but bare desolation around him. What's even weirder is that Black and White Wuchang, who was originally left to protect Li Hao, appeared next to him without any warning. Master He and Master Bai, why are you back? Jihieji, you have been transported to a special space. As the god summoned by you, naturally you can't leave too far, so I followed you. Teleported. Lu Meng seemed to understand something. It was estimated that Meng Zijin's previous disappearance was also a teleportation phenomenon. Forget it, let's make peace with it as it comes. Right now, there was only a single plank bridge ahead, and Lu Meng could only choose to move forward. But just as he was about to take a step, he noticed that two figures, one black and one white, suddenly condensed on the bridge, walking towards them with smiles on their faces. It turned out to be Black and White again. Black and White Wuchang beside Lu Meng suddenly said in surprise, Bah, the fake looks so good. Hit him. He Wuchang and Fan Wuju waved the soul hook in their hands, and were already angrily killing He Wuchang, who looked exactly like him. The same goes for Bai Wuchang and Xie Bian. He danced around with the morning stick in his hand and launched an attack on his own copy. Lu Meng retreated slightly at this time to make room for the four Wuchang to fight. At first, he only raised his brows slightly, thinking about why the same Po Meng was blocking Meng Zijin before, but now the same Black and White impermanence is blocking the road. But as he looked at it, his brows knitted together. You know, the He Wuchang he summoned has the skill of soul seizing, while the Bai Wuchang has the corpse-rot poison. The two of them can also launch the combined attack skill of Black Sky and White Day. Through frequent transformation and position change, the opponent will be confused, thus constantly offensive and defensive positions. But what is surprising is that the Black and White impermanence carved from the single plank bridge actually have the same combat power and skills, and even the combined attack skills are exactly the same. As a result, there was no distinction between high and low in the Black and White melee, and Lu Meng later didn't even know which two he had summoned. As a last resort, Lu Meng had no choice but to invite help. He invited an ox-headed horse face from the gate of the underworld. This time, 4 against 2, we should definitely win. But something unexpected happened to him. A bull-headed and horse-faced figure just appeared here, and 2 new figures gathered on the single plank bridge over there at the same time. That's right, it's the replica of a bull-head and horse face. What's even more unreasonable is that the replica of the bull-headed horse face is holding a steel hairpin and a spear. It has all the skills of the Chain of the Dead and the Death Wheel, and can even be combined using the bull-horse unparalleled combination. This is outrageous. Seeing that it was originally just a fight between impermanence and impermanence, now it has simply added oxen and horses to stalemate with the oxen and horses. The scene is very chaotic, but no one can take advantage. The melee between the 8 ghosts lasted for no less than 5 minutes. At this time, Lu Meng began to understand what Meng Zijin was going through. In all likelihood, second sister Meng was beating her own Po Meng, and it was a mirror image of Po Meng. No wonder second sister Meng never showed up when he was rolling the dice. She was probably in the middle of a fierce battle. But now there is a very troublesome problem. After fighting for so long, keeping the 4 ghosts on the scene has consumed a lot of Lu Meng's spiritual energy. Even if it is still within an acceptable range, if it continues like this, there will definitely be no good results. If Tu Tai invites the double judges to help out, Lu Meng can predict that the magical single plank bridge will definitely send the mirror image of the double judges to join the battle, and then it will be out of control. This is absolutely not possible. Just as he was trying to think of a way to break the situation, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind, and an idea popped out of his mind. Obviously, this single plank bridge test is a test of combat strength, and the content of the test is to directly copy my god. In other words, whatever ghost god I have, I will be served by whatever ghost god I have. Pay attention to one thing. Combat strength matching. But ghost gods are essentially undead, right? But I am a living person, so Dumu Chao can't make a copy of me, right? Quote. When he thought of this, Lu Meng seemed to have the key to victory. He did not hesitate to activate his spiritual skills and invite ghosts to take over. Will the single plank bridge be able to reproduce a living version of myself? You will know if you try it. So, Lu Meng asked Bai Wucheng to get up, holding the morning stick in his hand, and waved it to make a hunting sound. What's interesting is that when Bai Wucheng and him became one, the replica of Bai Wucheng on the opposite side actually stood still, a bit like a puppet that had the pause button pressed. Lu Meng guessed that maybe it was because the Bai Wucheng on his side had temporarily merged with him, a living person, but the replica on the opposite side didn't have a replica of Lu Meng on his body, so he couldn't match it, causing some kind of program error on. Regardless of whether his guess was correct or not, Lu Meng at least knew that now was a good time to break the situation. So, he and He Wucheng cooperated with each other, first beating the confused replica Bai Wucheng until he shrank into a shrimp ball and foamed at the mouth. The replica He Wucheng wanted to help, but Lu Meng paid no attention to him and focused on beating the stunned replica Bai Wucheng first. Bang bang bang. Every time the morning stick and the soul hook hit the replica Bai Wucheng, a rumbling sound came from the opponent's body, and it was obvious that the injury was serious. Seeing that the replica was dying, Lu Meng, on a whim, simply used the blue spiritual light array under his feet to eat the Bai Wucheng alive. Hiccup, Lu Meng suddenly burped, and soon turned into a voice of surprise. Hey, it's lit. He suddenly discovered that the new hidden ring had changed from 5 grids to 6 grids. What the hell, even his cat can do this. It turns out that what this single plank bridge produces is not a roadblock, but a super welfare. At this moment, Lu Meng looked at the remaining 3 replicas, his eyes twitching. Why are you still standing there? Keep fighting. Lu Meng separated from Bai Wucheng and asked He Wucheng to come forward. Ever since, the replica He Wucheng was just like the previous replica Bai Wucheng. It had a program error and froze in place. Then it was cleaned up by Lu Meng and Bai Wucheng, and finally sent into the spiritual light array to become nourishment. Then, the new hidden ring changed from 6 grids to 7 grids. Lu Meng couldn't hold himself any longer. He was filled with joy, and he followed the same example, completing the invitation to the ghost with the bull-headed horse face one after another, swallowing up the 2 replicas on the opposite side until there was no residue left. At this time, the battle was over, and the spiritual light array under Lu Meng's feet had become 2 rings plus 9 squares. There is only one last step left before the 3rd golden ring is completely formed. Lu Meng was somewhat unwilling, so why was he stuck at the last moment? He really wanted to cross over, so he invited Black and White back to the gate of the underworld. Then the spiritual light array under his feet turned purple, and the 2 judges who rewarded good and punished evil came out. As the 2 new ghost masters appeared, as expected, the replica double judges also appeared on the single plank bridge. You came just in time, I miss you so much. In Lu Meng's eyes, what was coming was the shining 3rd golden ring. Must win. To draw a tiger from a cat, Lu Meng first applied himself to Wei Zheng, and then to Zhang Kui, finishing the replica with almost no effort. At this time, the spiritual light array under his feet changed dramatically. Finally, the third golden ring was completely formed, and the outline of the fourth hidden ring appeared faintly, although not a single frame was lit. But enough is enough. Lu Meng strode into the realm of advanced spirit possessor. His bloodline fusion with the awakened possessed spirit, Emperor Fengdu, and the strength of the spirit that could be borrowed, all reached the 30% threshold. So exciting. With the successful upgrade, there will be continuous benefits. First of all, Lu Meng has fully sensed the fourth spiritual skill. He is closing his eyes and comprehending it carefully. Anawu Blade. Use ghost energy to condense a life-killing ghost blade. It comes and goes without a trace. It seals the throat when it sees blood and kills people invisible. It is obvious that Anamu no Yeba is a powerful attack method and is good at killing. When he became an intermediate spiritual master, the spiritual skill he obtained was the Soul Shield. Now, the advanced spiritual master obtained the Anamu Blade. This defense and attack gave Lu Meng great protection and made up for his shortcomings in attack. Secondly, Lu Meng's Gate of the Underworld also has new combat power, and he can summon new twin ghosts to enrich his arsenal. As Lu Meng issued a summons to the Gate of the Underworld, two figures came out. In the light mist, these two people were huge. As their faces became clearer, they were greeted by a majestic aura that could not be looked directly at. Lu Meng noticed that the color of the spiritual light array under his feet suddenly turned orange. In other words, the fourth pair of ghost masters are orange-level bosses. Lu Meng swallowed hard, trying to calm down his violently beating heart as soon as possible. Looking at the two ghost masters again, I saw a leopard-eyed lion with a lion's nose, a long beard, and a square crown on his head. The other has a short face and a wide mouth, wearing a crown on his head and a long robe. He vaguely guessed the origins of the two ghost masters, but he still bowed his hands and greeted politely, "Don't you know your surname?" The man with leopard eyes and lion nose spoke first, with a booming voice, "I am the king of Qinguang, Zhang Xin." Another one then replied, "I, the king of Chuzhong, Li Wen." Lu Meng secretly thought, sure enough. These two ghost masters are none other than King Qinguang and King Chuzhong, one of the 10 kings of hell. After the surprise, Lu Meng quickly asked for advice. "You dare me, please ask the two princes to show you the weapons, skills and characteristics so that I can understand it clearly. HMPH, then you should keep an eye on it." After a while, Lu Mengshi crossed the single plank bridge. When he came down from the bridge, the scenery ahead suddenly opened up. A road leading to the sky goes straight forward, and two figures standing on the road are none other than Meng Zijin and Li Hao. When the two saw Lu Meng, they greeted each other warmly, and then asked each other what happened after they separated. It turned out that Li Hao defeated the bad gambler and indeed walked on the Yangguan road. It was calm and nothing happened. But I didn't know where to go, and I didn't dare to walk around alone, so I stopped and went and moved forward very slowly. Fortunately, Meng Zijin appeared, and the siblings reunited. Through Meng Zijin, she learned that the Po Meng she faced at Dumuchao was just as difficult to deal with. She didn't know how to deal with her at the beginning and couldn't beat her no matter how hard she fought. Anyway, whatever your Po Meng can do, the counterfeit opposite her can do the same. Later, Meng Zijin was still angry, so she joined the battle with the close combat skills she had learned for many years, and managed to win 2 against 1. There was no rogue trick like Lu Meng inviting a ghost to take over. However, they have passed the test anyway, the three of them are in peace, and it is good to be together again. Lu Meng gave an overview of the situation of crossing the bridge on his side, and did not mention the upgrade. He did not want to irritate the siblings. After all, so far on this trip, whether it was making trouble on the Wangchuan River or crossing the single plank bridge, it looked like it seemed dangerous, but in fact he got a huge advantage. So, the three decided to continue on the road and set off along the main road. It felt like they had been walking for a long time, and Lu Meng and the other three were tired. At this time, they were eating dry food and water brought in their backpacks and looking around. It's strange. There are so many people coming in, why haven't we met anyone yet? Something's wrong. There's something wrong with this ghost town. How big is it? It seems that there is only one way to go. I don't even know how to get out, so I can only continue. The three of them were all a little tired. The key was whether walking forward like this would make any difference and how long they would have. After walking for a long time, the three of them found that they finally had a different scenery. A dense forest lay in front of them, and the road seemed to pass directly through the forest and turned into a deep path. As we entered the dense forest, we heard the chirping of birds and insects from time to time, and occasionally the wind rustled through the leaves. If you are hiking together, this atmosphere is quite pleasant. But this is a ghost town, and any secluded place will make people feel eerie. Be careful, it might be dangerous. Lu Meng reminded him, but Meng Zijin and Li Hao beside him did not give any response. They kept staring straight ahead and walked steadily. Lu Meng couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Strange, are these siblings so calm?" Therefore, Lu Meng calmed down and continued walking while on guard. However, after a while, Lu Meng felt that something was wrong. "I have walked this trail for a long time, but I still can't see the end at a glance, just how big this dense forest is." He reminded again, "Pay attention, I don't think it's right." However, Meng Zijin and Li Hao still ignored him, their expressions and walking frequency remained the same. Lu Meng frowned. Why did the siblings suddenly ignore each other? "Li Hao, when did you put away the coward?" After entering Lishui Ghost City, Li Hao's coward has always been the biological radar of the three people. This guy has never put him away. Even if the coward was about to be frightened when he was crossing the river in a boat, Li Hao was ruthless and kept him there. Outside. But why did Lu Meng notice that the coward was missing while walking along this stretch? Moreover, Meng Zijin seemed not to be surprised by this and didn't want to interrupt. Lu Meng saw that the siblings seemed to be ignoring whatever he was saying and asking. He gradually slowed down and distanced himself from the two of them. As he walked, a spiritual light array suddenly lit up under Lu Meng's feet, the door to the underworld appeared, and black and white Wucheng came out. Following Lu Meng's order, Master He and Master Bai launched a direct attack on Meng Zijin and Li Hao in front. However, when the morning stick and the soul hook were drawn to the two of them, they found that the two of them had turned into a wisp of smoke, and there were no human figures left anywhere. Fake. At this moment, Lu Meng secretly said that it was true, and his vigilance was raised to the highest level. He has been deceived all this time, and he doesn't even know when the two partners were exchanged. The strange thing is that as the two fakes disappeared, Lu Meng didn't see anyone around. So, where are the real Meng Zijin and Li Hao now? What is the situation? Pretend to be a ghost. Come out. Lu Meng shouted loudly into the dense forest. He guessed that an unknown enemy had already targeted him, or that all three of them had been targeted. This shout is to force the enemy to show up, and at the same time to embolden himself. He he he. In the dense forest, a clear female voice like a silver bell suddenly sounded. If this voice were heard outside in a crowded place, it would definitely make people confused and feel more intimate. But at this moment, there was an explosion in the dense forest, and the blur was indeed still blurry, but it was just weird and scary. As the sound spread, fog began to form in the dense forest, and Lu Meng's vision was somewhat affected. Immediately afterwards, white figures floated in the air. They were all young and beautiful women. They were wearing long white dresses and dancing in the air with long ribbons. They were so beautiful. Lu Meng was unknowingly fascinated by what he was watching, and his originally guarded posture gradually relaxed. At this time, several white figures danced and approached him with charming smiles, and the scene suddenly became charming. Bang! Lu Meng immediately held his stomach, bent into a shrimp ball shape, and spit out the gall water in his mouth. Just now, his abdomen was violently attacked, and the severe pain caused his vision to change again. The original scenes of flying fairies disappeared, replaced by endless wilderness, filled with a bleak and desolate atmosphere. Bai Wucheng held the morning stick in his hand and smiled strangely in front of Lu Meng. "Boy, are you awake?" "Wake up." Lu Meng was a little surprised. "Master Bai, it wasn't you who hit me just now, was it?" "No matter how much you scream, you won't wake up. If I hadn't given you a call, I'm afraid your soul would have been taken away." "Then you don't have to be so cruel." Lu Meng had a personal experience of how painful it was to be hit with a morning stick. However, he came to his senses while baring his teeth and asked humbly, "What happened just now?" "You have fallen into an illusion and been possessed by ghosts." "Illusion? Ghostly obsession? What exactly is going on?" Bai Wu used his morning stick to point to the top of a big rock not far to the side. Lu Meng took a closer look and saw that there was a graceful figure with a beautiful face and a soft smile on his lips, looking at this side intently. So beautiful, who is this? Beautiful. Heibai Wuchang seemed to have heard a big joke and kept teasing him. You think this kind of kid is beautiful? Lu Meng suddenly frowned. Is it because black and white is simply jealous of the beauty of the other party, or is it that ghosts and humans have different aesthetic values? However, after he listened to black and white's explanation, his face turned dark green. That beautiful woman standing on the rock turned out to be a ferocious pervert. The so-called perverts can transform into handsome men or beautiful women according to people's desire. Anyway, it's the type you like in your heart, and the pervert can transform it into you and do whatever you want. Generally speaking, perverts don't have any powerful attack power. They can only rely on this kind of disguise to make strangers get lost, and then slowly absorb yang qi. But according to black and white impermanence, the pervert in front of him was extraordinary. If you read correctly, this guy has absorbed too much yang qi from strangers, and was infected by the mysterious aura, making him extremely powerful and vicious. The most important thing is that this pervert is wearing a magic weapon. On his right wrist, there is a conspicuous bracelet, which seems to be able to create illusions and easily confuse people. In fact, black and white were all caught up in Wuchang at the beginning. If the pervert hadn't concentrated on confusing Lu Meng later, black and white might not have been able to see through it for a while. At this time, Lu Meng was still frightened and couldn't help but stare at the bracelet on the pervert's wrist. Can it make both human enchanters and summoned gods feel lost? What a good thing. Although based on the experience, it seems that the illusion has no offensive power. However, through the illusion created, it is possible to trap most enemies for a period of time and create opportunities for oneself to leave. Or, when the enemy is lost, you can be fully prepared and kill him with one blow. Because of this, the more Lu Meng thought about it, the more interested he became. If he robbed the pervert bracelet, he would make a lot of money. Master Black and Ghost, can you beat this pervert? Joke, you are not a single-handed enemy. Great, help me get him quickly. No, why, can't catch it. Didn't you say, no single enemy? This guy may not be weak, but he is too slippery. I tried to catch him just now, but he slipped away and we couldn't catch up. Lu Meng was immediately disappointed. No wonder this perverted ghost dared to stop in the distance and watch so unscrupulously. It turned out that he was emboldened and was deliberately showing off his posture to provoke. However, after thinking about it carefully, Lu Meng had no intention of giving up. He Yi and Bai Yi can't be caught, but Lu Meng has a lot of trump cards. The spiritual light array under his feet turned purple, and two judges who rewarded good and punished evil walked out of the gate of the underworld at the same time. The perverted ghost in the distance saw two more ghost gods, and his expression became much more solemn, but he did not retreat, and he didn't know what he was planning. Lu Meng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the pervert still staying. So, he and the four ghost masters gathered together and whispered about the next tactics. The discussion was quickly completed. First, Zhang Kui took a few steps forward alone. When he saw the pervert trying to retreat, Zhang Kui stopped and shouted in an awe-inspiring voice, "Bold kid, don't kneel down quickly when you see me." The pervert laughed sarcastically and didn't take Zhang Kui seriously at all. Zhang Kui was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He raised the judge's pen in his hand and said, "Seeking death. Skill transformation, activation." The pervert turned into a bug without any warning, and black and white Wuchang directly bullied him, and Wei Zheng's judge pen had already clicked out from the air, placing a curse on the transformed pervert. With a bang, the pervert transformed from a bedbug back to his original form, with black smoke all over his body. He was obviously seriously injured by the curse. At this moment, his face was full of panic. He wanted to retreat quickly, but he found that two shadows, one black and one white, were rapidly enlarging in his sight. It was already too late to escape. The pervert had no choice but to hurriedly raise the pervert bracelet on his right hand in an attempt to make a final struggle. As long as Heibai Wuchang was lost, even for just a short breath, he would have a chance to save his life and leave. However, black and white has been fooled once, how could he fall into the same river again? Jia Jia Jia, let's capture him without mercy. Little devil, come and accept your fate. The morning stick and the soul hook had been drawn hard, and the pervert let out an earth-shattering scream, which turned into a wisp of smoke in a blink of an eye, fearing that even reincarnation would be cut off. Ding dang dang. The bracelet fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Lu Meng walked over and picked up the bracelet. It was slightly cool in his hands. It was bronze in color and looked quite antique. He put the bracelet on his right wrist and suddenly felt a sense of connection. Hey, as expected of a magic weapon, he actually chose to recognize his master again. Lu Meng couldn't hide his joy. This was the first magic weapon he got. After dealing with the pervert, Lu Meng once again faced a very real problem: what to do next, and where did Meng Zijin and Li Hao go? Unexpectedly, the illusion created by a pervert bracelet would quietly disperse the three-man team. It seemed that this trip to Lishui Ghost Town was quite dangerous. He could only hope that the siblings would be safe. After withdrawing his thoughts, Lu Meng continued to set off. But the road below seemed to be getting increasingly unstable. From a distance, Lu Meng heard shouts, curses, cries and fights coming from all around. These chaotic sounds came from all directions, as if a quiet ghost town suddenly became extremely noisy. Lu Meng chose a direction to move forward, and unexpectedly saw several familiar figures. If I remember correctly, those figures were fellow ghost possessors who I had met once when they came to the mountain city and stayed at Lishui Resort. But the strange thing is that at this time, the limbs of these possessed masters are all uncoordinated, they walk staggering, their faces are pale, and their orifices are bleeding. Died. Are these ghost spirit masters who entered Lishui Ghost City first? Are they dead? When Lu Meng came to this conclusion, cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back, and his whole body felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. At the same time, Lu Meng felt that the aura around him was strangely active, and the spiritual energy in the ghost city was so rich that he could almost squeeze out water. It is unscientific for such a high concentration of spiritual energy to exist in a ghost town, right? Even if there is breath, shouldn't the flow of yin qi be dominant? Why did the aura dove occupy the magpie's nest? Lu Meng suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that some unknown reason caused an accident in the ghost town, causing the spiritual energy to riot? And this unknown reason couldn't be a ghost, right? Combined with the pervert he met not long ago, Black and White Wucheng said that the guy was infected by ghosts. Taken together, it seems that the existence of ghosts is indeed very possible. Just as his mind was spinning rapidly, trying to make sense of the situation in front of him, those colleagues who had become lonely ghosts suddenly fell to the ground with their heads missing, completely lifeless. Lu Meng saw about 20 figures appearing in front of him, killing each one of them without any nonsense. He couldn't help but frown. These people seemed to be new faces. He had never seen any of them in the resort before. What made it even more difficult for him to understand was that the spiritual light arrays at the feet of these people were orange, purple, and blue, but they did not look like pure ghosts. Among them, those with orange spiritual light formations ranged in age so much that they looked like they had descendants from multiple generations. And the possessed gods who followed them were all exactly the same. Judging from their appearance, they looked like the generals of the Corpse King. Just when Lu Meng stood still and looked at each other, the team also discovered Lu Meng's presence. The main thing is that Lu Meng stood alone, his face looked normal, there was no bleeding from his orifices, and he looked like a living person at first glance. The other person raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Who?" Lu Meng didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he responded casually, "Me." The other party immediately had 3 black lines on his forehead, and you couldn't speak human words. But as the old saying goes, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Someone on the other side still recognized Lu Meng's identity. "I know him. There was some high school competition in Guangcheng at the beginning of the month. This guy won the championship. He is from the ghost tribe." Quote, "Oh, he is also a ghost tribe." The person who spoke first grinned. "Then let's send him to the paradise of paradise by the way." Chapter 71. Hearing the other party's joking tone and seeing the other party's arrogant posture, Lu Meng suddenly became alert. "Who are you?" "General Arhat, Han Family Hunting Team." The person who spoke first exchanged words with his companions and walked towards Lu Meng. But the others were not idle either. After clearing away the ghosts in this area, they had already dispersed and formed a circle to surround Lu Meng. Every cell in Lu Meng's body was extremely nervous. He looked at the young man walking over. He was male, about a few years older than himself. Compared with ordinary people, he should be about to graduate from college or just enter the society. However, this guy's mouth curled up in a mocking arc at the moment, and his tongue licked his upper and lower lips from time to time, looking particularly excited. Under his feet was an orange spiritual light array with 4 golden rings shining on it. He was obviously a master spirit enchanter. Behind him was a tall, skinny god who looked bloodless, but exuded a monstrous aura from the inside out. What do you want to do? I heard you are some kind of champion, right? I have hunted so many ghost spirit masters, and I haven't even killed a few of them by geniuses. I will definitely have fun with you this time. You want to kill me? Yes, don't worry, it will be soon. Who are you? If I remember correctly, I don't know you, right? We don't have any deep hatred, right? Yes, we didn't know each other at all before this. Oh, I'm sorry for being rude, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Han Fixia, the future heir of the Han family of Luohan, the general. If you are still not reconciled when you reach the paradise, you are welcome to ask for your dreams at any time. Come to me. As soon as Han Fixia finished speaking, the distance between her and Lu Meng was less than 5 meters. The general behind him squatted and jumped, then landed in front of Lu Meng with a whoosh. Although Lu Meng had been mentally prepared, the opponent's spirit fell down in the blink of an eye, especially when a pair of skinny black palms came over, and the 10 slender nails with cold light were like sharp blades sneaking up on the Tianling guy, which immediately made him a little frightened. Without any time to think, Lu Meng quickly used his soul shield and withstood the general's claw attack. Fortunately, I was promoted to a high-level spirit master not long ago, so the strength and hardness of the soul shield created by the ghost energy have been greatly improved. It did not break when the general slapped it, but was sent away for more than 1 meter by the force. Hey, interesting. Han Fixia suddenly became even more excited when she saw that the sneak attack by the possessed spirit failed. But the next second when he planned to continue to control the generals to attack, his expression, like that of the surrounding tribesmen, became inexplicably horrified. Because they saw with their own eyes that a black spiritual light array lit up under Lu Meng's feet, and there were 3 golden rings in the spiritual light array. Black. Impossible. As the gate to the underworld appeared, the 4 ghost masters, black and white, Wuchang, and a bull-headed and horse-faced ghost master appeared together. The aura array turned blue, and Han Fixia exhaled, grandstand. There is no doubt that the black spiritual light array just now must be a bluff to deceive people. But now that you have 4 imps, it's so much fun. When the Han family's hunting team saw this scene, they all eagerly watched the show. As long as the encirclement was set up, they could watch how Han Fixia slowly tore each imp into pieces and devoured them alive. In their understanding, this ghost spirit possessor has some outstanding methods, but it is only at the blue level. No matter how many little ghosts you come to, they are just giving away food. Bloodthirsty evil blade, Han Fixia shouted, and the sharp nails of the general's hands suddenly stretched out and turned into sharp knives. When the 4 ghost masters waved their weapons and surrounded him, the general spread his hands and spun rapidly on the spot, his nails and daggers radiating cold light. With just one move, the bodies of the 4 ghost masters were scratched with many wounds, but whether it was soul-seizing soul, corpse-rotting poison, chain of the dead, or death wheel, they had little effect on the generals. You must know that the general rebelled from the ghost clan, and his whole body was filled with corpse energy that came from the same source as ghost energy. Therefore, the underworld tricks of the 4 ghost masters were no different from tickling him. Iron Fist, Han Fixia shouted again, and the general took a big step forward, punched out both fists, and landed on the chests of Master He and Master Bai respectively. With a bang, black and white Wuchang's body flew backwards, and he looked up to the sky and spurted out several mouthfuls of blood. Apparently seriously injured, Lu Meng had a distressed look on his face. This was the first time he had been so disadvantaged and powerless in a battle with his opponent. He was simply pressed to the ground and rubbed. The reason why he only allowed the 4 ghosts to appear was firstly to test Han Fixia's strength, secondly because he did not want to consume too much spiritual energy early, and thirdly because he was worried about touching the nerves of the besiegers and being attacked by a group of them. But he didn't expect that he underestimated the combat power of Han Fixia and Zhang Chen. You must know that Han Fixia's realm is higher than his own, and Zhang Chen is an orange-level corpse king, so his opponent has an absolute advantage in all aspects. Lu Meng saw that He Bai Wuchang fell to the ground and could not get up, and the generals had already turned around to lock in the unparalleled combination of attacking skills, so he had no choice but to invite a judge from the gate of the underworld to reward good and punish evil. There's more. Han Fixia saw 2 new ghost clans appearing. Instead of being afraid, she became even more excited. Just like when LSP sees a flower girl, the more you come, the more excited they become. It's fun. The light of the sword. The power of steel. Seeing that the general was surrounded by 4 ghosts again, Han Fixia directly ordered the general to use 2 new skills in succession. The sword's light and shadow made the general's nails dance everywhere, and every space he was in was the shadow of his sharp claws. The steel power in the sharp claws made the bull-headed horse-faced and double judges dare not approach, let alone point their swords directly, as if they would be cut into pieces of flesh at any time. As a spiritual master, Lu Meng summoned the 6 ghost gods from the gate of the underworld. It can be said that he clearly felt that the ghosts were full of solemnity at the moment and were a little unable to fight. His mind was spinning rapidly. If he continued like this, he would probably be defeated by his generals one by one. So, he had no choice but to take a desperate risk and summon the 2 big bosses, King Qinguang and King Chuzhong from the gate of the underworld. As the new twin ghosts appeared, whether it was Han Fixia or the hunting team of the Han family, their faces finally became more or less solemn. They could see very clearly that the spiritual light array under Lu Meng's feet had previously changed from blue to purple, and now it had turned from purple to orange. In this aspect alone, he is already on par with Han Fixia, and he is definitely a genius ghost spirit enchanter who cannot be ignored. In other words, the Han family believes that this son must be killed. As a party to the war, Han Fixia was a little dazed. When he saw that the tribe was compressing the encirclement, all eyes were fixed on Lu Meng. He quickly shouted, "Don't move. Fixia, there's something weird about this kid. I know, but he is only 3 rings and can't change the world. I don't believe I can't deal with him." Han Fixia didn't believe that she, a majestic 4th ring master spiritual master, would need to be afraid of a 3-ring imp when she was in the right place at the right time and with the right people. When the people of the Han family heard this, they saw that Han Fixia was full of confidence, and thought that the current situation was under control. The ghost boy in front of them had already become a turtle in the urn and a fish on the chopping board, so they let Han Fixia play her temper. After Han Fixia persuaded her tribe, she focused her attention on Lu Meng again. "Boy, I admit, you are more and more beyond my expectations. But, this is fun. King Kong is indestructible. Become a demon." Han Fixia quickly made a seal with her hands, and majestic spiritual energy poured out from the spiritual light array under his feet, pouring it all into the general's open mouth. I saw changes visible to the naked eye on the general's body surface. His muscles became tangled, veins popped out, layers of steel-like armor suddenly appeared, and the general's entire body suddenly grew, becoming 3 or 4 meters tall. Is this the combat power blessing of 2 consecutive spiritual arts? Lu Meng suddenly felt that the general at this time was invincible. Seeing the tall general slowly pressing toward him step by step, Lu Meng's heartbeat echoed with the sound of the other's footsteps. The situation is very bad. At this critical moment, Lu Meng's mind was spinning rapidly, and he had to think of ways to break the situation. But he knew very well that if he didn't handle it well, he would most likely be in danger. It seems that this is the only way to do it. Lu Meng took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Immediately, he gave the first order, which was to let Black and White Wuchang return to the gate of the underworld. Immediately afterwards, Lu Meng did not retreat but advanced. He wanted to turn his passivity into an initiative and give it a try. "Yo, are you going to fight for your life?" Opposite Han Fixia was unhurried. He just liked to see the enemy struggling to death, and finally exhausted and torn into dozens or hundreds of pieces. That scene was so exciting. However, suddenly, the tall general turned into a puppy without any warning, and 6 ghosts on Lu Meng's side surrounded him. The bull-headed horse face is in a combined state, so it can only launch normal attacks with a steel hairpin and a pistol and spear. If it can trigger a probabilistic event such as an invincible state that lasts for 3 breaths, it will be very intense. Therefore, Lu Meng did not count on these 2 ghost masters for the time being. Zhang Kui's role lies in the transformation just now. At this time, he and Wei Zheng quickly attacked and launched the combined attack skill Mobi Soul Seizing. 2 judge pens clicked out, and a wisp of dense black air flew out from the tip of the pen, like a black arrow. It sank into the puppy's body in one fell swoop. However, Lu Meng guessed that this move would not have much effect on the generals, so these two ghost masters were not the ones he could rely on. Then, the key depends on the performance of King Qin Guang and King Chu Zhong. I saw King Qin Guang holding an earth-shattering battle axe and firing two skills in succession, showing no clumsiness at all. Skill: Whirling Tomahawk. Throwing the tomahawk in his hand, it was like a boomerang, cutting the enemy in a circle. Even if it wasn't cut in half on the spot, it was at least half dead. Skill: Earthquake. The battle axe struck the ground, cracking the ground 10 feet, and the cracks in the ground swallowed up the enemy and then closed again. Unless the enemy is extremely powerful, the underworld is their destination. However, such a powerful skill seemed to have no effect on the general. The general did fall into the cracks in the ground, but in the next second he transformed from a puppy back to his original form, only his hair was messed up and a large piece of the armor on his body was broken. However, King Chu Zhong did not tolerate the other party, and now it was his turn to shine. He pulled out a leech mace in his hand and used two skills at the same time. Skill: Bite and Slash. The leech mace can be used to carry out upward and sweeping attacks. After repelling the enemy, the mace can shoot out leeches to pounce, causing damage. These leeches will automatically seek out and attach to the enemy to suck blood. When a certain amount of blood is sucked, they will fall off and turn into a clone of King Chu Zhong. Skill: Leech Devour. King Chu Zhong will summon a huge leech through his mace. When it hits an enemy, it can swallow the enemy and make it unable to move. It also attracts surrounding leeches to swarm in and merge into the giant leech to speed up digestion. With such a massive two-hit attack, all the generals were hit, their bodies were covered with leeches, their energy and blood were sucked, their bodies shrunk by half at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their height gradually dropped to over 2 meters. However, Han Fixia's face only twitched twice, and a large amount of spiritual energy emerged from the spiritual light array under her feet, which was provided for the generals to devour, which helped him recover a lot. Together, the repeated attacks as big as before failed to kill the generals, and only the so-called indestructible armor was somewhat damaged. I admit, you surprised me very much. Han Fixia looked more serious, however, you are still far from it. Seeing that the general was about to counterattack, Lu Meng had no choice but to forcefully use one of his trump cards. The combined attack skills of King Qin Guang and King Chu Zhong were so uncanny. The so-called ghosts and gods can control the spirit possessed by the other party, and the duration can last up to 10 breaths. It depends on the level and strength of the opponent's possessor and possessed spirit. If the opponent's spiritual light array is higher than your own, it cannot be controlled. You must know that Lu Meng is essentially at the black spiritual light array level. Even based on the color of his feet now, he is at least the same as Han Fixia, so there is no possibility that he cannot control it. However, Han Fixia's realm and the strength of her generals exceeded him, so Lu Meng felt that this control was quite difficult. Fortunately, he still controlled the general, although the struggle coming from the other party had become more intense. However, this is enough. Han Fixia clearly felt that her possessed spirit was disconnected from her in an instant, and she felt a little panicked in her heart. However, the disconnection was being restored quickly, so she was not too panicked. However, when Han Fixia increased her spiritual energy output and tried to re-establish a stronger connection with the generals, she saw a ghostly black shadow flashing past as fast as lightning, and her pupils instantly dilated. Fixia, be careful. Han Fixia seemed to hear her father shouting a warning to her, but he was completely stunned. For some reason, his head felt dizzy and top-heavy, as if something had drilled a hole into his head. Then, Han Fixia lay down on her back, her eyes were rounded, her pupils were dilated, her eyes were blurry, and there was a blood hole on her forehead that penetrated from front to back, and blood was pouring out. He died. He was killed by Lu Meng's fourth spiritual technique, the Anawu blade. A few seconds ago, Lu Meng made up his mind that if he wanted to defeat the opponent, he could only start with Han Fixia, the spiritual master, and he could not fight head-on with the generals. Even if he were lucky enough to defeat the general, he would definitely lose miserably, and in the end he would only be beaten to death by the Han family's hunting team. Now that Han Fixia is dead, his generals have lost their masters and become ownerless things. Lu Meng suddenly feels less pressure to control them. Although the Han family members around him were all crazy, shouting and rushing to kill people, Lu Meng actually had already thought of a countermeasure. Lu Meng first used the spiritual light formation at his feet to swallow the general whole, and then the 6 ghosts shot out in 6 directions. Boy, still trying to escape. You killed someone and thought you could just walk away. Come and die. The Han family was so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They immediately realized that Lu Meng was a ghost god who sacrificed himself and cut off his arm to survive, but how could they let him go so easily? This way. In my side. No, this kid ran here. There were nearly 20 people in the Han family's hunting team. They gathered around, and the compression circle was already very small. At this time, they discovered that Lu Meng and the 6 ghosts were everywhere, and they couldn't kill them all. Someone felt something was wrong and shouted a warning. Don't get confused, this kid must have some spiritual skills similar to blindfolding. However, this person only guessed half of it. It was indeed a blinding technique, but it was not a spiritual technique, but an illusion created by Lu Meng's latest lecherous bracelet. The moment the illusion was formed, Lu Meng had already found the gap and escaped. He knew that if the Han family hadn't been so anxious and confused at the moment, they might not be so easily confused by the illusion. Therefore, he must escape as fast as possible and as far away as possible. Sure enough, before Lu Meng could escape far, he heard a huge roar behind him. It's an illusion. That kid ran away. Chase him. I'm going to crush him to ashes. When Lu Meng heard the noise, he didn't dare to look back and put all his energy into sucking the milk. He only hated his parents for giving him 2 legs. Hutchie, hutchie. Lu Meng didn't know how long he had been running away. Anyway, he was so exhausted that he couldn't move any further. He was covered in hot sweat and was panting rapidly with his hands on his knees. I looked up and looked around. It was calm, with no human figures or ghosts. It should be safe. Lu Meng found that this place was a desolate hill. There was no village or shop at the end of his sight. There was not even a building, and there were no footprints on the road. He sat down on the ground and stretched his hand along his chest. To be honest, to this day, he is still afraid. When Han Fixia was surrounded by the Han family and insisted on killing herself, Lu Meng didn't have time to think about it at that time, he just felt full of resentment. He found that Han Fixia was too strong. The key was that the general, the corpse king, was thick-skinned and had a tough time. The most troublesome thing is that even if Han Fixia is eliminated, nearly 20 people from the Han family are still watching, and there is still a dead end. Therefore, Lu Meng had no choice but to take a desperate risk. First, he cut through the knot with a sharp knife and dealt with Han Fixia forcefully. Then, when the Han family was going crazy and losing their minds, he let the pervert bracelet mess with their minds. The whole process sounds simple, but when Lu Meng thinks about it now, he is really sweating for himself. If something goes wrong in any link, you will die without a burial place. No, this Lishui ghost town is his burial ground. However, it did make Lu Meng angry. What the hell did the Han family think? It was just a matter of killing the ghost possessor who was infected by the spirit and turned into a lonely wild ghost. Why should he do this to a living person like himself? A fatal blow. It's simply lawless. At this moment, Lu Meng was angry, but his body couldn't help but tremble. This is the first time in my life that I have killed anyone. Although the process of Anamu's blade killing Han Fixia was fleeting, the images kept flashing through his mind, and Lu Meng couldn't help but feel sick. It turns out that killing someone is such an uncomfortable thing. After resting for a while, Lu Meng's rapidly beating heart gradually calmed down. He took some water and dry food from his backpack to replenish his strength, and then stood up. Before starting again, Lu Meng first lit up the black spiritual light array under his feet. He suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy loss caused by the fierce battle with Han Fixia and the exhaustion of her trump cards had now been recovered. Not only that, even the new hidden ring has changed from 0 grid to 2 grids. As expected of a general, Lu Meng gained a lot from digesting this ownerless god. Generally speaking, when the possessor dies, the possessed spirit will have 2 endings. One is that the possessing spirit was not summoned at that time, so it disappeared on the spot when the possessor died. One is similar to Han Fixia's situation. The possessed spirit is outside, so it will become a dead object that loses control and usually disperses automatically after a short period of time. But before they dispersed, Lu Meng swallowed up the generals without paying any attention to them, but he didn't expect that they would become his own tonic. After adjusting, Lu Meng chose a direction and continued to set off. He has become extremely cautious now, mainly because the ghost town feels more and more dangerous to him. There are colleagues who have died and become lonely ghosts, and outsiders are hunting. In addition, he must not forget that Meng Zijin and Li Hao are both "I don't know where I went." Apart from anything else, I just lacked the coward's warning and the convenience of advance preparation. Lu Meng is now walking and watching. He is very worried about where he should go next and whether he can leave the ghost town. As he walked, Lu Meng noticed that the surrounding situation was gradually changing. Although it was still desolate, there were occasional broken walls and a gust of wind blowing from time to time. These winds were not strong, but every time they passed by, it made Lu Meng's scalp numb. Suddenly, not far ahead, Lu Meng saw a very small light spot, which seemed to be swaying in the wind. Is there light? Is there anyone else? Lu Meng couldn't help but get excited, and quickly accelerated his pace to get closer. As he approached, Lu Meng tried not to make any noise. He was worried that if he met the Han family, he would be asking for trouble. Not long after, Lu Meng finally got closer and closer to the light spot, so close that he could see the general situation clearly. He couldn't help but frown. There are people, and there are many of them. But to be precise, these people are not people. Walking at the front was a man in government uniform with a big word, "Pan," on his chest and a lantern in his hand. No matter how you looked at the lantern, it looked like the one on the boat when the greedy ghost was ferrying across the Wangchuan River. It looks like a lantern lit with corpse oil. Looking at this yamen servant again, his face was pale and thin, his eyes were dull, and he was staring straight ahead. His steps were brisk and rhythmic, without any pause. Behind the yamen servants, there were more than a dozen rickety figures, all with unkempt faces, their heads lowered so that their faces could not be seen clearly. They were walking barefoot, always keeping a fixed distance from the yamen servants in front of them. When Lu Meng saw this scene, he suddenly remembered a plot in his mind. A ghost sent a lantern to lead the way, and a reincarnated ghost rushed to be reincarnated. No way. Did he really encounter a ghost and a reincarnated ghost? Although Lu Meng couldn't believe it when he thought that this was a ghost town, the conclusion seemed to be extremely reasonable. He froze on the spot for a while, and finally decided to follow. Let's not talk about whether the guesses about ghosts and reincarnated ghosts are correct. Anyway, I don't know where to go, so I might as well follow. Maybe I can find a different place, or even the exit of the ghost town. The undead in front open the way, and the strangers follow closely behind. Lu Meng was obviously no longer hiding anything, but the strange thing was that neither the ghost with the lantern nor the reincarnated ghost behind him noticed Lu Meng's existence. Of course, it's possible that you noticed it but didn't want to pay attention to it. So, this strange team walked through the streets and alleys, and walked until they came to a door. Lu Meng had stopped. He watched the ghosts and reincarnated ghosts enter the door, and all the figures disappeared. Lu Meng looked around and saw that there were no buildings, but this door suddenly stood in front of him, and it seemed that after entering, he would find another world. He couldn't help but wonder, after passing through the gate, would he be entering the depths of the ghost town, or would he be leaving the ghost town, or would he really be reincarnated? So, to follow or not to follow? Since he could not make up his mind, Lu Meng had to ask 8 ghost masters one after another to ask for advice. Black and White Wuchang was seriously injured, but after returning to the gate of the underworld and recuperating for a period of time, he basically regained his ability to move. But neither they nor the double judges and kings of hell knew anything about this door. However, according to their speculation, even if it were the real underworld, there would be nothing to fear, it would just become their home ground. After thinking about it, there was nothing wrong with what he said. With the 8 ghosts as his trump card, and Lu Meng having nowhere to go and being somewhat curious, he finally stepped into the portal. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. Lu Meng's vision went dark at first, and then brightened. Inside the door leaf, there is indeed another world, but it looks like a huge and spacious palace. Under Lu Meng's feet was a hard and smooth stone tile floor. At regular intervals, there were rows of giant pillars surrounded by several people, supporting the ceiling at least 10 meters high above his head. At the end of the line of sight, it was a little dim and hard to see clearly. But from where he stood, there were stone statues standing on both sides, leaving only a passage in the middle. Lu Meng walked towards the nearest stone statue and looked at it carefully. He saw that the overall outline of the stone statue was human-shaped, lifelike and vivid in expression, but he didn't know what the specific meaning was. Hiss, click. The sudden strange sound successfully attracted Lu Meng's attention and startled him at the same time. Lu Meng put on a defensive posture, but found that there was no danger approaching, so he waited for more than half a minute before taking a breath. Then, he walked along the place where he heard the sound just now, and found that a stone statue was broken and fell to the floor into a pile of stone debris. Just as he was wondering, he heard similar hissing and clicking sounds coming from other places one after another. Turning around to look, he discovered that some of the stone statues were broken into pieces. Lu Meng hurried over to check, but there was still just a pile of stone chips on the ground. Strange, why are they broken? Why aren't the others broken? Lu Meng's frown deepened. He couldn't think of the reason, so he had to keep walking forward. As I walked, I finally found a different scene ahead. There seemed to be many shining things. Lu Meng stepped forward cautiously. When the distance got closer, he was stunned. They were mirrors, or objects like light curtains. These mirrors or light curtains all have bright lights at this time, and what appears in the bright lights are moving pictures. In the picture, Lu Meng saw vivid scenes, and these scenes were either wandering ghosts or fellow ghosts who had entered previously. Lu Meng looked around and found Meng Zijin and Li Hao in a scene. The siblings were together, along with a large number of people. Among these people, Lu Meng saw some familiar faces, whom he had met once at Lishui Resort. Among them was Mr. Li Xiao. At this time, these people were all fighting. The spiritual light arrays of various colors under their feet were dazzling, and the number of golden rings was even greater. However, they were surrounded and the situation was very bad. Outside the encirclement, there are two teams of about 20 people each. Their leaders are both at the orange spiritual light array level. From the summoned possessed gods, it can be seen that they seem to be the other two from the same origin as the Corpse King generals. The Corpse King should be Han Bao and Ying Go. These people are also killing people. They seem to be with the Han family. From other pictures, Lu Meng had found the Han family's hunting team that he had met before. This group was also surrounding and killing other ghost spirit masters. After watching, Lu Meng seemed to have concluded some rules. Whenever someone was killed, he would hear the sound of broken stone statues coming from behind him. Could it be said that the stone statues here are closely related to the colleagues who came in? That's not right. Visual inspection of these stone statues numbered at least tens of thousands, and the number of people who came in this time was only a few thousand. How could there be so many stone statues? Unless, these stone statues also include the predecessors who visited the ghost town before. At this time, as the battle in the picture escalated, and the hunter and the besieged entered into a tragic life and death struggle, the cracking sounds coming from behind Lu Meng became more frequent. He suddenly felt clearly that in this hall, the negative atmosphere was getting thicker and thicker, and the yin, ghost, death and energy were everywhere. Lu Meng quickly lit up the black spiritual light array under his feet. If he didn't take advantage of the opportunity to harvest, it would be a waste. He could already predict that as the spiritual light array was full, he might have the opportunity to take another big step forward. The spiritual light array seemed to be quite pleased with the current environment. It spread automatically without Lu Meng's deliberate control, and soon it completely covered the entire hall from top to bottom. Lu Meng deeply felt that this all-encompassing pleasure of swallowing everything was extremely comfortable. In addition to the negative aura floating in the air, the broken stone chips and the still-standing stone statues also had negative aura coming out, all of which became nourishment for the spiritual light array. Is there such a good thing? Lu Meng simply loved this place. At this time, he was like a fish swimming in the sea, feeling extremely comfortable, with a sense of joy coming from the depths of his heart and soul, one after another. But as he sucked it in, Lu Meng was surprised to find that his spiritual light array seemed to be close to saturation and could not be withdrawn. Are you full? Lu Meng was inexplicably horrified. He was like a thin man who had eaten and drank enough, but he was forced to stuff new food into his mouth by an invisible hand. No, I really can't eat any more. Lu Meng clearly felt that his body had swelled into a balloon, and if something touched him even slightly, it might explode on the spot. It's over. Help. Lu Meng was so frightened that he broke into cold sweat, but he had completely lost control of his body and the spiritual light array. As a large amount of negative aura was poured into the spiritual light array, and then shunted from the spiritual light array to the body, Lu Meng was scared to death, and he kept crying in his heart, "I'm going to die." Those surging breaths have filled the body from the inside out, including every hair pore. But they showed no sign of stopping. Instead, they all rushed up and gathered at the two exits like a tide. The exit turned out to be Lu Meng's left and right eyes. This scene immediately reminded Lu Meng of a picture. During the awakening ceremony, Lu Meng chose to awaken Emperor Fengdu as his possessing spirit. In the entire set of 7 steps, a similar phenomenon occurs in the penultimate step of the finishing touch. The left eye goes up to heaven, the right eye goes to the earth. Are these yin-yang eyes? Lu Meng felt inexplicably that something was wrong with his current state. These eyes, due to the infusion of endless negative aura, had vague signs of mutation. He felt that his left eye was burning and his right eye was freezing cold, but because he lost control of his body, he couldn't reach out to rub it. As the negative aura increased, Lu Meng found that his eyes seemed to be burning. He looked up to the sky and howled in pain, wishing someone could pluck out these eyes. There seemed to be blood flowing from his eye sockets, but Lu Meng could only vent his pain by screaming. My vision has long been blurred, and I can't see anything clearly, only a cloudy haze. But, suddenly, in the haze, a scene was taking shape, exploding the haze. Lu Meng regained his sight, and he saw a tall and majestic figure sitting on top of the throne. It turned out to be Emperor Fengdu. At this time, Emperor Fengdu was crouching at his desk to review, with his brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes his face soothed. But Lu Meng's eyes were not focused on Emperor Fengdu. Instead, he seemed to be pulled by something, directly past the throne and came to the wall behind the emperor. There is a broad mural on the wall, and in the upper right corner of the mural is written a row of large characters with flying dragons and phoenixes, the map of the 5 directions ghost emperors gathering spirits and Qi Shiqi. This map clearly depicts that the ghost emperors from the 5 directions in the southeast, northwest, and northwest are divided into 5 directions. They sit in lotus position and gather in a group, meditating with their 5 hearts facing the sky and their eyes closed. However, the map automatically evolved without warning, as if it had become a living comic strip. First of all, the 5 ghost emperors are setting up the formation. They follow specific trajectories and movements to depict the formation I formation. This formation is the spirit gathering formation. Then, the 5 ghost emperors put a large amount of spiritual stones of all levels into the formation's eyes, thereby guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to converge, and to embrace all rivers, making the formation complete. Then, the 5 ghost emperors took their seats according to specific directions, performed their mental exercises, and concentrated on inhaling and eating in the array. What the 5 ghost emperors did made Lu Meng suddenly suspicious. Strange, they are all famous gods of the underworld. Why don't they cultivate and grow by absorbing negative auras such as ghost energy, demon energy, death energy, and turbidity, instead of directly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Their behavior reminded Lu Meng of a type of person, Qi refiners from the ancient world. By the way, before time travel, in Chinese mythology on Earth, there were legends about ancient Qi masters. If it were Lu Meng in his previous life, he would have just laughed it off. But after coming to Blue Star, he had to switch from materialism to mythology research because there was spiritual energy recovery, mythological awakening, and inheritance call here. Once upon a time, he accidentally thought about whether the prehistoric Qi refiners who absorbed spiritual energy and practiced to overcome tribulations and became gods and saints were somehow consistent with the current world. But because I couldn't prove it and I had never come across similar statements or classics, I gradually gave it up. However, seeing this map now, where even the ghost emperors of the 5 directions were setting up formations to perform exercises and absorb spiritual energy, layers of memories suddenly popped up in Lu Meng's mind. His thoughts suddenly became active. Maybe one of the ways to practice is to follow the broad path of a Qi practitioner. Could the revival of spiritual energy have any deeper meaning? The spiritual light array under our feet mainly absorbs spiritual energy to grow. Even ghost spiritual masters essentially convert negative breath into spiritual energy for their own use. Can the spiritual energy be used to transform the spiritual master himself through the spiritual light array, such as in the prehistoric times? Kagator. Perhaps, this is the essence of myth inheritance. When this thought appeared, Lu Meng's thoughts suddenly became overwhelming and he couldn't get away from it. As he was thinking, his eyes were suddenly withdrawn, and the map and Emperor Fengdu disappeared from the end of his sight. Lu Meng's vision returned to clarity, and the control of his body gradually returned to himself. He lost weight and no longer swelled into a balloon. The spiritual light array also stopped absorbing, and there was no longer any new nourishment to replenish in the hall. Lu Meng felt like he had come back from the gate of hell, as if he had had a very weird dream. He looked at the black spiritual light array at his feet. It still had 3 rings plus 2 spaces, neither increasing nor decreasing. Obviously he had absorbed so much negative aura just now, so he shouldn't have improved. Even if he broke through 2 or 3 major realms in a row, Lu Meng felt that it was completely normal. Lu Meng suddenly felt confused. Did he fall into some kind of illusion just now? Wrong. He noticed that his eyes were different. As soon as a thought comes out, the spiritual energy is drawn away from the spiritual light array and goes to the eyes, and his eyes suddenly have a strange feeling of wanting to see 1,000 miles away. This is not to say that he can really see thousands of miles at a glance, or even have farsightedness, but the strange thing is that he can see wisps of energy floating in the air. Even if these energies are hidden in corners, behind pillars, or in places with no light, Lu Meng can see them moving irregularly. Are these energies the residual spiritual energy and ghostly energy that drifted out from my spiritual light array? My eyes seem to be capable of looking into the air. Lu Meng thought about it. Couldn't this be the yin and yang eyes of Emperor Fengdu? My dear, is it possible that after absorbing so much negative aura just now, he finally tempered these eyes? Just when Lu Meng was horrified and trying to find the answer, there were continuous clicking sounds around him. The mirrors or light curtains were broken first, then the stone statues one after another, the pillars one after another, and the ceiling above. I go. Lu Meng ran away, fearing that the hall would collapse. He ran desperately towards the door he entered, but found that the distance was too far, and he was worried that he would not be able to catch up. It rained all night, and the floor tiles under his feet cracked. Lu Meng suddenly lost his center of gravity, danced and fell to the bottom of the darkness. Ah! Help! Bang! Lu Meng's butt hit a hard object, and he grimaced in pain. When he rubbed his butt and stood up with a twitching face to see what was going on around him, he suddenly felt that there were many burning eyes focused on him. Looking up, there are people everywhere. Lu Meng found that the faces of these people were somewhat familiar. Some of them were fellow ghost spirit masters who had met in Lishui Resort before, and some of them were the various hunting teams seen in the picture. Classmate Lu. A voice sounded from behind. Lu Meng turned around and saw that it was Li Hao with an excited face. Next to Li Hao were the exhausted Meng Zijin and Po Meng, who was leaning on a cane and covered in scars. Haha, Lu Meng was stunned at first, and then said ecstatically, I finally found you. Lu Meng immediately ran over to join the siblings. The crowd around them became noisy again, and they were already fighting together. Seeing the light and shadow of swords coming towards him, Lu Meng was startled, and quickly showed his spiritual light array, and invited the black and white impermanence and the bull-headed horse face to escort him from the gate of the underworld. Fortunately, no one regards him as a target, and he still maintains a state of fighting against his original opponents. Lu Meng barely passed through the war zone and finally reunited with his siblings. Classmate Lu, it's great to see you okay. Li Hao was both excited and emotional. At this time, he huddled in the corner. The coward did not come out. He hugged Lu Meng again and asked again and again, where were you before? Why did it fall from the sky? It's a long story. There were so many things that happened after the separation that Lu Meng didn't know where to start. He was more concerned about the present. Second sister Meng, Li Hao, what's going on? Why are there so many people fighting? Hey, it's so irritating to say the least. Li Hao had a chance to vent his bitterness, and he caught Lu Meng and scolded him. After listening for a few minutes, Lu Meng roughly understood it. The advent of the ghost city not only attracted the ghost possessors, but also attracted coveters. including the Ghost Clan organization in the Mountain City and the sworn enemy Mao Shan Qingfang ghost hunting Wang family, as well as the 5 major thug families under the Wang family. They killed everyone in the Ghost City and ate the ghosts they saw. The two sides fought fiercely, and Lu Meng finally knew the whole story. At this moment, the war situation has reached a fever pitch. All the 5 Ghost Emperor families in Senluo underworld have joined the war, and even the 5 masters have entered the Ghost City. They had been entangled before, delaying their opportunity to fight, but they still came over. However, he encountered an evenly matched opponent at the Ghost Gate. Wang Ling personally led the heads of the 5 thug families to fight and retreat, only fighting and causing destruction, but not allowing the 5 heads of the Ghost Emperor families to enter the Ghost City for support. But the head of the Ghost Emperor family is not a vegetarian. After all, the 5 of them are red spiritual light array, 9 ring near God level spiritual masters. On the hunter side, only Wang Ling is on par with them. Although the 5 subordinates are also there are 9 rings, but they are all orange spiritual light arrays, and the top combat power is still a little bit behind. You must know that when the possessor is in the same realm, the more advanced the spiritual light array and the higher the status of the possessing spirit, the stronger the strength will naturally be. Even the high-level gods possessed by the high-level spiritual light array can often help the possessed master to complete cross-level operations. Therefore, although the head of the 5 Ghost Emperor family suffered a numerical disadvantage compared to the 6 people from Wang Ling, he had an overall advantage. But the trouble is, time does not allow Senluo underworld to fall into the enemy's rhythm. If there is any further delay, the colleagues who come from all over the country to the ghost town to attend the meeting may be swallowed up by Saitagarba's entire direct lineage. As a result, the 5 Ghost Emperor family heads had to explode. In this way, the two sides fought all the way to the hinterland of the Ghost City. In order to prevent their powerful energy from spreading to the younger generations, the 11 bosses all tacitly used the combination of gods and mortals to fight in a unified manner, entered the domain, rose to the heights of the Ghost City, and cleared the battlefield. Carve out a separate space. Lu Meng looked up at the sky at this time. No wonder he kept hearing rumbles above his head. At first he thought it was thundering here, but it turned out that it was the big guys fighting. In other words, after becoming an 8th ring legendary spiritual master, you can own a domain. After upgrading to a 9 ring near God level spiritual master, the spiritual master at this time is theoretically the same as the awakened possessed spirit. The degree of bloodline fusion is infinitely close to 100%, and he already has magical powers. It can be expected that the person fighting in the sky above is most likely a majestic god of war who has incarnated as the Ghost Emperor, Saitagarba, Diting and the 4 Corpse Kings, and they are competing with each other with powerful skills and even supernatural powers. It's you. Come and die. At this time, an angry shout from afar reached Lu Meng's ears, pulling him out of his deep contemplation. Lu Meng turned around to look, his eyelids suddenly jumped and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Oh my god, he is actually a member of the Han family of General Luohan. We are really enemies. These people were killing everyone, but suddenly someone noticed Lu Meng's figure with sharp eyes, and they suddenly became furious. They wanted to avenge Han Fixia who was killed. Seeing that the Han family members were pushing forward regardless, and several of them had at least 6 or 7 rings of spiritual light arrays at their feet, Lu Meng thought on his heels and knew that he was far from his opponent. He was so anxious that he had to seek outside help, the Han family. Do you think there are no people in our ghost clan, brothers, who will kill these maggots with me? You must know that in the current Ghost City, although the overall strength of the Ghost Spirit Masters is not strong, and their general realms vary from good to bad, their numbers are dominant and they have more or less high-end combat power. For example, the 10 Palaces of Hell with 7 or 8 golden rings is the most important force of resistance. When these people heard Lu Meng's plea for help and saw the Han family's ferocity, they couldn't help but kill them one by one. Do you think my ghost clan has no one? Send your life, you ghost traitors. Today next year will be your memorial day. Quote. I have to say that the fellow ghost tribes are good. Although they are not favored by the other 3 tribes under the general environment and have become weaker and weaker over the years, they at least know how to stick together. Seeing that his danger was over, Lu Meng simply invited the 2 judges out. Seeing the right opportunity, he asked Zhang Kui to transform a certain 7th ring general. The opponent was suddenly surrounded and beaten on the spot until he vomited 3 liters of blood. This is not over yet. Lu Meng knows that he is not qualified to compete with these masters, but he is a chicken thief. There are not many golden rings in sight, and he is hitting 2 or 3 of them one by one. It was a great time to play. However, as he played around, Lu Meng found that the situation did not improve much for him. The main thing is that the overall personal combat power of the hunters is relatively high, and they can be said to be the best. The key is that they come from the same faction, hang out together all year round, and are very familiar with each other, so they work together in a very orderly manner. Unlike the Ghost tribe, even though they share the same hatred, most people don't know each other, let alone cooperate with each other. Even if they are working together in the Senluo underworld, the children of the 5 Ghost Emperor families are not very familiar with each other, and their tacit understanding is very little. If this fight continues, both sides will suffer huge losses. At this time, 11 figures fell from the sky, 5 of them on one side and 6 on the other side. The big guys seemed to have finished their discussion. The troops on both sides stopped the fight automatically and stood in 2 directions, visually waiting for the big bosses to say what to do next. Du Zitang, the rotating palace master, had a sullen face, holding back his anger and glared at Wang Ling who was standing opposite, gritted his teeth and asked, "Wang Ling, do you really want to kill everything?" Wang Ling looked calm and spread his hands, "I don't care. Anyway, let's fight. The Ghost City will not be able to withstand the energy of so many of us. When the Ghost City is shattered, it won't be my side that loses." Du Zitang took a deep breath, feeling extremely angry, but had to persuade herself to calm down. She looked at Wang Ling. "If you want to fight, I can accompany you to the end, but you have to go out to the ghost town before fighting." Wang Ling shook his head. "Are you thinking too beautifully? Wang Ling, don't go too far. Don't think that just because you can control us in the ghost town, you can act unscrupulously. If the situation is really going to die, the worst we can do is go to the Qingfang of Maoshan Mountain. The implication is self-evident. If you dare to be cruel, don't blame us for paying back double the amount." Wang Ling smiled, with an endless cold light in his eyes. "Are you threatening me? You can think so. Do you think that Maoshan Qingfang is a place where you can go and leave whenever you want? In the final analysis, Maoshan Qingfang actually only has the red lineage of Saitagarba, and the other 5 thug families are nothing more than orange level, and their overall strength is not that outstanding. At least for the Wufang Ghost Emperor family in the Mountain City, it is not such a hard nut to crack. But over the years, it was all the ghost spirit masters in the Dragon Kingdom who were chased and beaten by the Wang family, and could only survive in the Mountain City. The reason is not because Saitagarba Bodhisattva belongs to the Buddhist lineage, and the Buddhist lineage is a huge and intricate entity in the Dragon Kingdom. With the protection of the entire Buddhist system, Senluo Underworld has always been wary of rats. Even if they were lucky enough to level the Qingfang of Maoshan Mountain secretly, looking back, the entire Mountain City may suffer endless revenge from the Buddhist system. Therefore, Senluo Hell has never dared to take this step. At this moment, this threat fell into Wang Ling's ears. It cannot be said that it is particularly big, it can only be said that it cannot make a little splash. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take advantage of Lishui Ghost City to appear and let all his clansmen out. "Stop talking nonsense, we are all here. There are so many ghosts here, it would be a pity if we don't kill them all." The royal mausoleum immediately lit up the spiritual light array, and Saitagarba Bodhisattva appeared and merged with himself. Beside him and behind him, the possessed masters who had reached the 5th ring had all completed the battle of combining gods and mortals, while those who had not yet reached the 5th ring retreated further, preparing to fight with the little ghosts later. "Sister, do it." Kai Heng, the current head of the Kai family, saw this situation and knew that it was impossible to be merciful this time. In addition, after the advent of the Ghost City, so many ghost spirit masters were killed, and the Kai family became he had sacrificed the lives of many young people, so at this moment his eyes were filled with blood, and he wished he could fight the murderers opposite him. "You can't do anything," Zhou Yao, the head of the Zhou family, firmly objected. "My surname is Zhou. At this time, you still want to be a coward. What do you know?" Zhou Yao was misunderstood by Kai Heng. Although he was very angry, he did not waste time, but analyzed it carefully. "Our realm is too strong, and the energy of the gods we invited is stronger. It is difficult for the ghost city to hold on. I noticed signs of falling apart just now. It's just a collapse. The Wang family is here. Do you still expect them to give us a chance to explore slowly? Okay. Du Ziteng interrupted the quarrel between the two. If you don't consider the exploration of the ghost city, at least consider the future here. Don't you see that the Wang family plans to break the pot and use tyrannical energy to hold the ghost city up? Explosion just makes the young people here sync directly with the ghost town. Quote. Hateful. Just when the 5 bosses of Senluo underworld were in a dilemma, Wang Ling and his men on the opposite side had already taken action. They really wanted to give it a go and kill as many as they could. It didn't matter if the ghost city was destroyed. The only loss would be the ghost clan. In this way, in addition to destroying the ghost city and depriving the ghost spirit masters of the opportunity to explore the secret realm, they can also kill a group of people along the way. Upper-class figures like the 5 Directions Ghost Emperor should not be in any danger, but with so many big bosses fighting, the spilled aftermath of the battle can easily devour those with low status. In this way, the ghost clan's future talent development will at least go backwards. An era. Therefore, Wang Ling directly launched his ultimate move, Fuzu. This is the spiritual technique given to Wang Ling by Saitagarbha Bodhisattva. When he comes out, he can suppress all things. A huge golden ring, magnified countless times, suddenly condensed from high in the sky, covering the ghost spirit master indiscriminately, overwhelming the sky and the earth, making people extremely depressed. Du Ziteng was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Of course she was not afraid of this spiritual technique. The key was that there were so many juniors here, and it was easy for Kai Yu to be affected. I'm coming. Zhao Kaiyang, the head of the Zhao family, volunteered and stood out from the crowd. Supernatural power, a shield that reaches the sky. Above Zhao Kaiyang's head, a thick black shield like a dark cloud suddenly appeared, just in time to offset the pressing Fuzu golden ring. Seeing the golden ring melting, the shield that reaches the sky is still intact, and the superiority of magical powers and spiritual arts is now clear. However, the corner of Wang Ling's lips curled up in an arc, using magical powers to deal with my spiritual arts. Idiot. You must know that magical power is a skill that can only be understood and learned by a 9-ring near-god level spiritual master. It is many times more advanced than spiritual arts. It is stronger if it is stronger, but the spiritual energy consumed also increases with the tide. The point is, this is a ghost town. After a long period of ups and downs, it has long become fragile. You still use magical powers as soon as you get up. Click, click. At this time, lightning and thunder suddenly appeared high in the sky, and the ground beneath our feet frequently showed signs of cracks. People who were standing could clearly feel the shaking. Not good. The ghost tribe panicked. Do it. Indiscriminate bombardment. Wang Ling realized that the opportunity could not be missed, and decisively ordered everyone to attack at will, adding salt to the wounds of the ghost clan and the ghost city. Siblings Lu Meng, Meng Zijin and Li Hao were hiding behind the big guys. They thought that the tall man would hold up the sky if it fell, but they didn't expect that now it seemed that the tall man would also suffer. Looking at the disagreement in the front, the fight was already shattering. Most of the colleagues in the rear dispersed when they saw the situation was not going well. The 3 of them did not dare to stay. Of course, they ran as far as they could and tried to stay away from the fighting area. However, before he had even taken a few steps, attacks were falling from all directions, including above his head. Lu Meng was so frightened that he had no choice but to release the gate of the underworld and directly invite the 8 ghost masters to come out to help. 8. Orange. Meng Zijin and Li Hao beside them were shocked. Not long after they separated after entering the ghost town, Lu Meng seemed to be a different person. When did this guy possess Yaki? What's going on with the orange level spiritual light array? Could it be that Lu Meng was hiding his clumsiness from the first day he met him? Seeing Lu Meng using 8 ghosts to block 8 directions and fighting and retreating, the siblings followed Lu Meng closely, trying to leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. But before they had gone far, they suddenly discovered that the ground beneath their feet was completely cracked, as if a terrible earthquake had occurred. It split into tectonic plates on the spot, and many people were separated as a result. From the cracks in the ground, it is obvious that magma is emerging, and ghost hands are climbing along the cracks in the ground, accompanied by howls and painful groans. Is the real underworld about to appear? Ha ha ha, the ghost city is filled with the hearty laughter of Wang Ling, who is the incarnation of Saitagarbha Bodhisattva. The ghost city is broken, yin and yang are out of balance, and ghosts are coming out. Ha ha ha. In this way, they can kill more ghosts, and also allow the ghosts here to escape and engulf the entire mountain city. From now on, the last resting place of the ghost possessor will be destroyed. Not only that, in order to prevent the wild ghosts from the mountain city from spilling out, the 3 series of spiritual masters from all over the country can use their skills to destroy the mountain city. In this case, Saitagarbha can practice the concept of clearing hell, and maybe he can break through the shackles and change from red to black spiritual light array. Thinking of this, Wang Ling became even more complacent and led his men to use all their strength to destroy the ghost city more completely. On the Senluo underworld side, I saw the younger generations fighting bloody battles. They were either killed by the Wang family on the opposite side, fell into the lava in the cracks in the ground, or fought fiercely with the ghosts that emerged. At this moment, they were attacked from both sides. I didn't know whether to retreat first or not. Save people. The ghost clan is in danger. Du Zitang's heart was bleeding crazily. Her sights were aimed at Wang Ling, who was soaring high into the sky and was overwhelmed with joy. At this time, she transformed into the Southern Ghost Emperor, stepped on the red spiritual light array, and silently surrounded it with her domain. Since the jar has been broken by you, it won't be easy for you. Du Zitang has made up his mind that even if he trades his life with Wang Ling today, he will never let the culprit leave the mountain city alive. At this time, the earth had long since cracked into pieces. Li Hao was lying on the ground tremblingly. Next to Meng Zijin stood Po Mang, and Lu Meng was surrounded by 8 ghosts protecting him. But the 3 of them were separated, and as the magma emerged, soon even their footing would disappear. Except for those big guys who can take off to fight, everyone else is too busy to take care of themselves and no longer has time to take action against each other. Lu Meng looked around, and immediately took away the 8 ghosts and the gate of the underworld to reduce the consumption of spiritual energy as much as possible. Looking down at the cracked magma, Lu Meng became upset and angry for some reason. It's not because the situation is bad, but it's just that I feel annoyed for no reason. That kind of annoyance seems to be the annoyance of being irritated by others, similar to the annoyance of unknown rats who are messing around in your house and causing trouble everywhere. You can't wait to rush up and give these idiots a big fight. Not long after, Lu Meng's mood escalated from irritable to depressed. He felt that there was a lot of anger in his chest and he needed to find an outlet to vent. The lava under his feet had followed the cracks in the ground to his feet, but he didn't realize it. Lu Meng was so angry that he tore open his collar, feeling hot all over his body. Unknowingly, the spiritual light array reappeared on the soles of his feet, the same thick ink color as when he first awakened. Behind him, black mist was quietly gathering. In the black mist, there was a hazy figure. It seemed to be wearing a crown, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and a pair of eyes as bright as a beacon. It looked extremely solemn and indifferent. Lu Meng seemed to have gone crazy at this time. His whole body was hot and black, and whenever he looked back, he would be shocked. Isn't the black shadow behind this the scene depicting Emperor Fengdu in the 7 Awakenings? Suddenly, the tall black shadow of Emperor Fengdu behind him penetrated into Lu Meng's body. Lu Meng became completely motionless, with black energy gushing out from all his orifices. He sat cross-legged on the ground, with a pair of jet black eyes looking down at all living beings, taking in a panoramic view of the entire crumbling ghost city. Then, Lu Meng's lips twitched slightly. Xiao Xiao dares to be so disrespectful to me. You all deserve to die. Lu Meng was sitting on the black spiritual light array, his body floating slightly, only about half a meter above the surface of the magma. He quickly kneaded the knot with his hands, and after a few seconds, he sighed, "What a pity, this body is so bad. However, I can barely teach you a lesson. To die and to kill." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ling and the 5 thugs who were fighting fiercely with the 5 Ghost Emperor clan masters in the Senluo underworld at high altitude felt as if their hearts were pinched by an invisible hand, and their whole body dwarfed. The whole person fell to the ground. And those Saitagarbha, Di Ting, and the 4 corpse kings who had been hiding from the magma on the cracked floor all knelt on the ground, unable to breathe. Immediately afterwards, a voice exploded in everyone's mind, "I am the only one in the underworld." Click. Including Wang Ling, all the spiritual masters who belonged to the direct lineage of Saitagarba at Qingfeng in Maoshan shattered a golden ring and dropped a large realm on the spot. Wang Ling's entire body was wrapped in magma, but the threat from these flames to him was zero. However, when Wang Ling saw that he had dropped from the 9th ring near God-level Spirit Master to the 8th ring legendary level, he was stunned, and his body was trembling crazily. Unconditional and indiscriminate deprivation of one link. Who did this? Wang Ling suddenly remembered an allusion he had read, which seemed to record similar phenomena. It is said that the Lord of the Underworld has a magical power that specifically restrains the other 3 races. Non-God level spiritual masters cannot resist it. He can explode a golden ring unconditionally and indiscriminately, causing him to fall into the realm on the spot. If he wants to recover, he can only practice again. Fengdu was furious and sacrificed a ring. Is there Emperor Fengdu here? Is this ghost city a subordinate city of Emperor Fengdu? Could it be said that this is Mount Luofeng, the true sect of ghosts and gods in the world? At this time, Wang Ling was half frightened. As the spiritual master of the awakened Saitagarba Bodhisattva, although he had always cherished the great wish of killing ghosts and attaining enlightenment and becoming a Buddha, he knew very well that facing Emperor Fengdu in the ghost city would definitely lead to death. But the strange thing is, if Emperor Fengdu really took action just now, why didn't he kill everyone? By only sacrificing one ring, do you want to express something? Seeing that there was no follow-up attack coming, and Du Ziteng and others were already coming to kill him from above, Wang Ling was worried and had to make a final decision. Retreat. Qi Lin. Wang Ling shouted to his most sincere subordinate, Qi Lin, the head of the Qi family, it's up to you. Understood. Qi Lin was also blown up just now. Although he was in a trance at the moment, he had no time to think too much and quickly made a secret to perform the spiritual technique. At the same time, Wang Ling and the heads of the 4 corpse kings had quickly started to gather the descendants they had brought with them, and all of them were reunited with Qi Lin. I saw the Diding divine beast incarnated by Qi Lin opening its bloody mouth and swallowing everyone on the spot. Then his body turned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace. Spiritual magic. Fixed point universe, allows you to set a fixed point as the destination for teleportation, specifically for escape. Usually, this fixed point is at the Wang family base camp at Maoshan Qingfeng. This was the confidence and backup plan that gave Wang Ling the courage to bring so many elite members of his direct line into the Ghost Clan's base camp in the mountain city. There was always a chance for them to escape. Kill all these beasts sooner or later. The ghost town is about to collapse, save people first. Du Ziteng and other bosses were angry when they saw Wang Ling and others escaping through Tingting's spiritual skills, but they could only make up for it. In particular, the ghost town has been shattered to pieces, with cracked floors almost engulfed by magma. Many young people don't even have a place to stay, and cries for help can be heard from everywhere. There is a difference between yin and yang. All dead souls return to the place where they should go, and all living creatures leave the world where they should not set foot. At this time, a rumbling sound exploded in the dilapidated ghost town, and even Du Ziteng and other big bosses couldn't help but tremble. Who's talking? Pretend to be a ghost. Get out of here. Faced with the challenge, the voice did not sound again. However, the ghost hand that originally stretched out from the magma suddenly retracted, and the emerging magma also had a tendency to retreat. Not only that, Yin Qi suddenly attacked from all directions, filling the entire ghost city. A road was paved on the surface of the magma in an instant, and it seemed to be no different from the Wangquan road that connected the shore and Gimin Pass when the ghost town rose from Lishui. As the underworld road appeared, many people seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and rushed to step on it. The underworld road extended to the end, seemingly leading the group of ghost spirit masters to leave. Du Ziteng was a little confused, but there was a thought in her heart telling her that it was best to leave as soon as possible. So, she decisively ordered, "Everyone, follow quickly and get out immediately." In fact, there was no need for her to urge them at all. Everyone's desire to survive told themselves that something big might happen if they didn't leave, and everyone wished they had 2 more legs. As they ran forward in the direction where Wangquan Road extended, they unknowingly saw a bright light at the end, and their vision suddenly became particularly dazzling. After my eyes got used to it, I realized that I was looking at the resort by the Lishui River, and it was already dawn outside. Has it been a night or a few days? They didn't know clearly, but one thing was clear, they were saved. Everyone stepped onto the land by the river one after another. The breeze and air blowing from the shore immediately made many people's bodies soften and fall directly to the ground, completely relaxing their body and mind. Sister, Li Hao, I'm here. Meng Zijin and Li Hao were a little far apart, but they managed to get together through shouting loudly. Both of them are at peace with each other, which is good. Where's Lu Meng? I don't know. I haven't seen him. Lu Meng, classmate Lu, where are you? Boom. Turning around to look, the ghost town above Lishui suddenly burst into flames. It seemed like endless hellfire had re-emerged from under the river, swallowing up the entire ghost town and pulling it into the bottom of the river. The gate of hell has collapsed, the ghost town is crumbling, and even the broken walls may not be left. Zila. The hellfire has completely annihilated the ghost town and sank back into the water, with only heat waves rising from the water. Lu Meng felt very dizzy, as if a small boat was being paddled back and forth in the vast ocean. Emperor Fengdu appeared for the first time, with cold eyebrows and angry eyes, using his magic to lead to death and killing, which frightened the intruders and forced them to retreat in panic. However, this magical power was forcibly used by a spiritual master of such a low level as Lu Meng, which caused a huge backlash and made him unconscious on the spot. All the spiritual energy was drained, and the 3 golden rings darkened. Not only that, but his body was also hollowed out, he was exhausted, his energy and blood were greatly depleted, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a haggard mummy. While everyone else was sent out of the Lishui ghost city along the Wangquan road unharmed, Lu Meng passed out. As the ghost town collapsed, he was bathed in the fire of hell and sank together. Wake up, wake up. Lu Meng felt someone pushing his body, and his consciousness gradually returned. When he opened his eyes, he stretched out his hand and shook it several times angrily. Who is it? It's so annoying. His eyelids were completely raised, and the scene in his vision was a little blurry, but it was red, and there seemed to be something dangling in front of his eyes. Lu Meng rubbed his eyes, and after 2 or 3 seconds, he sat down with a groan. Who are you? In front of him, there was a dwarf with a dry body and no hair, large and protruding eye sockets, and a height of about 1 meter. He was glaring at him with a pair of eyes. Who am I? The other party Jia smiled strangely. You will know in a moment. The man suddenly stretched out a hand and inserted it into Lu Meng's mouth, widely spreading his upper and lower lips. He then used his other hand to hold a pair of iron pliers and clamped Lu Meng's tongue without any warning. Pull it out first and then talk. Lu Meng was hurt by the sudden attack. He instinctively used his hands and feet to beat and kick the opponent, and then he broke free. Hey, you still dare to resist? The other party waved to the nearby people. Come here and help, there is someone here who doesn't know how to praise. At this moment, several dwarfs of the same type came over and started beating Lu Meng. Naturally, Lu Meng did not give in. He immediately used the spiritual soul shield. However, there was no ghostly energy coming out, and there was no black shield coming out to protect the body. Lu Meng didn't know why, but he planned to light up the spiritual light array, release the gate of the underworld, and ask the ghost master to protect the way. However, there was no reaction, and it seemed that he did not feel even a trace of spiritual energy in his body. During the fight with the dwarfs, Lu Meng noticed from the corner of his eye that something seemed wrong with his body. Bones and bones were like firewood, and there was not much strength in the whole body. He coughed violently with the slightest exertion. His hands, feet and body were bare, with only a layer of skin hanging on, and no flesh and blood at all. It looked like a mummy that had been buried for who knows how many years. This was simply too terrifying. Let go. What did you do to me? Why am I like this? Who are you? A fierce fear surged from the depths of Lu Meng's soul. He suddenly thought that he might have had some kind of horrific accident, and then he was captured by a cult organization and did some inhumane research, leading to him becoming like this. The dwarfs ignored his struggle. The dwarf who attacked first said, "This kid is too noisy. Let's throw him into the fire of hell and soak him, and then pluck out his tongue." After a short while, Lu Meng was tied up by a group of dwarfs, held up in the air, and then moved to a place. Thump. Lu Meng felt his body fly in an arc in midair, and the vision above his head kept moving backwards. His body seemed to fall rapidly, and then a huge, fiery red water splash was thrown out. Why is it fiery red? Lu Meng was shocked. Soon, he felt that there was a high-temperature heat wave all around him, and besides him, there were many, many arms and figures waving around. But without exception, these figures are unable to make a sound. If you look carefully, you can find that their mouths are empty, and they have no tongues. Hi, it's so hot. Lu Meng bared his teeth, thinking that he might be burned to death. But a few seconds later, he suddenly froze. So warm. Yes, Lu Meng felt so warm. This kind of warmth is completely refreshing, like a spring breeze. Maybe the baby is playing freely in the mother's body, but that's it. But Lu Meng was wondering why it was so comfortable and warm, while the people next to him were struggling desperately. The pain on their faces didn't seem to be fake. Lu Meng suddenly felt that the spiritual energy that he had not felt until now began to have faint traces in his body. He quickly turned around and looked around. He could see endless magma with flaming blisters, and above his head was a cliff. At the top, there were those dwarfs lowering their heads and laughing. Weird. Where is this place? Why is there spiritual energy again? Lu Meng couldn't figure it out, but after adapting for a while, he finally felt that his spiritual energy could be used a little, so he immediately displayed the spiritual light array. As the black spiritual light array appeared under the magma, Lu Meng suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy around him became more intense and violent, and all of them spontaneously and consciously gathered towards his own spiritual light array. It seems to be down there. There is spiritual energy down there. This spiritual energy is so pure that Lu Meng does not need any skills to absorb and circulate it. As long as he has the medium of spiritual light array, he can absorb it all into his body. And after his spiritual light array was swallowed, he finally felt that his body functions seemed to be recovering, and his mummy-like body was slightly bulging. Very good. Lu Meng was excited, and in order to ensure safety in a strange environment, he released the gate of the underworld and invited the two ghost masters Black and White. Jia, you haven't had a long break, why are you looking for us again? Boy, are you done? Master He and Master Bai continued to complain, but when they saw the surrounding situation, they were immediately stunned. Mr. Bai Xie Bian asked solemnly, Boy, why are you in a place like this? Black Master Fan Wuju looked at Lu Meng, frowned and asked, How did you become like this? Lu Meng was about to cry but had no tears, and thought to himself, I also want to know what is going on. However, he saw from Master Bai's reaction that they seemed to know this place, so he quickly asked, Master He and Master Bai, what is this place? Tongue-pulling hell. I said, why are you going to tongue-pulling hell for nothing? How did you find this place? Tongue-pulling hell. Lu Meng was immediately startled. Isn't this one of the famous 18 levels of hell? How did I end up in tongue-pulling hell? I won't die, right? The more Lu Meng thought about it, the more terrifying he felt. He suddenly woke up. No wonder the dwarf wanted to pull out his tongue just now. There is a saying that anyone who sows dissension, slanders and harms others, is glib, and lies, will be sent to the tongue-pulling hell after death. The devil will open the mouth of the person who comes and clamp it with iron pliers. Hold your tongue and pull it out, not all at once, but lengthening and pulling slowly. Then enter the scissors hell, iron tree hell. However, Lu Meng couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it. He had always been stupid and was not the kind of person who was eloquent at all. Even if he went to hell, he shouldn't go to tongue-pulling hell. In addition, why did the body become like this, and who caused it? Lu Meng racked his brains and couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Master Ghost, tell me quickly, how to get out of the tongue-pulling hell. Haha, you think hell is run by your family, and you can come and leave whenever you want. What, are you going to tell me that I can't leave you? If I go, am I really dead? Don't worry, you're fine. I can feel that your yang energy is still there, and you have a long life. However, it's really puzzling how you came to the tongue-pulling hell. Let's do it this way. NG, just stay here. Stay, what's there to do in hell? Black and White Wucheng pointed at Lu Meng's body, and asked him to pay attention to the spiritual light array under his body, and then said, Don't you realize that being in the tongue-pulling hell may be a good thing for you now? Being reminded like this, Lu Meng's attention returned to himself. Not to mention, aside from the reality that this place is hell, Lu Meng found that everything was actually quite good, even enjoyable. The originally mummified body was slowly recovering, and the trunk and limbs were gradually becoming swollen, as if they were being infused with blood and flesh. Even though I can't see the face, I guess it's pretty much the same. In addition, when he saw his spiritual light array, he was shocked at first, and then let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know why the 3 golden rings were dim, which meant that all the spiritual energy had been drained out of them inexplicably. But fortunately, thanks to the massive amount of spiritual energy in the spiritual light array under the swallowing magma, it has been gradually replenished. In this situation, if someone told him that this was not a tongue-pulling hell, but a tongue-pulling paradise, Lu Meng would choose to believe it. Since black and white and impermanence don't know how to leave, let's restore our aura and body first, at least to ensure that we have the strength to fight and can cope with dangers. So, Lu Meng simply floated freely in the magma, completely emptied his mind and body, and devoted himself to it. He spent 1 or 2 days like this. In the blink of an eye, 4 days and 4 nights passed. Lu Meng kept his eyes closed, and he did not notice the changes in the surrounding environment at all. Until someone pushed him and shouted to him, "Wake up." Opening his eyes, Lu Meng saw the dwarf again. No, to be precise, it should be the imp in charge of tongue-pulling hell. "What are you doing?" Lu Meng saw the iron pliers in the kid's hand and immediately wanted to strike first. But after the kid woke him up, he took the initiative to retreat, huddled in the corner with other kid, his face was a little trembling. Lu Meng didn't understand what these brats wanted to do. He stood up instinctively. Only then did he realize that he was naked, but he had flesh and blood, and his skin was red. He reached out and touched his face, which was full of elasticity. "I've recovered." Lu Meng was pleasantly surprised. "That's great." He suddenly felt that there was endless energy all over his body, as if he had changed his face and lived again. At this time, he was in a very good mood. He crossed his arms and asked condescendingly to the kid in the corner, "Why are you looking for me? You want to pull out my tongue again? Let me tell you, I am a good person, not a glib tongue traitor." Suddenly, he remembered that something was wrong, and immediately changed the question. "Who asked you to pick me up from the lava? I was enjoying my soak." Lu Meng was a little angry. If you disturb someone's dream, you will be beaten. These brats are so unreasonable. So, he turned around, trying to find the location of the magma, but found that the surroundings were empty, and there seemed to be no red light shining anywhere. "Hey, where is the magma? Didn't I get swallowed by you?" "Swallowed by me?" Lu Meng suddenly didn't understand. He was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, and then instinctively inserted his right index finger into his throat, as if he planned to find out. But because it was inserted into the throat, I couldn't help bending over and retching, and got nothing but saliva and stars. Chapter 81. Yeah, the little devils nodded desperately. "It's just that they were swallowed by you, and now the tongue-pulling hell is gone." Nonsense. Lu Meng obviously didn't believe it. He intuitively believed that the brats were deliberately teasing him. "How can I swallow such a big hell? What are you talking about?" "But, it was indeed swallowed by you. We saw you floating peacefully on the fire of hell, and then all those flames were sucked into your body." Although the little devils spoke plausibly and looked determined, Lu Meng still felt that it was too outrageous. But soon, a flash of lightning flashed across his mind, and suddenly the blessing spirit came to him, and a black spiritual light array lit up under his feet. As the spiritual light array appeared, Lu Meng's face was suddenly filled with astonishment. First, he felt that the spiritual light array was full of spiritual energy, extending from the soles of his feet to his whole body, nourishing him and making him feel extremely comfortable. Secondly, his eyes clearly saw that the spiritual light array actually contained a red luminous body, and the surface of this luminous body was steaming, and the bubbles burst one by one, as if it was boiling. Isn't this just tongue-pulling hell? No matter how Lu Meng looked at it, he felt that the red luminous body in the spiritual light array seemed to be a miniature version of the tongue-pulling hell. Maybe, as the little devils say, the tongue-pulling hell was indeed swallowed by himself. But how is this done? Before, Lu Meng only felt that lying in the fire of hell was particularly comfortable. His body could be restored and his spiritual energy could be filled up, so he fell into despair. As a result, when I woke up, the tongue-pulling hell was swallowed by the spiritual light array. After much deliberation, I can only attribute it to the fact that Emperor Fengdu and the Black Spiritual Light Array are too advanced. Lu Meng was suddenly startled. He vaguely saw that there seemed to be a little crystal light deep in the miniature tongue-pulling hell. It gave him the feeling that there was endless spiritual energy there. What's going on? However, before he could figure out this problem, Lu Meng was quickly shocked and horrified by the new discovery. Why do I have 4 rings? Only then did Lu Meng notice that the original realm of 3 rings plus 2 grids had directly transformed into 4 neat, shining golden rings. Doesn't this mean that he somehow broke through the realm and became a master spirit possessor? He obviously just took a bath in hell fire, not only swallowed the whole tongue-pulling hell, but also directly upgraded. Lu Meng was completely shocked. However, he soon felt something was wrong. Although I don't know how much energy the tongue-pulling hell contains, but I swallowed a whole hell before being promoted to a great realm. Isn't it too petty? It can be seen that tongue-pulling hell may have just been absorbed into the spiritual light array, but it did not have much impact on itself. He thought a lot, but in the end he couldn't come up with a suitable answer, so he could only give up temporarily. However, it was a breakthrough after all. Lu Meng was in a very good mood, and it was time for him to reap the benefits. Closing his eyes and thinking carefully, Lu Meng quickly received the new spiritual technique given by Emperor Fengdu after breaking through the realm. Ghost Walk. Use ghost energy to lighten your own weight, reaching the point where you are as light as a feather, which can greatly increase your movement speed. With the help of wind, one can also drift out of thin air, and falling from a high altitude will not be accelerated by gravity. It is a particularly mysterious movement technique of the Ghost Clan. Hey, Ghost Clan's movement technique. Lu Meng's face was full of surprises. It had to be said that the previous spiritual skills had fully strengthened his offense and defense. Now that he has the physical skills, he is not only more powerful, but also makes up for another shortcoming. In this way, when dealing with opponents, the self-protection ability will be greatly enhanced, and the opponent will be exhausted. Once in danger, he can quickly escape from the battlefield with the help of his body skills, which is the best of both worlds. Lu Meng liked this physical and spiritual technique, Ghost Walk, no matter how much he liked it. After receiving the new spiritual power, Lu Meng turned to researching the gate of the underworld. Logically speaking, a new pair of ghosts can be summoned, which means that you can have up to 10 ghosts protecting you at the same time. This makes Lu Meng more and more excited as he thinks about it. As the gate to the underworld appeared, 2 figures were walking out of the hazy mist. Before Lu Meng could see the other party's appearance clearly, he lowered his head and looked at his feet. The spiritual light array turned orange. It seemed that the new Ghost Master was at the same level as King Qin Guang and King Chu Zhang. That's the truth. At this time, the 2 people who appeared in front of Lu Meng glared and held the wad in front of their chests with both hands. The other person is frowning and staring, with ears and long temples. He wears a square crown on his head and a long robe. He holds a rosary in front of his knees with his left hand and a wad between his knees in his right hand. Lu Meng was naked at this time and had nothing on him, but he still bowed his hands and saluted. Greetings to the 2 Ghost Masters, do you dare to ask me about Gao's name? The glaring man replied, I am the King Yu Qin. Another person then replied, my king, Lu Dai. Lu Meng chewed on these 2 names with his lips, and was suddenly stunned on the spot. Song Emperor Yu Qin, the official Wang Lu Dai, the boss of the 10th Palace of Hell again. Surprised, Lu Meng quickly followed his usual practice and asked the 2 new kings of hell about their skills. The 2 kings of hell did not hide or tuck them, but exposed their hands one after another. Let's talk about Emperor Yu Qin of the Song dynasty first. His weapon is the short sword Rakshasa blade, and his skills include 2 moves. Rakshasa Spin Slash. The Rakshasa blade swings forward and disappears on the spot. When it hits an enemy, it will stop and continue spinning to cause damage. Then Emperor Song appears behind the opponent and grabs the Rakshasa blade to cause a powerful blow. Rakshasa Black Feather. Disappear in place and appear above the target. The Rakshasa blade scatters a large number of black feather arrows towards the opponent. Enemies hit by the black feather will cause damage and be marked. After accumulating 3 marks, it will be immobilized, and then flash behind the immobilized enemy to cause a fatal blow. Let's talk about the warlord Wang Ludai, whose weapon is the poisonous snake sword. It also has 2 skills. Venom Bomb. Swing the Viper staff to launch a rapidly flying venom bomb that explodes when it hits an enemy, causing damage. Sneaking Snake Shadow. Summons 3 huge poisonous snakes lurking underground. The poisonous snakes may emerge from the ground at any time and cause damage to enemies along the way. It can be seen that these 2 kings of hell are playing dirty tricks. If they are either sneak attacks or poisonous attacks, they will not play head-on with you. This is just right. It complements the advantages of other Ghost Masters, and the opponent will be even more difficult to guard against. In addition to personal skills, the combined attack skills of the Song Emperor and his officials are naturally indispensable. Cup Bow Snake Shadow. The Rakshasa Blade and the Viper are combined to shoot out a series of black arrows with strong snake venom, covering a large number of enemies within a certain range. Very good, very good. Lu Meng watched the performance of the 2 new Ghost Masters and applauded repeatedly. This is definitely a super support. If he encounters Han Fixia and Orange General again, he is confident that 10 ghosts will come out together. No, it will be enough for the 4 kings of hell to come together. They can definitely kill them easily. There is no need to use spiritual skills to make a sure kill sneak attack. After experiencing the new spiritual skills and the combat power of the new Ghost Master, Lu Meng gathered his mood and turned to the little ghosts huddled in the corner. Just now, when these little devils saw the 2 lords of hell appearing, they were so frightened that they dared not speak out. They huddled together without saying a word and did not even dare to raise their heads. The other party's pressure on them was really too strong. At this time, Lu Meng was condescending to the group of brats. Now I ask a question, and you answer a question. The ugly words come first. If you lie to me or make me a little bit dissatisfied, don't blame me for being rude to you. I'm not afraid to tell you, I still have a dozen of Hell Kings of that level just now. When the little ghosts heard this, they were as frightened as quails, trembling and nodding wildly. First of all, how do I get out of here? Leave, or you going to the hell below? No, I'm fine going to hell. Lu Meng gave these brats a hard look. He knew that the tongue-pulling hell was the first level of the 18 levels of hell, and there should be 17 more levels below. Although he had reaped all the benefits in the tongue-pulling hell, Lu Meng did not intend to take risks. Who knew what the hell would be like below? What if he was restrained as soon as he got down, and his life would be worse than death? Therefore, it is better not to waste money. Besides, I don't have much capital to waste money. Leaving hell is the best policy. I mean, how do I get up there? I have to leave hell and come back to earth. Return to the human world. But the ghost town is destroyed and there seems to be no exit. I don't care. If I can't get out, then you won't be able to live well. Do you think I'm joking? Do you want me to invite the Prince of Hell to come out and talk to you about life and ideals? No, no, I seem to remember, there is a way out. Oh, say it quickly. Some of the little ghosts seemed to know the way to leave, but they didn't remember it exactly. So, they got together, communicated with each other, and checked for gaps. Not long after, Lu Meng was lifted up by a group of imps, just like he was lifted and thrown into the fire of hell before. However, this time Lu Meng was carried away, and his sight could only be seen above his head. It seemed that he walked from the vast hall to the narrow corridor, and must have passed through a long mountain road. The surrounding light went from bright to dark, and then from dark to bright again, and there was a splashing sound in my ears. Suddenly, the team of imps stopped. Lu Meng was about to ask if the destination had been reached when he heard the imps below him shouting in unison, "Get ready! 1, 2, 3. Lu Meng's body was thrown out and fell rapidly in a parabola. He was suddenly filled with resentment and secretly thought he had been fooled. Thump! Lu Meng realized that he had fallen into the cold and biting water. His body was unable to move, and his spiritual energy was cut off. There seemed to be a suction force firmly locking him in the ground. His consciousness turned from clarity to drowsiness, and gradually only one thought remained: "Little devil, don't let me touch him." Mr. Xiao Li. Mr. Xiao Li. Li Xiao was reading the business report in the office when he suddenly heard a rapid knock on the door and the secretary's shout at the door. "Come in. Are you in a panic? What happened? In the river, there is something floating in the river outside." "Oh, you mean draining. What's floating there? What a fuss." "Human. It seems to be a person." Hearing this, Li Xiao jumped up from the office chair with a loud sound, quickly left the office and walked outside the resort. It has been 5 days since the ghost city was destroyed and the Wang family retreated. The mountain city has been cleaning up the mess these days. The fellow ghost spirit masters gathered from all over the country have basically set off to go home. I didn't expect that Li Shui could still come out at this time. What a moth. He quickly ran to the bank of Lishui River, and at a glance he saw a white figure on the river. He was naked, without clothes, and motionless. It was probably lifeless. However, there were many resort employees standing on the shore, but no one came over to retrieve the body. This made him suddenly angry. Why are you just standing there? Isn't there anyone who can help? Get the person back quickly. However, the big guy didn't seem to hear his order and still stood still. Only a few employees explained to him hesitantly, Mr. Li, please see clearly first, there is something wrong with that person. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Have you never seen a dead person? Li Xiao had a nonchalant look on his face. He looked at the corpse seriously this time, and his expression instantly changed from relaxed to solemn. This corpse floating in the water actually had pale arms with no trace of blood underneath it. According to preliminary estimates, there were at least dozens of them. Ghost hands holding up a corpse. This scene is truly horrifying. No wonder none of the employees dared to retrieve the body. Li Xiao didn't notice it before, but this time when he saw the face of the corpse, he suddenly felt familiar. After thinking about it carefully, I quickly came to the conclusion, isn't this the colleague who came to participate in the ghost town before? Logically speaking, if someone was killed in the ghost town that day, they should have been completely melted and swallowed by the magma as the ghost town was destroyed. If he had not been killed, he would have walked on the road to hell and left safely. In other words, no matter whether he is dead or alive, this guy should not be completely intact and become a corpse floating in the water. Go, get a boat and fish people out. Hurry. Li Xiao felt that something was fishy and he had to find out the reason. At the worst, the body must be buried for peace. However, when the body was brought to the shore, everyone was scared away, and Li Xiao also looked shocked. This floating corpse actually has body temperature. The nostrils are still breathing. What he was meowing was not a corpse, he was still alive. Li Xiao gathered his thoughts and quickly ordered, quickly, get him some clothes and send him inside to rest. Out of caution, and hoping that the man would wake up and tell him why he fell into the water, Li Xiao arranged for a doctor to come over for diagnosis, and at the same time ordered someone to find the registration information for that day's guest room, and then compiled it into a report. During the whole process, the rescued person slept peacefully and breathed very evenly. According to the doctor's diagnosis, all indicators were normal, but he did not wake up. In the evening, Li Xiao received the news and quickly sent the rescued people and all the information they could find to Luofu Mountain without any mistakes. Send it to Luofu Mountain. Li Xiao suddenly felt incredible about this order. Is it an order from the palace master? How could she be interested in such a thing? However, the most powerful man had spoken, and Li Xiao was naturally unable to disobey, so he specially arranged a modified truck, loaded it with people, beds, and medical monitoring machines, and drove towards the depths of Luofu Mountain. Following the winding but flat mountain road, we reached the top of Luofu Mountain in a short time. There is the Du family's continuous castle here. A group of people have been waiting at the gate for a long time. As soon as the car stops, they silently transport the person and bed to the castle intact. The whole process was very quiet. The young man lying on the comfortable bed didn't seem to feel anything at all and still slept very, very soundly. Lu Meng struggled to open his eyes and felt that he had slept well. However, he struggled for a long time before his eyes finally opened completely, followed by dazzling light and endless thirst. Water. Lu Meng tried hard to make a sound, but found that his throat was very hoarse and it was difficult for his voice to spread. Someone, bring water quickly. A clear female voice sounded in his ears, and Lu Meng could slightly see a figure standing not far away. Immediately afterwards, there were rapid footsteps, and someone handed a water glass to his mouth. Gulu, gulu, water. Lu Meng was still exhausted and asked for water again. The female voice then ordered, continue. Now. So, there was more water, 1 cup, 2 cups. Lu Meng actually drank at least 20 or 30 glasses of water before he collapsed on the bed with satisfaction and let out a melodious sigh. After a few seconds, he felt comfortable all over, and sat up with a sound, taking in a panoramic view of his surroundings. Obviously, this is a large room with extremely elegant furnishings and all the furniture. He is lying on a big bed, wearing clothes, and his blood is very good. Standing by the window was a figure, a woman who looked to be in her 50s or 60s, with her hair in a high bun, and a very friendly face that made people feel good about her unconsciously. "You're awake. What is this place? Who are you?" Seeing Lu Meng lift the quilt and get out of bed, the woman wanted to stop him, but she stopped when her words reached her lips. She found that everything was normal after Lu Meng got off the ground. There was no physical discomfort, no staggering in his steps, and he even did a few stretches. His overall condition seemed quite good. "This is the Du family castle in Luofu Mountain, and I am Du Zidang." Luofu Mountain, Du family castle, Du Zidang. Lu Meng chewed on these terms, as if he had heard them somewhere. "Correct. It seems that on the night I came to the mountain city, I heard my colleagues at Lishui Resort mention that there is a Senluo underworld organization in the mountain city. The 5 ghost emperor families are in power. Among them is the Du family who is entrenched in Luofu Mountain. The current head of the family, Du Zidang, is the Senluo underworld organization. The rotating palace master is here. Could it be that this person is that Du Zidang?" When Lu Meng thought of this answer, he was immediately shocked. But he quickly came to his senses. "It's not right. I clearly remember that I was fooled by the kid from tongue-pulling hell and was thrown into the water by them. I drowned and turned into a water ghost. How could I appear here in the Du family castle in Luofu Mountain? Did something strange happen, or was it a dream before, or is it a dream now?" Seeing Lu Meng in a daze, Du Zidang approached cautiously and asked softly, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Do you want the doctor to come over and take a look at you?" Lu Meng turned his head suddenly. "Why did I appear here? What happened?" Du Zidang's mouth was full of joy, and he motioned for Lu Meng to calm down. "This matter is not complicated. You were floating on the Lishui River and were rescued. Then I had someone send you here. In the restaurant, Lu Meng feasted. When he woke up, the first thing he felt was hunger and thirst. Then, with Du Zidang watching the whole process, he drank 2 large buckets of water to quench his thirst. Now that I was invited to the restaurant, I had no appetite at first, but as soon as I started eating, I suddenly felt hungry. It turned out that my body was already overly hungry." Lu Meng devoured it for more than half an hour, during which Du Zidang slowly explained his doubts and tried his best to answer any questions he asked. Finally swallowing the last chunk of meat in his mouth, Lu Meng stroked his round belly with both hands, took a breath, and then said, "So, I was floating naked on the drain, being supported by some ghost hands, and then are your people saved?" "Yes. After coming here, I slept for 2 days and 2 nights." "That's right. Did nothing else happen during this time?" "Yes." Du Zidang knew that Lu Meng wanted to ask more questions, but took the initiative to stop him. "Are you full? How about we go to the study to talk?" "Okay, thanks." Lu Meng followed Du Zidang out of the restaurant, turned left and right in the magnificent Du family castle, went up the stairs, and finally entered a spacious study room. At this time, the 2 of them were sitting face to face, with a cup of steaming tea beside them. "Can we talk now?" "Of course." Du Zidang hesitated to speak. In fact, she didn't want to hide anything, but she had seen too many strange things about Lu Meng in the past 2 days, including the reason why he was floating on the Lishui River. "I have speculated countless times. According to the report provided by the people below, Lu Meng is from Guangchang. He just won the championship of the city's senior high school competition a while ago. As a ghost spiritual master, he powerfully crushed the 3 spiritual masters of the same class, and he was also able to compete with the powerful spiritual master Tianzhao was beaten with no return, which all showed Lu Meng's excellence. The shocking 6 ghosts appeared together. This kind of summoning skill seemed miraculous even to Du Zidang with so many years of experience and such a broad vision. After thinking for a long time, Du Zidang took a deep breath and started the conversation with a rhetorical question. "First of all, I want to ask you seriously, did you just come back from hell?" Lu Meng's pupils immediately widened. How could she know? Could it be that I was talking in my sleep when I was sleeping? Out of caution, Lu Meng chose to pretend to be confused. Huh? What do you mean? Why do you ask such a strange question? Don't get me wrong, I don't mean any harm. In fact, you don't know that during the 2 days when you were unconscious, I checked your body through secret methods. As a result, when I showed the spiritual light array to touch you, I actually saw your whole body. The black energy coming out is the kind of thick and colorful black energy. This kind of black energy makes me feel fear from the bottom of my heart, and I dare not approach it no matter what. It is a natural pressure from the depths of my soul. Quote. Du Ziteng paused for a moment after saying this. It seemed that he was still a little frightened after thinking about it. He grabbed the hot tea beside him tremblingly, brought it to his mouth and took a sip. After calming down, he continued, originally, I believe that there is an ulterior secret in you. To this day, you wake up like this and look like a hungry ghost reincarnated when you eat. I immediately think of some illusions. You are clearly a stranger who has returned from hell. The phenomenon of returning to Yang is because you have been in hell and cut off all kinds of food in the world, so when you come back, your body will be hungry and thirsty, and you must fill your body's desires with food and water. Quote. Returning the sun to the living. Lu Meng listened to Du Ziteng's serious talk, and suddenly felt that this matter was quite solemn and scary. At this time, his heart was filled with emotions. So, the tongue-pulling hell was really real. Did those little devils really try their best to send me back to earth from hell? If this is the case, then I will not bear your grudge. After Lu Meng figured out the reason, his mood became lighter. It would be a great blessing to be able to return to the human world from hell and continue to be a human being. Du Ziteng silently observed Lu Meng's expression, and naturally noticed the change in his face. He immediately concluded that it seemed that his guess was correct. This young man had really just returned from hell. So, are you really the messenger of hell? Hell messenger. Lu Meng waved his hands repeatedly. Don't say that, I am not a hell messenger. I just went to hell and came back by luck. Can you tell me what hell is like? Well, to be honest, hell is nothing. There are just a bunch of dwarfs and hellfire. But the hellfire is just an embroidered pillow. It's not scary at all. It's quite comfortable to soak in it. When he mentioned the fire of hell, Lu Meng was suddenly stunned. He almost wanted to show his spiritual light array to confirm whether the miniature tongue-pulling hell was still there and whether it had followed him back to the human world. However, he stopped this idea. After all, she was present and it would not be good to be so rash. When Du Ziteng saw Lu Meng speaking so easily and freely, her face was filled with shock and her heart was in turmoil. Since Lishui Ghost City was destroyed a few days ago, although it has come to an end overall, there are many things that Du Ziteng can't figure out. Among them, the most puzzling point is why the culprits such as Wang Ling escaped at that time. Obviously they can expand the results of the victory, but there is no reason to let a good situation end badly when they have the initiative. In addition, when Du Ziteng recalled it now, it seemed that the entire Saitagarba family, including their 5 direct descendants, had suffered heavy losses at that time. It seemed like everyone was broken into pieces. Don't forget, after the Wang family retreated, there was a voice in the ghost town, asking all strangers to leave, and a road to the underworld was specially paved to see them off. One by one, Du Ziteng connected them one by one, which was incredible. But now, Lu Meng suddenly came back from hell, which made her vaguely feel that there was a connection between them. So, Du Ziteng decided to break the casserole and ask the truth. With all due respect, may I ask what your awakened possessed spirit is? Why are you asking about this? Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. You should know my identity. If I really want to harm you, there is no need to go to such trouble. Lu Meng quite agreed with Du Ziteng's statement. This is their territory after all, and Du Ziteng is a well-known boss. If he really wants to attack him, he may not even have a chance to escape with a simple palm. However, Lu Meng did not intend to tell the truth. He made an excuse and said, black and white are impermanent, a double spiritual master. Du Ziteng smiled and shook his head. No, you are not. When you participated in the competition in Guangcheng, you have already participated in 6 Ghost Clan gods, and you are guaranteed to be at the purple spiritual light array level. Good guy, the lie was exposed on the spot. It seemed that he had done his homework. Lu Meng was somewhat embarrassed. But he still planned to hide it to the end. Sorry, I am indeed a 6th level spiritual master, purple spiritual light array level. As you know, there is nothing wrong with showing weakness when you are away from home. Du Zideng didn't refute this time, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that she didn't believe it at all. Just as Xie Tianjun had judged, the 6 ghost gods displayed by Lu Meng would not be the truly awakened main gods, but more like subsidiary gods. Since there are subsidiary gods, it is only right that there should be a higher level main god. In other words, Lu Meng should be at least at the orange spiritual light array level. Even this speculation is too conservative. Therefore, Du Zideng planned to take the initiative. Although I have seen countless types of ghost gods, this is the first time I have seen a ghost peer possessing so many ghost gods at the same time. If you don't mind, can you show it to me? Take a look, it will open my eyes. Lu Meng wanted to refuse instinctively, but after all, he was rescued and took good care of her for 2 days and 2 nights. When he woke up, he provided food and drink. He was really embarrassed to refuse such a request, which was not too much. Therefore, he could only do it reluctantly. Okay, actually, it's just a little trick. He stood up from his seat and walked to a relatively empty place. Immediately, the spiritual light array lit up under his feet, and then released the gate of the underworld. The color of the spiritual light array changed from black to blue to purple. The black and white impermanent bull-headed horse face and the double judges walked out together. As for the 4 princes of hell he had acquired during the trip to the ghost town and the trip to hell, Lu Meng had no intention of explaining them honestly. Firstly, he was hiding his clumsiness, and secondly, the appearance of 10 ghosts together was too scary, and it would be difficult to explain them at that time. Seeing the 6 ghost masters appearing, Du Zideng could no longer sit still. However, her attention was not on the 6 ghosts and the strange gate to the underworld, but on the purple spiritual light array at Lu Meng's feet. Without blinking, her eyes filled with shock. Lu Meng also lowered his head to look at his spiritual light array. He saw that deep in the spiritual light array there was still a miniature version of the tongue-pulling hell with bubbles of magma, and his heart was swallowed. Are you finished reading? Can I put it away? Wait a minute, what happened to your spiritual light array? What's going on? Is there something wrong? Why does the spiritual light array change color? You said this. Actually, I can summon 2 ghost masters every time. Black and white impermanence and bull-headed horse face are at the blue level, and the judge who rewards good and punishes evil is at purple level, so when they appear, the aura array will change color. If both are present, change according to the highest level color. But, Du Zideng seemed to be about to say something, but changed his words. You take back the ghost master first, and then take them back one by one in the same order as before. Lu Meng didn't understand Du Zideng's intention, but he still chose to do it. Therefore, the judge who rewards good and punishes evil first returns to the underworld, then the bull-headed horse face, and finally the black and white impermanence. In this process, the spiritual light array retreated from purple to blue, which just confirmed what he just said. Seeing that the 6 ghost masters had returned to the gate of the underworld, Lu Meng planned to put away the gate of the underworld and the spiritual light array, but was suddenly stopped by Du Zideng. I saw her tremblingly stretching out a jade finger and pointing at Lu Meng's feet. This, what is going on? Lu Meng didn't know why. He lowered his head and looked at his feet. It was strange. It was very clean. Is there any problem? Suddenly, he felt a thump in his heart, secretly thinking that this is not good. The spiritual light array turned back to black. Such a conspicuous blackness was so outstanding that I didn't know how to explain it for a while. Du Zideng kept asking, Black spiritual light array. Why is your spiritual light array black? She seemed to remember something, and the spiritual light array also lit up under her feet, but it was an extremely bright red. As her spiritual light array appeared, Du Zideng suddenly felt endless pressure and trembling coming towards him. Du Zideng has determined that the black spiritual light array in front of him is real, and it definitely exceeds the spiritual light array under his feet, and even directly forms an irreversible bloodline suppression. She immediately put away the spiritual light array, and the overwhelming sense of oppression suddenly disappeared without a trace. At this time, Du Zideng held Lu Meng's arms tightly with both hands and asked with a trembling voice, Quick! Tell me, who is the main spirit you awakened? Lu Meng was a little frightened by Du Zideng's violent reaction. He instinctively thought of covering up. Don't get excited. It's just a slightly powerful ghost spirit. The color of the spiritual light formation at his feet changed from black to orange, and then King Qinguang and King Chuzhong walked out of the gate of the underworld at the same time. Okay, this is the so-called main spirit that I have truly awakened. When Du Zideng saw the two familiar-looking lords of hell appearing, he was startled for a moment, then shook his head. No. This is not your main spirit, this is just another pair of subsidiary spirits. In Senluo Underworld, the ghost of the 10th Palace of Hell awakened. There are not many clan spirit masters, but there are definitely many. No one has ever been able to bring out so many ghost clan spirits through the two lords of hell like you. Also, the black spiritual light array just now cannot be faked. Quote. Du Zitang's expression was very excited. After denying Lu Meng's statement, he said sincerely, I just want to know, who is your main spirit? What kind of ghost spirit is worthy of the black spiritual light array? Please, can you please tell me? Seeing the pleading expression on the face of the boss who was over 50 years old, Lu Meng was immediately at a loss for words. Lu Meng knew very well at this moment that continuing to cover up would be useless. The other party should have seen through him. But he didn't feel any danger or malice from Du Zideng. Lu Meng felt that it would be better to tell the truth. So, he took a deep breath. As you said, I am indeed a black spiritual light array with a main spirit. When Du Zideng heard this, even though he had concluded that this was the result, he couldn't help but his face turned red and he asked urgently, which ghost god is that? Emperor Fengdu. Emperor Fengdu. The strange thing is that when Du Zideng heard this name, his brows knitted together, and his excitement suddenly turned into confusion. Now it was Lu Meng's turn to be confused. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with Emperor Fengdu? No, I just can't remember it. I seem to have never heard of this name. What? You've never heard of it? This is the majestic Lord of Ghosts. As a leader of the Ghost Clan's spiritual masters, how could you not have heard of his name? Du Zideng looked bitter, but did not answer the question. Instead, he asked Lu Meng, you said Emperor Fengdu is the Lord of all ghosts. That's natural. How does it compare to the 5 Directions Ghost Emperor? Lu Meng sneered. Not to mention the 5 ghost emperors, even Emperor Dongyu and Bodhisattva Saitagarbha are worthy of standing under the throne of Emperor Fengdu, bowing their heads and waiting for orders. Really? Du Zideng looked in disbelief and murmured to himself, even Saitagarbha is his younger brother, what kind of god is Emperor Dongyu? This, Lu Meng was extremely puzzled. I'm still curious, why have you never heard of the names of Emperor Fengdu and Emperor Dongyu? Sai, if you have participated in the awakening ceremony, you should know that the mythological inheritance of the Dragon Kingdom is incomplete and has obvious gaps. This is especially obvious among the ghost-possessed masters. You may not believe it, but since the spiritual energy has been revived, we ghost-possessed among the spiritual masters, no one has ever awakened a ghost god at the black spiritual light array level. Du Zideng looked at Lu Meng seriously, his eyes sparkling, and you are the first ghost spirit enchanter with a black spiritual light array. Lu Meng was a little shocked. Of course, he knew that the black spiritual light array was extremely rare, and he also knew that the inheritance was incomplete and fragmented, but he did not expect that in the Ghost Clan's home base like the Mountain City, the entire history of the Ghost Clan would be so withered. By the way, I have a heartfelt request. What's up? Can you please let Emperor Fengdu show up and let me take a look? I promise, just take a look. Is it not okay? It's not impossible. Even since the day of awakening, Emperor Fengdu appeared once, but later he didn't obey my call. It must be that my strength is too low, so I have never been able to invite him. That's it, it's a pity. But it's reasonable. Seeing Du Zitang's face full of despair, Lu Meng couldn't help but said, however, I can describe to you the image of Emperor Fengdu. That's great. As a result, Lu Meng basically told Du Zideng the image of Emperor Fengdu and some stories that he had firmly remembered. Du Zideng listened attentively throughout the whole process, with a mesmerized expression on his face. When Lu Meng finished speaking, Du Zideng was still thinking about it, and after a long time he breathed out, he is indeed the Lord of all ghosts. Lu Meng thought for a moment and then said with a slight hesitation, I have a question. I don't know whether I should ask it or not. Just ask. As you just said, the Ghost Clan's myth inheritance is extremely serious. Then why didn't you write down what I said? Also, if you let me tell the truth about the entire 7-part awakening, Senluo will can the underworld create endless black spiritual light array inheritance. Quote. Hearing this, Du Zideng smiled and shook his head. First of all, I admit that what you said is very attractive. Secondly, I will indeed record the existence, form, story background, etc. of Emperor Fengdu and the Black Spiritual Light Array, but not now. Let me answer your second question first. Du Zideng invited Lu Meng to sit down again, replaced the slightly cold tea with new hot tea, and then continued. You ask, with the entire set of 7 steps of awakening, there is an opportunity to create an endless inheritance of black auras. Right. Yes, I think this temptation should be quite big, right? It's not too small, it's very, very huge. Then let me ask you, in the Dragon Kingdom, the spiritual masters of the other 3 tribes have black spiritual light arrays. You should know this, right? Of course I know, everyone has heard about it a little bit. Yes, do you know how many people like this are there? It seems that there are very few. Lu Meng seemed to understand what Du Zideng wanted to express. You want to use this to tell me why those people who have the inheritance of the black spiritual light array have not created more talents in this field. Is it because they are proud of themselves and want to consolidate their position and protect their vested interests? Quote. Yes, but no. In fact, the red inheritance has the so-called red curse of a single lineage. The more advanced black inheritance naturally has additional restrictions. What qualifications? The uniqueness of black. When Du Zideng said this, his eyes became deep, he looked out the window into the distance, and continued word by word. A god of this level can only be awakened by one person at the same time. Unless it is the spiritual master. Only after death can the possessor be awakened by others through the awakening ceremony. Otherwise, the latecomers will most likely be judged as blasphemy and be killed on the spot during the awakening ceremony. Did you know that only the gods of the black spiritual light array are eligible to wear the 10 ring, achieve the same level as a god-level spiritual master? Lu Meng's heart was filled with excitement when he heard it. It turned out that in addition to the red curse, there was also such a magical black uniqueness. Only one person can be awakened at the same time. Only black-level gods can wear 10 rings, and only spiritual masters can hope to break through to the same god level. No wonder black-level bosses are so scarce. These knowledge points cannot be learned in the classroom. It may only be passed down by word of mouth among these big figures, but the scope of the spread is estimated to be very small. At this time, Lu Meng suddenly thought of a question. If that's the case, you can kill me and let the younger generations of your family continue this inheritance. Ha ha ha, Du Zideng laughed so hard. I have to say that the idea you mentioned is quite tempting. And this is the first question I want to answer you. Didn't you ask me just now? Why not record the relevant information about Emperor Fengdu? Lu Meng nodded solemnly. He wanted to know Du Zideng's thoughts. In fact, don't think that if you have the mythical inheritance of the black spiritual light array, you will definitely be able to awaken. Even if you die, it will be extremely difficult for those who come after you to successfully awaken. But no matter how difficult it is still possible to succeed, right? Yes, of course there is a possibility of success. However, since someone has already succeeded and is so consistent with Emperor Fengdu, why should I take away someone's beauty? Besides, maybe this will offend Emperor Fengdu and have a negative impact on the entire bloodline of our Du family. It doesn't necessarily lead to irreversible rejection of the gods. Even so, what does it have to do with not recording it? Because it can't be recorded, at least it can't be recorded now. I have already thought about it. The secret about you is limited to now, only limited to this room. Just imagine, if people outside know that you have awakened the black-level Emperor Fengdu, they will what would you think? So, you mean, you want to protect me? Yes, protect you. Let me tell you clearly that as the first ghost enchanter in history with a black spiritual light array, I see in you the hope for the rise of the entire ghost clan. Since I want to protect you, I must do it. It's a perfect plan, except that our conversation can't be leaked to a third person, and not even a scrap of writing can be left behind. If there is any writing about Emperor Fengdu, it will probably cause huge waves if it gets out. Du Zideng was quick thinking. 2 days ago, Lu Meng was sent to the Du family's castle. After she passed the test of the spiritual light array and was frightened away by the thick black energy on Lu Meng's body, she thought a lot. Coupled with the existence of the black spiritual light array and the Fengdu emperor that had just been confirmed, Du Zideng realized that if a little bit of information was leaked, Lu Meng might fall into a desperate situation. Then the fire that had just emerged from the ghost clan in a difficult environment was likely to be destroyed. Directly extinguished by the enemy. Don't forget, although the mountain city is a home base, the enemy's spies are definitely indispensable. Lu Meng was rafting on the Lishui River with ghost hands, and he was arranged to be sent to the Du family castle on the same day. It was impossible not to arouse others' suspicion. Therefore, the best way now is to deal with it coldly and do everything possible to seal off all the information in today's conversation. This was the first decision Du Zidang made. Lu Meng saw that Du Zidang was taking things so seriously, and he was easily infected, and realized that this matter was indeed not a small matter. You know, the trip to the ghost town was extremely thrilling. In the end, the ghost town fell apart and I went to hell. Isn't it because of what the foreign invaders did? The principle of holding a treasure as a crime is true everywhere. Those rulers with vested interests should not want new strongmen to grow up and take even a small bite of the cake from their plates. From the words and deeds of the other three tribes in recent years, it is easy to see that they have always disliked the ghost-possessed spiritual masters. If they found that the ghost tribe was showing signs of rising, they would probably suppress them without hesitation. Therefore, staying silent is the kingly way. Lu Meng suddenly felt a little scared. Fortunately, he had never told anyone about the existence of his black spiritual light array and Emperor Fengdu. Now it seems that it was really wise. Yes, Lu Meng nodded solemnly. I agree with what you said. Today's conversation is as long as God knows and you know and I know. That's great. Du Zidang was very satisfied with Lu Meng's understanding, and she began to warn. Remember, if someone asks you later, just say that Senluo Underworld locked you up for a few days, and tortured you so much that you were floating in the water because of what's the reason. Is it related to the ghost town? It's best not to mention anything else about going to hell. Understood. By the way, if you say so, Senluo Hell will torture me. What if the Wang family is interested? You can rest assured about this. Du Zidang suddenly felt relaxed. According to reliable information, after the Wang family and their lackeys escaped back to Maoshan Qingfeng that day, they seemed to have suffered a great blow. Seeking protection from the Buddhist lineage, they are now hiding with their tail between their legs for fear that we will come to retaliate, and they have no time to pay attention to such trivial matters as corpses floating on the Lishui River. Quote. That's good, that's good. Lu Meng's main worry is that if the general's Han family find him and avenge Han Fixia, that will be troublesome. Next, Lu Meng stayed at the Du family castle for 2 days. According to Du Zidang's wishes, while resting and recuperating, he chatted with her and talked about more life experiences. During this period, Lu Meng showed Du Zidang his personal methods. Du Zidang was pleasantly surprised when he saw Lu Meng's 10 ghosts appearing together and his various spiritual skills. Knowing that Lu Meng is a senior in high school this year and will be preparing to take the college entrance examination in a while, and he now has the strength of a 4th ring master level spiritual master, Du Zidang even sighed. There are talented people from generation to generation and they have different fields. Coquettish for hundreds of years. When I was your age, I wasn't even half as good as you. Du Zidang seemed extremely excited that Lu Meng had such strong strength. The rise of the ghost clan was just around the corner. At this time, late at night, in the Baodu mountain of the ghost emperor Zhou's family in the center of the mountain city, the heads of the ghost emperors from all directions and some young people gathered together to hold a unique ceremony in the hall. Earlier, Du Zidang sent a notice to relevant people to introduce a young man to join Senluo Underworld. This is naturally a good thing. No matter when, the Senluo Underworld hopes to absorb new blood. The ghost clan in the world is one family. However, they did not expect that the person Du Zidang wanted to introduce to join was actually the youth group in Senluo Underworld, and the young man in front of them was a foreigner with an ordinary appearance and a very ordinary background. However, Lu Meng acted very calmly when faced with the doubts from those present. I, Lu Meng, am from Guangchang. I am 18 years old, a recent high school student, and a 4th ring master ghost spiritual master. Hiss. When everyone heard this, they became interested instantly. Such a young master-level spiritual master. He deserves the reputation of being young and promising. Mr. Li Xiao, Mr. Li, was also present at the ceremony, and he couldn't help showing a hint of bitterness on his lips. Both are master-level spiritual masters. They are only 18 and I am over 20. Why is there such a big gap? Lu Meng continued. I am a double spiritual master, awakening the gods King Qin Guang and King Chu Zhang. My spiritual skills include summoning 6 ghosts to help, and I can keep up to 8 ghosts appearing at the same time. These are the rhetoric set by Lu Meng and Du Zideng in advance. They should be enough to attract other people's attention, but not too prominent. Using the orange spiritual light formation as the gimmick of the double king of hell and the double spirit master, plus the summoning of 6 additional ghosts, this weight is just right, and joining the youth group is a perfect addition. You know, in Senluo Underworld, the Youth League has another fancy name, called, the Little Devil is the Big One, and, the Little Devil is the Boss. This is because there are currently 38 members in the Youth League, all of whom are young leaders from the 5 Ghost Emperor families and the 10 Kings of Hell families, including 5 Little Ghost Emperors and 33 Little Kings of Hell. Regardless of their origins or strength, they are hard to compare with their peers. The key is, we have never hired outsiders. If it weren't for Lu Meng's outstanding talent and Du Zideng's reputation as a Guangcheng genius, promoted at this time, he might not be able to join as he wished. As a result, the ceremony ended and Lu Meng was successfully recruited as the 39th imp of the Youth League. At the scene, he also initially got to know most of the kiddies in the youth group. The reason why he didn't meet them all was because some of the kiddies were not in the mountain city at this time due to different reasons. Of course, although they are brats, there is an age gap between them. For example, Li Xiao is one of the Little Kings of Hell. He is considered to be the last in the Youth League. He is several years older than Lu Meng. Enter the society and become a social animal who needs to run for life. Later, Lu Meng left directly with Li Xiao and moved back to Lishui Resort. On the surface, Du Zideng had no contact with him anymore. However, the two of them had some exchanges in private, and the general idea was that after taking a break, Li Xiao would arrange a car and people to take Lu Meng back to Guangcheng, and continue his previous life track, taking the college entrance examination when it was time, and going to school when it was time. On May 1st, big news broke out on all blue stars. The West suddenly announced the completion of its great unification, established the Viking Holy Empire, possessed the Black Spiritual Light Array, and Louis Hulkenberg, who awakened the god King Odin, proclaimed himself emperor. Hulkenberg immediately promulgated a decree to establish a comprehensive mythology education system nationwide, to popularize the inheritance of all Western myths in an all-round way, and to strive to complete the national destiny to cover the territory within 10 years. At that time, all the people will become believers in the gods and enjoy the meticulous protection of the gods. The news had just triggered a huge response around the world. The next day, May 2nd, there was another equally explosive news. Tianzhu changed the name of the country to Tianzhu Divine Kingdom, and Queen Gaeri Deli ascended the throne. She immediately announced that she would build top-down integrated temples across the country. She also required that the national destiny should cover the territory within 10 years, so that the people of God could establish a close connection with the gods, and let the glory of Lord Shiva bathe the whole earth. 2 days in a row, there were 2 huge pieces of news that changed the world. The previous media and internet trends in Blue Star did not even have a little warm-up. The whole world was completely shocked. In fact, those big shots with powerful eyes and hands knew more than just these 2 pieces of explosive news. According to reliable top-secret information, Naoki Inashita from the Japanese country of Japan returned and quietly launched a coup, claiming that he was destined to be crowned emperor. He established the Yasukuni Shrine to enshrine the gods of the Eastern mythology system and allow people to worship day and night. He also aimed at the so-called national destiny and the glory of faith. However, unlike Viking and Tianzhu, Naoki Inashita chose to operate in private and did not advertise it widely. On May 3rd, in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, a top-level meeting attended by only 4 people was being held in a secret room. The people attending the meeting were all super masters of the Dragon Kingdom who could cover the sky with one hand, including Yi Qing, the ancient demon emperor, and the second Buddha, exactly 2 men and 2 women. The oldest among the 4 is the old man with the most titles in the Dragon Kingdom, the dean of the Institute of Mythology, a doctoral supervisor, a tenured professor, a black spiritual light array, a possessing spirit treasure, and a fellow god-level spiritual master, Zhao Heilong. As the chief boss of one of the 4 blacks, Zhao Heilong was the first to speak. 56 years ago, Blue Star organized a 123-person human exploration vanguard. After so many years, I thought that there would be no return, and things would be over. Forget it. Unexpectedly, without saying a word, 3 people escaped this time, and each brought back a complete inheritance of the myth system. According to the intelligence collected so far, these 3 old guys who escaped have great ambitions. Quote, the ancient demon emperor Zhu Chuyu, one of the 4 blacks of the Dragon Kingdom, a heroine of the older generation who possesses a black spiritual light array and whose awakened spirit is Yuanfang Panwang, the ancestor of the Demon Clan and Phoenix Clan, sneered after hearing this. Even if a dog's life was saved by chance, if he made such a big move when he came back, do these 3 old immortals think that Blue Star is still their world? Quote, Lu Zhuanglin, another woman who awakened the ancient Buddha of burning lights in the past, and Lu Bigong, who awakened the future Buddha of Maitreya. The 2 contemporary Buddhas looked at each other, and then Lu Bigong took over. There is something very strange now. Before the unification of Beijing, there were 4 blacks in all the scattered territories. How could they let Hulkenberg become the emperor? There are also 4 blacks in Tianzhu, and there are 4 blacks in the east. Hi, after these 3 people returned respectively, although they increased their respective top powers, shouldn't they seize power and then break into pieces? Why did they all give in so quickly? Quote, the 3 of them looked at Zhao Heilong, and it seemed that the big brother already knew the answer. That's the truth. Zhao Heilong's eyes were blazing. These 3 people must have discussed it in advance when they escaped back. Once they returned to their respective territories, they used surprisingly consistent methods. They all paid equal attention to kindness and power, and they also had incredible powers. Trump card. Oh, what trump card can make the other people surrender? I heard it's temporarily critical. Temporarily critical. When they heard this term, the 3 of them couldn't help but their pupils widened. Regardless of what it means for now, critical is a very sensitive word. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the secret room became heavy. After a long time, Zhuang Lan took the initiative to break the silence. Brother Hailong, what is the purpose of holding this meeting? Didn't the 3 of them suddenly come back alive? I was wondering, how did they get out? So, I sent someone to check it out. Zhao Heilong took a deep breath when he said this. It turned out that the first generation, the time and space tunnel, the original spiritual world, has reopened a crack after 56 years. Really? Upon hearing the news, the 3 of them couldn't help but get excited. Zhu Chuyu stood up with a cry. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take a look. Zhao Heilong told her to calm down. A crack has opened in the primitive spiritual world. The other 3 countries must have learned the news faster than us. But so far, no one has entered at all. Don't you think there is a problem here? Zhu Chuyu calmed down a little after hearing this. There is indeed a problem. Those vampires who eat people without spitting out bones will rush to attack them whenever they smell the slightest smell of blood. It is impossible to stand still. So, there is something fishy here. Lu Bigong asked with a frown. It's hard to say. Zhao Heilong sighed. Why don't we, the older generation, come back alive? Isn't that what you said? The 4 of them were extremely regretful. According to the information they received, whether it was Viking, Tianzhu, or Dongyang, this time with the return of 3 old people who should have been dead, they all brought back a complete mythology system. In this way, as long as it settles for a period of time, the national takeoff will definitely be around the corner. The most troublesome thing is that they all seem to be aiming at the popular belief within a country's territory and making great aspirations to fight for luck. This makes the Dragon Kingdom unable to understand what medicine they are selling in the gourd. Reason tells them that they must keep up quickly, but the reality is that the mythological inheritance of the Dragon Kingdom is not only incomplete and seriously out of date, but has even been split into 4 lines of gods, Buddhas, demons and ghosts. This adds insult to injury. At this time, Zhao Heilong made a decision. According to my speculation, regardless of how the 3 of them came back alive, one thing is clear, there is a complete mythological inheritance in the primitive spiritual world. In this case, the mythological inheritance of our Dragon Kingdom, there must be one, so the complete version must be brought back no matter what. Therefore, I think it is necessary to be prepared with both hands. On the one hand, an expedition team is selected to try to cross the cracks and enter the primitive spiritual world to find our own inheritance in the Dragon Kingdom. On the other hand, continue to promote the top-secret God-making plan, study the essence of spiritual energy, and refine it to become a god. What do you think about this? Quote, After the meeting, according to Zhao Heilong's suggestions, we began to select suitable people and start the spiritual world exploration mission as soon as possible. This matter was entrusted to Zhu Chuyu with full authority and was to be carried out by the demon spirit masters. This was mainly because their physical bodies were relatively strong. Once they entered the cracks in the spiritual world and faced unknown risks, at least the life-saving effect would be greater, a little better. At this time, the four blacks dispersed. After all, today is different from the past. The Viking Holy Empire has been upgraded to the 5 blacks. The Tianzhu Kingdom also has 5 blacks. The Japanese Kingdom has become 3 blacks. Only the Dragon Kingdom still maintains the 4 blacks. The entire Blue Star. The situation suddenly became very delicate, and the relationship between them was extremely fragile. Therefore, the 4 blacks must each sit in a place and be on guard against a country suddenly extending its evil hand over here. However, Zhuang Lan and Liu Bigong, who were supposed to go home in separate places, were reunited by the 2 Buddhas. What do you think of this series of things? Zhuang Lan asked calmly. Have you noticed that the focus of the 3 kingdoms seems to be faith and luck? Liu Bigong had an intriguing look on his face. Of course I noticed it. There's no one around. Let's talk to each other. What do you think? I sent someone across the ocean yesterday to meet with Inashita Naoki and get some information. According to a few words revealed by Inashita Naoki, this is related to the power of faith and emphasizes the purity of the gods believed in. If we sum up these 2 days what happened, you should understand, whether it is Viking or Tianzhu, including what Dongyang is doing now, they are all emphasizing the necessity and purity of a single myth inheritance. Zhuang Lan listened to Liu Bigong's talk and seemed to have understood what he meant. Liu Bigong noticed Zhuang Lan's obvious intention, and he continued, You know, in the Dragon Kingdom, there are currently 4 inheritances. Leaving aside the ghost clan's dirty tricks, we gods, Buddhas and demons all have their own merits. However, if you really want to talk about it, the 2 schools of gods and demons are far inferior to our Buddhist school in terms of popularity and people's belief, not to mention that our Buddhist school has always been far ahead in terms of the perfection of mythology. Quote, We can get a glimpse of it from the pattern of the 4 blacks in the Dragon Kingdom. The Buddhist system accounts for half of the country, which means that the Buddhist system has at least 2 black spiritual light array level inheritances, which can be regarded as the leader. If it weren't for Zhao Heilong's age and seniority, it would be his turn to give orders. Regarding this point, not only Zhuang Lan and Liu Bigong were dissatisfied, but the entire Buddhist sect was actually unhappy and unwilling to live under others for a long time. Let's be honest, what are you going to do? Zhuang Lan didn't hide it at all. She asked to confront Liu Bigong. Simple. Over the years, our Buddhist lineage has developed vigorously and deeply, and we don't need to look at other people's faces at all. In addition, the current situation has changed dramatically. The other 3 countries are all creating their own beliefs and using this to compete for luck. Then why don't we seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and set up our own business? You mean, we separate from the Dragon Kingdom, create the Buddhist kingdom, and then spread the faith across the country and bring luck to the whole country? That's right. That's what I mean. As long as you and I join forces, we can be on par with Zhao Heilong and Zhu Chuyu in terms of highest power. There are so many bodhisattvas in the red spiritual light formation below. If you are singled out to compete with them, the level is unknown. In addition, we can send people to form a private alliance with the other 3 countries. As long as the benefits are sufficient, there may be strong foreign aid to help us tide over the difficulties. Quote, This is a very good move. Also, hasn't Zhu Chuyu now received the mission to organize the demon tribe to explore the cracks in the original spiritual world? I think we can also organize an expedition team to be one step ahead of them, and maybe we can pass on the complete inheritance of the Buddhist system. Bring it out. Until then. Wonderful. Let's go and finalize the details. As a result, the 2 contemporary Buddhas of the Dragon Kingdom communicated with each other privately, completed the basic framework alliance agreement, and prepared to do something big. Late at night, Zhao Heilong stood on a peak and looked at the starry sky. He suddenly let out a long sigh. The horoscope was so complicated, and the killing situation was approaching, and the death situation was looming, which made him feel confused and had a splitting headache. I don't know where the killing plot is hidden, and it seems like there are killing plots everywhere. How can anyone crack this? Zhao Heilong didn't expect that the situation would become so complicated in a few days. The most troublesome thing was that he couldn't see any way out of this mess. Whoosh! Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky from the southwest, and it happened to rush into this chaotic situation. Under the rampage, the situation first became more chaotic, and then began to stir up the chaos and clear up the situation. Southwest. It's interesting, but this star is too small and weak. On May 5th, 3 green off-road vehicles of the same model drove into Guangcheng City from the suburbs. That's it. Thanks, Mr. Li. Lu Meng got off one of the cars. This time, it was Li Xiao and a well-trained security team who escorted him all the way from the mountain city. To be honest, in terms of strength, if something happens, you can't say who will protect whom, but with this team, at least you will have enough food and clothing all the way, and Lu Meng will be responsible for eating, drinking and having fun. Okay, then you have a good rest. If you need anything, please contact me at any time. Li Xiao said goodbye to Lu Meng and returned to the car to return the same way. He himself still couldn't figure it out. It was enough to include Lu Meng, a stranger, in the youth league of little people and big ghosts. Why should he escort him home all the way? Is this making too much fuss? However, a big shot told him to do so, so he had to obey. After returning to the familiar Guangcheng, Lu Meng first stood on the roadside and took a deep breath. After being away for more than half a month, he was home. Next, the first thing is to go to the relevant unit to get a new ID card and bank card, and then withdraw some money and spiritual stones for self-defense. After leaving the bank, I went to a shopping mall to buy a new mobile phone, and also went to the operator's business hall to get a new mobile phone card. In the tongue-pulling little hell, all my belongings were gone, not to mention clothes, backpacks, wallets and mobile phones, including the red name token and the pervert bracelet. So much so that he had nothing to offer and could only shamelessly eat and drink in the mountain city. After applying for a mobile phone card and buying some necessary items, I went to number 2 to find Wang Hongmin. In the vice principal's office, Wang Hongmin heard someone knocking on the open door. When he looked up, he saw that it was Lu Meng himself. He immediately looked delighted and stood up with a loud cry, "You brat, you finally showed up." Seeing Wang Hongmin so excited, Lu Meng was suddenly confused. "What's wrong?" "Teacher Wang wants to see me for something. Not only am I looking for you, many people are looking for you, and they even go to school to ask for news about you." "Huh, who are they?" Lu Meng was a little confused. He didn't have many friends, so why would someone come to the school? According to Wang Hongmin's information, he learned that Zhang Xiaoxiao, Meng Zijin and Li Hao's siblings had all come to see him. Lu Meng quickly figured out that he might have been out of contact for many days, so these people might be a little worried. Especially Meng Zijin and Li Hao. The three of them originally went to the mountain city for adventure together. Who would have thought that so many things happened in the ghost town, and then they fell apart and never saw each other after they came out? Tell me, why is your cell phone not turned on? Hey, I lost my mobile phone. I just got a new one and I just replaced the card. I'm coming back to see you. You have a conscience. Wang Hongmin motioned Lu Meng to sit down, poured him a cup of hot tea, and began to ask about what happened in the mountain city. He had heard that although news about the mountain city had been banned, he heard that there was quite a fuss and that many people seemed to have died. During this period, he had been worried because he could not contact Lu Meng. "I have nothing to do. It's all the big guys fighting, so I just watch the show." Lu Meng casually responded with a few words, and followed Du Zitang's instructions in detail, keeping all the details in his stomach. That's good, that's good. By the way, did you gain anything from going to the mountain city? The college entrance examination is about to take place next month. I have high expectations for you, and I hope you can bring glory to the number 2 middle school. Don't worry, my harvest this time is pretty good. I won't let you and the school down. After bidding farewell to Wang Hongmin, Lu Meng entered the chat program, found Meng Zijin and Li Hao, and conveyed the news to each other that he had returned home safely. The two of them immediately felt their hearts in their stomachs and explained repeatedly that the ghost town was destroyed that day. The situation was so horrific that many of their colleagues ran home on the spot. As a result, the two of them searched around the mountain city, draining the water and digging it dry, but they couldn't find Lu Meng, and they have been worried until now. Regarding this, Lu Meng thought up an excuse on the way. He used the excuse that he fainted at the time and was discovered by the people in Senluo Hell. He was later locked up to check his identity. It took him several days to release him. Anyway, it was an own mistake. Now, everything is fine now. So, the three of them made an appointment to have a good gathering and celebrate their escape from death. After checking in with his siblings that they were safe, Lu Meng could only use a chat program to send a message to Zhang Xiaoxiao because he didn't have many people's mobile phone numbers in his address book, saying that he was back and intact. In less than 3 seconds, a call came from it was Zhang Xiaoxiao. "Good guy, you finally showed up. Oh, I'm sorry. I lost my phone during this period. I just got a replacement. President Xie heard that something happened in Shancheng and has been worried about your safety. Seeing that you didn't show up, he suspected that you were really in any danger, and he even thought about sending someone to find you in Shancheng. No, there are some twists and turns, and it took a little time. Okay, do you have time now? Now, yes, come to the Spiritual Masters Guild. President Xie should really want to see you. Okay, then I'll come over now." Lu Meng immediately took the subway and rushed to the Spiritual Masters Guild. Because the red name token was lost, he also wanted to see if he could replace one. Although he still didn't know how useful this thing was, he at least wanted to tell others that he accidentally lost it. About an hour later, Lu Meng arrived at the Guild of Spiritual Masters in the city center. Zhang Xiaoxiao had already greeted him at the door. When she saw that Lu Meng was in good condition and without any damage at first glance, she felt relieved. "Come on, President Xie was very happy when he heard that you showed up. He put aside all his work and is waiting for you upstairs." "Is this serious?" "No, President Xie is going crazy looking for you." "Huh, nothing important, right?" The two entered the magnificent Spiritual Masters Guild and took the elevator to the top floor. There was only one office here, which only served the president of the city's Spiritual Masters Guild, which was Xie Tianjun's exclusive private space. "Haha, your kid finally showed up." When Xie Tianjun, who was still charming, saw Lu Meng, he cheerfully stepped forward and gave him a big hug. Lu Meng's expression was a little awkward. He was not used to others being overly enthusiastic, and besides, his relationship with Xie Tianjun didn't seem to be that close. In addition, he also saw another familiar figure here, Jin Lin, the director of the Education Bureau, smiling at him and nodding at him. "Thank you, President." Director Jin. Lu Meng hurriedly said hello to the two of them. Next, several people sat down and began to interrogate Lu Meng about his experience in going to the mountain city and the reason for the loss of contact. Lu Meng responded fluently, all of which were words he had thought up before. If they were innocuous, he would answer them in detail. If they were confidential, he would mention them in 1 or 2 sentences, or he would just pretend to be dumbfounded. Anyway, a few people just sighed and sighed, and there was nothing to be suspicious of. As expected, the Wang family is still very hostile to the Ghost clan. Isn't that right? They only rely on the support of the Buddhist clan across the country to find the weak persimmon of the Ghost clan. However, having said that, this time they seemed to have suffered a serious head injury. Once they returned to Maoshan Qingfeng, they were immediately blocked from leaving. I'm curious about what kind of trouble they encountered in the mountain city. Perhaps only the top leaders of the Buddhist system know about this matter. Xie Tianjun and Jin Lin commented on the matter a few words, completely as bystanders, ignoring the matter as it had nothing to do with themselves. Regardless of these ruins, Lu Meng is back safe and sound. It will definitely be a big help to our college entrance examination in Guangcheng. That's not the case. We relied on him to help us before, but now he's better. He's even more powerful. Our ranking is expected to be high. Lu Meng couldn't understand what the two big guys were talking about, so he timidly raised a paw and asked, "What effort? What ranking?" Xie Tianjun and Jin Lin glanced at each other, and then Jin Lin explained, "Well, I guess no one has told you about this before. Put it this way, do you know why we have to vigorously carry out a special training plan? Isn't it to cultivate top students and achieve good results in the college entrance examination? Yes, that's the truth. Realistically speaking, this is about competition and ranking. We currently have a total of 15 big cities in Dragon Kingdom, right? Lu Meng nodded. Beijing, Guangcheng, Shancheng, Luocheng, Hucheng, Hangzhou, Sucheng, Lucheng, Ekong, Fucheng, Rongcheng, Harbin, Lancheng, Ancheng, and Xincheng are the entire 15 big cities. The backbone of the Dragon Kingdom has a population of hundreds of millions. Other small cities and settlements usually have little weight, and few people can remember them clearly. Actually, every year in the college entrance examination, our 15 big cities have to take the opportunity to hold a ranking competition, which is called, in the name of the city. In addition to determining the ranking based on results, this ranking competition is also related to the glory of each city. It is related to the proportion of resources allocated to us by the country in the next year, so the importance is self-evident. Quote, I understand, but since it is a ranking battle, why only a special training plan? Shouldn't it strengthen the strength of all students? In response to Lu Meng's doubts, Jin Lin shook his head. No, the ranking range is not that big. We only need to make a small list from each city, and then make comprehensive statistics based on the results of these people. The name is a battle of elites, striving for excellence. Understood. At this time, Jin Lin entered the topic of the topic. This is the fundamental reason why I am very dissatisfied with Min Lulei. It is ridiculous that such an outstanding talent like you is not included in the special training plan. I know that if all 6 of you come out together, you can easily stand out in this assessment based on your numbers and earn a lot of points for Guangcheng. Considering the special format of the college entrance examination ranking battle, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Lu Meng's summoning of attached gods is simply a perfect killer weapon. Xie Tianjun and Jin Lin can fully imagine that when these two people enter the examination room, they will definitely become a blockbuster. So, student Lu Meng, on behalf of the Guangcheng Education Bureau and even the entire Guangcheng city, I request you to put aside your past grudges and join the special training list to help Guangcheng win good results. Well, there's no such thing as past grudges. It's not that serious. That's right, I don't dare to vouch for such an important matter. Seeing Lu Meng's agreement, Jin Lin was so excited that his face turned red. Xie Tianjun interrupted at this time. By the way, if you don't mind, I would like to know what you gained from this trip to the mountain city. I heard that Lu Meng was going to venture into the mountain city before, so Xie Tianjun thought about it seriously. She also knew that for a ghost spirit master, step-by-step practice would be of absolutely no benefit. A major secret experience like the Ghost City would definitely have more benefits than disadvantages. Now that Lu Meng has returned safely, she is of course curious about what Lu Meng has gained. Upon hearing this question, Jin Lin and Zhang Xiaoxiao also pricked up their ears to listen. There are some, I got a good magic weapon before, but I lost it. Thinking of the lecherous ghost bracelet, Lu Meng felt a little distressed. After all, this thing helped him escape the blockade and pursuit of the Han family in critical moments. It's like helping yourself to save a life. If the pervert bracelet is still there, that would be perfect. Thinking of this, Lu Meng said, by the way, I lost my red name token. I wonder if I can get a replacement. It's a small matter. Xie Tianjun took out a new piece from the space ring and handed it to Lu Meng, then asked, besides the magic weapon, is there nothing else to gain? Others. Lu Meng naturally thought of tongue-pulling hell, but shook his head, no. What about realm? I mean realm, has it improved? Oh, this is true. Really. Xie Tianjun and Jin Lin were very excited, while Zhang Xiaoxiao was very curious. Jin Lin couldn't help but ask, how much has it been improved? Is it the 3rd ring? At the time of the match on April 1st, Lu Meng was a 2nd-level intermediate spiritual master. Jin Lin's first thought at this moment was that more than a month had passed. It would be perfect if Lu Meng could be promoted to a 3rd-level advanced spirit possessor. However, Lu Meng shook his head, it's not the 3rd ring. Xie Tianjun and Jin Lin couldn't help sighing, while Zhang Xiaoxiao was a little proud. It seemed that they were still not as good as me. Who knows? The next second Lu Meng continued, I have 4 rings. The 3 of them were suddenly stunned, and the huge office became silent. Good guy, Lu Meng filled a cup inadvertently. What did you say? 4 rings. Are you a 4th ring? Lu Meng, how can you be a master? The 3 people had different reactions. Xie Tian was in disbelief, Jin Lin was extremely shocked, and Zhang Xiaoxiao was suspicious and angry. As for telling the truth about his realm, Lu Meng thought about it. There was nothing to hide, and it was difficult to hide it. Even if you study hard every day before the college entrance examination, you must show off your skills when you enter the examination room. The realm of the 4th ring master level spirit enchanter cannot be hidden no matter what. In this case, it is better to take the initiative to confess, so as not to be suspected by others of having ulterior motives. I am indeed in the 4th ring now. I had some adventures in the mountain city of Lishui Ghost Town, so I got promoted by luck. What, is there any problem? No, of course it's no problem. This is a great thing. Quickly, show us the spiritual light array. Yes, seeing is believing. I don't believe you have 4 golden rings. Zhang Xiaoxiao, Ji Chongla and Gan Wenbin, the 3 red talents in Guangcheng this year, are protected by the Spiritual Masters Guild every day and fed with various resources, but currently they have only broken through to the 3rd ring high-level Spiritual Masters. Zhang Xiaoxiao was hit hard now. He was clearly the most talented person in the Red Aura, so why couldn't he make such rapid progress compared to a ghost clan? Chapter 91. Look at the spiritual light array. Lu Meng was a little resistant to this. No need, besides, this is an office, why are you showing up the spiritual light array for no reason? Lu Meng was mainly concerned because the spiritual light array was black at the beginning, which was very abrupt. Unless you directly release the gate of the underworld during a battle, and use the Ghost Master to appear and change colors to cover it up, this will be easier to conceal. Hearing this, Xie Tianjun patted the armrest of the seat and stood up with a groan. Yes, this is an office, it's not suitable. Come on, let's change places. Immediately, she took the initiative to walk towards the elevator entrance, with a posture that could not be refuted. Jin Lin seemed to understand what Xie Tianjun wanted to do, and followed him with a smile. Zhang Xiaoxiao thought for a while and walked towards the elevator. The 3 of them waited for Lu Meng to follow. What do you mean? Where are you going? Lu Meng had no choice but to follow him to the elevator. But the 3 of them did not go into details. They just pulled him into the elevator and went to the 1st floor. Then they left the Spiritual Masters Guild and got into a luxury car, traveling on the streets of Guangcheng. After they were on the road, Zhang Xiaoxiao said, "Did you know that President Xie has been looking for you these days? In addition to ensuring your safety, there is also a very important purpose." What purpose? Study with the Monster Clan. Although Xie Tianjun was in the car, Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't help pouting and complained. I have to follow President Xia's wishes every day to accompany the spirit masters of their monster clan, help them hone and grow better. Xie Tianjun grinned when he heard this and said, Xiaoxiao, you are so good and talented. It would be a waste not to ask for your help. Originally, this matter required Lu Meng's help. He is the possessed spirit of our demon clan after all. As a member of the Master Guild, I didn't expect him to disappear for such a long time. However, fortunately, he came back in time. I decided to stay with the Demon Clan Enchanter Guild during this time, so that we can promote each other and grow together. Quote. At the beginning, Xie Tianjun did not care about anything and brought Lu Meng into the Demon Clan Spiritual Masters Guild because of this selfish motive. It is perfect to use him as a whetstone for the younger generation of the Demon Clan. Besides, Lu Meng himself said that he had broken through to the 4th Ring Master level Spiritual Master. In order to prove his strength, he fought against the Demon Clan's brats, which was the best of both worlds. Jin Lin sat in the car with a smile, but he chose to remain silent. At this time, he couldn't put it down for Lu Meng. You must know that this year, the 3 Reds in Guangcheng are indeed very talented, and their realm has broken through to the 3rd Ring Advanced Spiritual Master. However, in the ranking battle of 15 cities, there is no obvious advantage. Even for some powerful enemies, it is still not enough. Now, it's okay. The emergence of such a powerful 4-ring master like Lu Meng has invisibly added a very powerful weight. How can it not be exciting? While the car was driving at a constant speed, Lu Meng wanted to understand what the situation was at this moment. It seems that these people want to see his new strength after his breakthrough. By the way, After resting for a long time, Lu Meng's hands were indeed itchy. Being able to compete with the geniuses in Guangcheng, especially the spiritual masters who have awakened the great demon, is quite exciting. However, he needs to consider his battle strategy first. Although he cannot hide his realm, he can choose to expose or hide his strength in a targeted manner. Perhaps, the 4 orange-level kings of hell can be hidden first, waiting to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers when necessary. Anyway, the strength that was exposed before was the 6 ghosts coming out together. At that time, it was enough to fight Zhang Xiaoxiao back and forth. Of course, that was all more than a month ago. Everyone's strength has grown, and you definitely can't judge the progress of others based on the past. Let's wait until the Demon Clan Enchanter Guild decides how much strength we need to reveal. The car wandered through the busy traffic, and after about half an hour, it arrived at a relatively quiet area. This is no longer the city center. It is quiet in the middle of the bustle. There is a relatively large building that looks like a training venue. Everyone got out of the car. Xie Tianjun walked at the front and entered some rooms with ease. Suddenly his eyes opened up, and Lu Meng saw a ceiling above his head, with a height of at least 10 meters. Upon entering, the space is at least several thousand square meters, cut into small arenas. At this moment, figures are fighting and colliding, and the scene is very lively. Bang bang bang. After Xie Tianjun arrived, he applauded and attracted everyone's attention. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone, please take a rest. Xie Tianjun's voice instantly stopped everyone. Lu Meng looked around and found several familiar faces. Basically, they were all players who had met during the competition. Among them, in the championship and runner-up finals, Lu Meng and Lu Meng Yu, a female classmate from No. 7 middle school who was fighting fiercely, met Lu Meng's eyes and nodded to each other. Interestingly, in addition to dozens of demon spirit masters, Lu Meng also saw a figure that was somewhat out of place. Ji Chongla, the first red prodigy who awakened the Buddhist Manjushri Bodhisattva, is here, sweating profusely and naked, as if he is panting after an exhausting battle. Zhang Xiaoxiao noticed Lu Meng's doubts and whispered in his ear, Ji Chongla and I have both been captured by Chairman Xie these days, so we are here to accompany them. Lu Meng nodded to express his understanding. So, I want to join your great cause next. Congratulations, you got it. Seeing that everyone was here, Xie Tianjun went straight to the topic. Classmate Lu Meng, I think you all know each other, so I won't introduce you much. Next, let me tell you 2 news. First, before the college entrance examination, Lu Meng will meet you. Let's prepare for the battle together here. When the new generation of demon spirit masters heard this, no one was surprised. They shrugged their shoulders and their eyes were shining. They were obviously interested in having a good discussion with Lu Meng. Those who had been defeated in the competition before were planning to use this opportunity to regain their position. If you don't have the opportunity to face Lu Meng head-on in the competition, you naturally hope to have a good fight. However, Xie Tianjun's second news immediately caused the huge training venue to cool down. Secondly, Lu Meng, like you, has not been idle these days. He has also been upgraded, and he is still a 4th ring master. When the words 4 rings and master level popped out of Xie Tianjun's mouth, Lu Meng first felt that the atmosphere was a little quiet, and then a pair of burning eyes focused on him. In addition to the original potential opponents who were interested in challenging, this time there was also increased hostility between Ji Chongla and Gan Wenbin. Have you reached the 4th ring master level? A ghost tribe actually climbed in front of us. Both of them were gearing up at the moment. Seeing the situation becoming tense in the blink of an eye, Xie Tianjun curled up his lips. She just hopes to use Lu Meng to stimulate these brats, so that they know that there is a world outside the world and there are people outside the world. Haven't you always looked down on the ghost spirit masters? Aren't many people still shouting and shouting, isn't Lu Meng's championship just like this? It's okay now. They are standing in front of you, and they have become stronger. It depends on how you treat each one. Without further ado, Lu Meng is here. Anyone who is interested can come out and challenge on your own. After Xie Tianjun successfully helped Lu Meng get rid of his hatred, he and Jin Lin walked to the bench by the wall and sat down to chat by themselves, obviously determined to watch the show. Zhang Xiaoxiao also stepped aside, leaving Lu Meng alone as the target of public criticism. He was looked at from top to bottom, left and right, back and forth over and over again, just like the fat meat for sale in the market, waiting for customers to bid. A hand was suddenly raised high, and a strong voice said, "If I challenge Lu Meng, wouldn't I be too ignorant?" Everyone's eyes shifted and they moved away automatically, completely exposing his figure. Lu Meng looked at the other party and was a little impressed, but not much. During the competition, this person appeared, but the two had no chance to fight. Lu Meng didn't remember which school the other party came from, and he didn't even remember his last name. He only vaguely remembered that he seemed to be an intermediate spiritual master of the second ring at that time. Realm, purple spiritual light array level, the possessed spirit should be a Tengu. You know, the highest level of the 6 ghosts Lu Meng displayed at that time was the purple spiritual light array, so theoretically, many people classified him as the purple level. But in fact, anyone with a discerning eye knows that with Lu Meng's strength, even the orange aura array has to kneel down in front of him. Now that this classmate wants to challenge, it is really not enough. All I can say is that he has great courage. However, looking at the bellicose light flashing in the other person's eyes, Lu Meng solemnly nodded. "Don't say that, let's talk to each other and please give me some advice." He chose to fight. When the others saw this, they all had their own thoughts. Those who are on the same level as Tengu classmates can't help but think that it's okay. Someone can stand out and see how much Lu Meng has improved in more than a month. Orange level students have another idea. For example, Yu naturally hopes to win back her loss in the finals, but President Xie said that Lu Meng is now in the 4th ring, so it would be good for someone to test Lu Meng first so that he can take the opportunity to observe. As for Zhang Xiaoxiao, Ji Chongla and Gan Wenbin, they stood in a corner respectively, with their hands folded and their brows furrowed, feeling a little resentful in their hearts. 4-ring master level. So what, if you really want to take action, you may not be my opponent. Let's first see how many pounds you have when you fight with others. So, Lu Meng and Tiangu walked onto a stage and stood face to face. Sorry, didn't ask for advice. No need, I'm a nobody, so you don't need to bother remembering my name. Tengu-san is a bachelor. He doesn't really have any extra thoughts. He just likes to challenge the strong. During this time, he has been fighting with others a lot. It can be said that he loses more than he wins, but the purpose is to hone himself and recognize the gap. It didn't say that you have to overwhelm others. Seeing that the other party was so open-minded, Lu Meng suddenly found it particularly interesting. Then please. A black spiritual light array appeared under the feet, with 4 golden rings shining brightly. Then the gate of the underworld was released, the spiritual light array turned blue, and the 2 ghost masters, black and white, walked out at the same time with weird smiles. Lu Meng looked around and listened, and found that whether it was his peers outside the ring or Xie Tianjun and Jin Lin beside the wall, although they had surprised expressions, they were all talking about the number of golden rings, and he was immediately relieved. It seems that they still believe that the black spiritual light array at the beginning was a cover-up to scare people, and it should be attributed to some kind of spiritual release. In this way, you can save yourself a lot of trouble, and if someone asks you in the future, you can explain along this line of thinking. I saw 2 ghost masters appear on the stage, a purple spiritual light array appeared on the opposite side, and 3 golden rings glowed. A canine monster that looked like a wild cat but had a white head appeared on the stage. It raised its head and called out, and the sound was a bit like, "You." Classmate Lu Meng, I'm going to take action. The opponent reminded him, and quickly retreated to the side of the ring, and at the same time ordered an attack on the Tengu. The Tengu suddenly became ferocious, showing its fangs and charging up its 4 hooves on the floor of the ring. After squatting down, it used the force to rush forward. It raised its front hooves, its sharp claws glowed with cold light, and locked directly on the chest of black and white Wucheng. Jia, little tricks. Hey Wucheng threw out his soul hook, and Bai Wucheng drew out his morning stick from the bottom up. The Tengu's forward momentum continued unabated, and its sharp claws seemed to be a very powerful skill. It knocked back the weapons of the 2 ghost masters at once, and gained the upper hand through head-on confrontation. However, black and white Wucheng decisively launched a counterattack, and the 2 figures separated into left and right directions, and then released the soul-seizing soul and corpse-rotting poison at the same time, causing the Tengu to focus on one thing but not the other. Barking Shadow. The opponent beside the ring shouted, and the Tengu suddenly divided into two figures temporarily, one on the left and one on the right, and black and white Wuchang gang. Ha! Lu Meng's eyes lit up. Clone. It's interesting. However, the two ghosts were at loggerheads with the two dogs, so Lu Meng did not panic. After upgrading, his spiritual energy foundation has been greatly improved, and black and white are still present, and he is confident that he can go all day and night without replenishing. However, black and white impermanence is at the level of the blue spiritual light array after all. Although they are connected and Lu Meng's realm has advantages, it is still somewhat difficult to defeat the Tengu head-on. Classmate Lu Meng, please don't give in to me on purpose. The opponent knew that he was no match, but Lu Meng obviously had at least 6 ghosts in his hole, and only 2 of them had appeared now, so he was naturally unconvinced. You can lose, but you can't lose in a situation where your opponent is clearly giving in. If you want to lose, you must lose in a fair and open manner. Eclipse the sun. With a spiritual spell cast, the Tengu suddenly grew in size. After powerfully repelling black and white impermanence, it pressed towards Lu Meng overwhelmingly in the blink of an eye. Lu Meng was a little surprised, but not panicked at all. A shield of black ghost energy appeared on his body, easily blocking the Tengu's attack. I didn't want to use spiritual magic at first, but it seems that the black and white combat power is not enough to subdue the opponent. Forget it, let's make a quick decision. As a result, Lu Meng summoned a bull-headed horse face from the gate of the underworld, and a situation of 4 ghosts beating a dog suddenly appeared in the ring. Lu Meng has many methods, but he hopes to keep them at the level he has exposed before. When Black Sky and White Rift used their combined attack skills with Ox and Horse, the Tengu was directly knocked back to its original form, and was no longer able to fight back. Hoo. At this time, the opponent on the edge of the ring was breathing heavily, and had already retracted the Tengu, and the spiritual light array was also put away. He said calmly, I lost because my skills were inferior to others. Lu Meng also withdrew the spiritual light array, cupped his fists and responded with a smile, I admit it. Under the stage, there was sparse applause. Lu Meng won, which was expected by everyone. However, it is obvious that his true strength has not been forced out, and the purple spiritual light array is not enough. Yu was a bit nervous. She planned to fight Lu Meng now. With her hard training during this period, she might have a chance to win back. However, before she could speak, someone got there first. A figure stepped onto the ring without waiting for Tengu-san to leave. 16th Middle School, Luoan, please give me some advice. This was also a boy, wearing an undershirt training uniform. He had obviously been sweating profusely from training before Lu Meng arrived. He had participated in the citywide competition before and watched Lu Meng reach the top. He recognized Lu Meng's strength, but he was inevitably a little arrogant and hoped to have the opportunity to fight in person. Although he knew that he had a high probability of losing, Luoan did not feel ashamed. What he wanted was to recognize the gap. Seeing Luoan taking the lead, many people who had the same idea felt a little regretful. But that's fine, with Luoan's strength, he should be able to test out more of Lu Meng's trump cards. Seeing this, Tengu-san didn't waste any time and hurriedly left the stage and gave up the stage. Lu Meng smiled and clasped his fists, please enlighten me. The two of them got into position and displayed the spiritual light array. Lu Meng appeared first as always, black and white. Opposite to Luoan's feet was an orange spiritual light array with 3 golden rings. In front of him stood a large demon holding a giant axe, which was the famous Bull Demon King. Are you sure you're going to deal with me with 2 ghosts? Luoan raised his eyebrows, seemingly dissatisfied. I advise you to find more helpers. No need, I know it. Lu Meng knew that he would definitely suffer a loss based on black and white, but he still planned to take it step by step. This is not a life and death battle. There is no need to use your ultimate move to kill people and run away. Since we have agreed to compete with the Demon Clan, we should let these Demon Clan spirit masters of the same age have a good time fighting so that they can better unleash their abilities. If the opponent's self-confidence is undermined from the beginning, Xie Tianjun and Jin Lin will probably both not happy. Whatever you want. Arhat felt that he had been slighted, so he stopped talking nonsense and decisively gave the order to the Bull Demon King, charge wildly. The Bull Demon King was seen dwarfed, holding a giant axe in his right hand, seemingly accumulating strength. Black and White Wuchang held the soul hook and morning stick. He felt that the momentum on the other side was rising sharply. He immediately looked solemn and prepared to take precautions. Whoosh! The Bull Demon King suddenly exerted force on his feet, and his tall figure rushed over like a black whirlwind, aiming directly at the Black and White Impermanence. Bang! Although Black and White Wuchang was on guard, the Bull Demon King's charging momentum was so fast and violent that he had no time to make any moves, not to mention defense, even dodge. As a result, two figures, one black and one white, were knocked away and fell directly to the ring floor a few meters away. Lu Meng lowered his head and glanced at the two ghost masters. He was shaking his head. He seemed to have a concussion. He probably wouldn't be able to recover for a while. I have to say that the so-called wild charge of the Bull Demon King is indeed somewhat interesting. At this moment, Lu Meng had to invite two more ghost masters from the gate of the underworld. However, this time it is not a bull-headed and horse-faced one, but a double judge who rewards good and punishes evil. You know, the Bull Demon King is one level higher than the Tengu. When you meet him face to face, his combat power is much higher. If you use ox-headed horse noodles, it is estimated that you will still be delivering food, and then there will not be two ghosts lying on the ring, but four ghosts. Therefore, Lu Meng's strategy is to let the two judges deal with the Bull Demon King first, and take the opportunity to quickly restore the Black and White Wuchang's sanity, so that the four ghosts can attack the Bull Demon King. The audience under the ring stared at this moment and cheered up. Even though I had seen Lu Meng's scene of four ghosts appearing in the Citizen Stadium before, there was something different at close range. The most important thing is that they can clearly see that the color of the spiritual light array under Lu Meng's feet has changed from blue to purple. This shows that the new twin ghosts are even more powerful. If you want to study Lu Meng's combat power, you must take a closer look at what methods and combat methods the new twin ghosts have. By the way, after the double judges appeared, Lu Meng did not want to repeat the mistakes of Black and White. Therefore, instead of giving the Bull Demon King a chance to attack, he took the initiative to counterattack. First, Zhang Kui's judge pen clicked, and a burst of black energy directly turned the Bull Demon King into a cute but confused puppy. Everyone in the audience nodded secretly. They had seen this transformation before, but now it seems that it is still a bit unexplainable. If it were you, how should you deal with it? This is an important issue that everyone needs to face. Seeing the Bull Demon King being transformed, Wei Zheng's judge pen pointed out that it was the curse skill. The Bull Demon King burst into black anger on the spot and had obviously suffered some injuries. Some people who have carefully studied Lu Meng's combat routines have already guessed that his third combined attack move is about to be used. As long as the two judge pens are clicked together, and the black energy turns into black feather arrows and penetrates into the Bull Demon King's body, the battle situation will basically be settled. However, Lu Owen, who was standing on the edge of the ring to protect his own safety at this time, did not panic, took a horse stance, and a majestic spiritual energy from the spiritual light array under his feet poured into his body, and immediately shouted, "Shock!" A surge of coercion suddenly surged out of his body and poured into the Bull Demon King's body. With a bang, the Bull Demon King transformed back into his true form. Not only did he not look injured, but he became even more imposing. The Bull Demon King got a breather and became angry. He swung the giant axe in his hand and directly danced a whirlwind, trying to sweep up the two judges. Roaring Axe. This skill of the Bull Demon King is very difficult to deal with. Well, let's see how Lu Meng responds. Several people who were familiar with Luo and under the ring couldn't help but discuss it. This confrontation was very exciting from the beginning. Seeing that the whirlwind of dancing giant axes has enveloped them, the two judges could only give up the idea of using combined attack skills, and were forced to separate in two directions to temporarily avoid its sharp edge. But at this moment, Black and White Wuchang came to his senses. Jia stood up with a weird smile, looking a little angry. Seeing the Bull Demon King dancing vigorously with his giant axe, Master He and Master Bai can't control it so much. Anyway, it's not me who is being attacked, so feel free to offer the soul-stealing and corpse-corrugating poison. With the chaos caused by Black and White, the Bull Demon King suddenly ignored each other. At this time, Lu Owen, who was on the edge of the ring, simply used his second spiritual technique, Roar. A thunder suddenly resounded throughout the entire arena. Not only the four ghosts and Lu Meng, but also the eardrums of many people under the arena were severely shocked and froze on the spot. Mental shock. Lu Meng was a little surprised at the power of this spiritual technique, and saw in a daze that the Bull Demon King took the opportunity to attack the four absent-minded ghost masters. Although the situation was developing in an unfavorable direction for him, Lu Meng had nothing to worry about. He slapped his forehead with his palm to wake himself up. Seeing that the four ghost masters had been knocked down on the ring by a sneak attack, he decisively ordered, combined attack skills and use them together. I have already used the black and white impermanence combined attack technique, black day and daytime, and the double judge combined attack technique, ink pen and soul seizing technique, so I might as well use it in favor of the Bull Demon King. Seeing that the four ghosts still had the strength to fight back, the Bull Demon King retreated first to avoid being beaten. Then, he used his skill again, and this time it seemed to be an ultimate move. Swallow mountains and rivers with anger. The Bull Demon King suddenly became taller, and his exposed muscles seemed to contain endless expansion energy. The Mobi soul-seizing machine has hit the Bull Demon King, but there seems to be no reaction. After black and white impermanence approached through dizzying frequent changes of positions, no matter how hard he struck with the hook and morning stick, the Bull Demon King turned a blind eye. Lu Meng suddenly felt something was wrong, but quickly figured out what was going on. Invincible state. The bull-headed horse-faced combined attack technique is unparalleled. It can combine the two ghosts into one and enter a mad state. In addition to the surge in combat power, there is also a chance of triggering an invincible state that lasts for 3 breaths. Although the probability is not high, as long as it is triggered and there are 3 breaths, the bullhead horse noodle will be beaten no matter how hard it is. At the moment, the Bull Demon King on the opposite side seems to be in this state, and it seems that it is not limited by probability but only needs to be used and effective. However, since it is an invincible state, there must be certain limitations. For example, if the time limit is too short, attack power decreases, movement decreases, spiritual energy consumption is huge, etc., there will always be sequelae. Take the bullhead horse noodles as an example. The fact that the 3 breaths are so short is a big disadvantage. Apart from protecting yourself during this period of time, it doesn't help much in other aspects. Therefore, Lu Meng decisively changed his tactics. Since you are invincible, I will not fight you yet. Disperse. Guerrilla. The 4 ghosts got the order and dispersed directly from the siege to the 4 corners, so as not to come into close contact with the Bull Demon King. Anyway, looking at the Bull Demon King's fighting method, except for the initial charge, the rest of the methods are close combat. Just keep the distance. I don't believe I can't survive you. Let's see how long you can be invincible. Luoan, who was on the edge of the ring, frowned when he saw this. No matter what you are afraid of, it would be fine if the opponent confronts you head-on. However, until now, he could only grit his teeth and persist. As a result, the Bull Demon King wielded a giant axe and waved in a direction to kill. However, black and white were extremely slippery, and the transformation between black and white was simply a rogue trick for the Bull Demon King. Although the double judges were not that quick in action, they were still ahead of the Bull Demon King. What's more, Lu Meng could see that the momentum of both Luoan and the Bull Demon King was declining rapidly. He simply took the double judges back to the gate of the underworld and kept it. Black and white are impermanent, taking the opponent to the garden. Hateful. Luoan was so angry that he simply asked the Bull Demon King to give up the impermanence of black and white, and directly swung his giant axe to kill Lu Meng, the spiritual master. However, Lu Meng stood still, his soul shield condensing into shape. Since breaking through to the 4th ring master level, the defensive power of the soul shield has increased with the tide. The Bull Demon King's giant axe slammed down hard, and there was no crack in the shield. It's really easy to defend against. Bang! After the Bull Demon King finished swinging the axe, he disappeared on the spot. At the edge of the ring, Luoan was panting and kneeling on the ground, the spiritual light array under his feet having been retracted. He couldn't hold on anymore. His spiritual energy was almost exhausted, and he probably had to reimburse himself for today's training. He could only hope to absorb more spiritual stones to restore his body and mind. The ultimate move of swallowing mountains and rivers is good, but its shortcomings are too obvious and serious. It can be easily cracked by opponents, which is also a huge burden on itself. As a result, after fighting again and again, he was exhausted and defeated one after another. At this time, everyone in the ring knew that Lu Meng did not exert his full strength. Luo An's defeat was caused by Luo An, who pushed himself into a dead end. The defeat can only be said to be very reasonable. I lost. Concession. Luo An stepped down. He was a little aggrieved, but he was indeed inferior in skills and had nothing to say. Lu Meng still stood on the ring, putting away the gate of hell and the spiritual light array, waiting for the next opponent to come on stage to challenge. You won't rest after 2 battles in a row. Some people saw from Lu Meng's posture that he still wanted to defend the ring. Lu Meng shook his head. No, it doesn't cost much. When Luo An and the Tengu classmate heard this, they couldn't help but twitch at the corner of their eyes. These words were so hurtful. Co-author, we were just playing house with you. Similarly, these words have aroused the belligerence of many people. Although we don't want to take advantage of you with wheel fighting, you are so proud of yourself, so don't blame us for not practicing martial ethics. Yu had this idea. She originally wanted to wait for Lu Meng to rest for a while before challenging him. Now that she was fine, she could go straight on the field and have a good fight with him. However, she found that she was a step slower because someone had already walked onto the ring silently. The key is that when everyone saw that figure, they all held their breath and concentrated, and the huge training hall suddenly became quiet again. Xie Tianjun, who was sitting on a bench by the wall of the training hall watching the game, saw this and his beautiful eyes shone. Now it's interesting. Jin Lin was a little worried. If they fight, nothing will happen, right? Don't worry, nothing will happen. I just don't know if the venue will be damaged. Forget it, let's inform the engineering team to get in position first. Under the ring, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Ji Chongla also cheered up and looked at their new opponents standing in front of Lu Meng. Gan Wenbin finally took action. I don't want to take advantage of you, why don't you just rest for 10 minutes? No, I'm in good condition. Faced with Gan Wenbin's gentlemanly persuasion, Lu Meng did not accept it. This is indeed the case. The 2 games just now were just warm-ups at best. Lu Meng didn't show much strength at all. Moreover, he was a master at least, and his spiritual energy level was far beyond that of his peers present. Again, it's not a life and death battle, you don't have to go all out, just take it easy. But Gan Wenbin didn't think so. As one of the 3 popular talents in Guangcheng this year, he wanted to fight Lu Meng because of his lack of skills. This idea has been on the mind of Zhang Xiaoxiao since he fought Lu Meng in public last month and ended in a draw. At the moment, Lu Meng was invincible in the demon clan's home field. Even the bull demon king at the level of the orange spiritual light array could not do anything to him. He did not even force the 6 ghosts to appear. Gan Wenbin felt that he was losing face. The most disgusting thing is that he even condescended to go on stage to challenge, and Lu Meng is still so arrogant and threatens not to take a break. This simply doesn't take him seriously. How can Gan Wenbin not be angry? In that case, let's get started. Gan Wenbin is a well-known genius in Guangcheng No. 8 Middle School. It can be said that he is one of the few honorees in the history of No. 8 Middle School. Awakening the red spiritual light array, the possessed spirit is the great demon Ice Phoenix, and seems to possess the demon clan's treasures on Bingzu. Because his phoenix has frost attributes, it is very difficult to deal with, making it difficult for opponents to deal with. The key is that the phoenix can fly and has special advantages whether it is ground or high-altitude combat. This was all information Lu Meng had heard before, and he couldn't help but have strong expectations for this confrontation at this moment. Gan Wenbin saw a bright red aura glowing at his feet, and a flawless white phoenix floating in front of him. At first glance, it was at least 10 meters long. This ice phoenix looks like a chicken magnified hundreds of times, but its hair is fine and soft, its eyes are proud, and its tail is very long, spread out like a blooming ice flower. Phoenix raised its head and let out a loud, high-pitched cry that resounded throughout the training hall. The frosty breath suddenly dropped the indoor temperature several degrees. What a majestic and bitingly cold ice phoenix! Lu Meng's heart was pounding when he saw it, and he almost knelt down to worship. When the spiritual light array lit up under Lu Meng's feet, in an instant, the feeling of wanting to kneel down disappeared, and his heartbeat instantly stabilized. It's just red, nothing worth mentioning. After releasing the gate of the underworld, Black and White Wuchang and the double judge came out at the same time. Although these 4 ghost masters had just fought a few minutes ago, they returned to the gate of the underworld and recuperated on the spot, suddenly returning to their best condition. Gan Wenbin, who was surrounded by the ice phoenix's tail in the air, waited for a long time and couldn't help but frown and asked, "Only 4? Are there 2 more? There's no rush. Let's check first." Gan Wenbin is even more angry now. "You don't think that 4 brats just want to deal with Ice Phoenix, do you? That's too much. Ice Arrow." Gan Wenbin gave an order on the spot to the Ice Phoenix hovering above his head. The Ice Phoenix opened its mouth and spewed out several streams of ice energy, shooting towards the 4 ghost masters, which had already condensed into frost arrows. It was so fierce that it killed them in front of them in the blink of an eye, and the 4 ghost masters had no time to react. Puff puff puff. 4 consecutive muffled sounds came from Black and White Wuchang and Double Judge. The ice arrow entered their bodies and they were all injured. Seeing that there were blood holes in the chests of the 4 ghost masters, but no blood was flowing out because they were covered with frost, Lu Meng realized that something was wrong. After just one encounter, Ice Phoenix powerfully crushed the 4 ghosts. It was indeed not a vegetarian. However, the 4 ghost masters are not fuel-efficient lamps. Black and White Wuchang directly used the combined attack skill Black Sky and White Day, changing his direction to kill the Ice Phoenix. Gan Wenbin had watched Lu Meng's matches so many times and knew Black and White Wuchang's combat strategy at this time, so he let the Ice Phoenix take off to see if Lu Meng could fly up and fight. Naturally, Lu Meng couldn't fly, so he simply changed his target and asked Black and White Wuchang to target Gan Wenbin, the spiritual master, and force Ice Phoenix to come down to save the savior. However, Gan Wenbin was not worried at all about his encounter. With a cry of Ice Shield technique, the Ice Phoenix above his head exhaled and instantly condensed an airtight frost armor on his body. Black and White Wuchang came right in front of him. He drew the hook and morning stick, and the frost armor made a banging sound, but it was not damaged at all. What's abominable is that the Ice Phoenix above his head continues to spray ice arrows, making Black and White Wuchang unable to concentrate on the attack. He can only frequently change positions to avoid the ice arrow firepower. At this time, Lu Meng had no choice but to let Zhang Kui take the opportunity to use the judge's pen to point out the transformation skills. Originally, his strategy was to wait for the Black and White Impermanence to swim close behind him, and then transform the Ice Phoenix. This would be a seamless transition, beating the Ice Phoenix until he doubted his life. This is fine, although the Ice Phoenix has indeed been successfully transformed into a small white frog, falling from the air. But it is estimated that it will take some time before they fall into the ring, and it is impossible to surround them. They can only use skills to cast them through the air. Soul Seizing, Corpse Poison and Curse hit the little frog at the same time, and all 3 skills hit successfully. After the frog landed, there was a bang and it transformed back into a huge Ice Phoenix. The 4 ghost masters wanted to surround it, but it was too late. The trouble is, even though he had successfully hit 4 times in a row, Ice Phoenix looked unharmed. His body was still the same, his hair was still the same, and the frost was still the same frost. He didn't seem to be injured much. It's big, has high defense, can fly, has thick skin, high health, and is possessed by ice armor. It's simply too difficult to fight. At this time, the Ice Phoenix had taken off again, and Gan Wenbin, who was protected by the Ice Shield technique, quickly ordered, Ice Sealing technique plus Ice Phoenix Flying Strike. Chirp! The Ice Phoenix raised its head and let out a high-pitched phoenix cry. Immediately, its wings fluttered, and a breath of frost enveloped the entire arena condescendingly. The audience at the ring immediately retreated in tacit agreement, and they could already feel the chill seeping into their bodies. Lu Meng was at the edge of the ring, and he clearly felt that his skin and blood were about to freeze, so he quickly used ghost energy to condense a soul shield for himself. However, the Black and White Impermanence and the double judges in the center of the ring are in trouble. At this time, they are being taken care of by frost, and they are almost frozen and unable to move. The Ice Phoenix above the head suddenly stopped inciting and swooped down, spreading its wings like a soaring bird, knocking down the 4 ghosts and falling to pieces on the ring. Seeing that the 4 ghost masters were knocked down by head-on tactics, Lu Meng quickly drew out a large amount of spiritual energy from the spiritual light array to make up for the 4 Ghost Masters' losses, and inspired them to break away the ice in their bodies and surfaces and stand up to fight again. At this time, the Ice Phoenix hovered above Gan Wenbin and did not take the opportunity to seal the victory. Gan Wenbin said calmly, "I want to see 6 ghosts, please come out." On April 1st, when everyone was a second-level intermediate spirit master, Zhang Xiaoxiao used the 3-star lord to fight against 6 ghosts. Under the spotlight, he only got a draw. Now Lu Meng has broken through to the 4th ring, and Gan Wenbin is the 3rd ring. If he can challenge the Master Spirit Master as a high-level Spirit Master, and then directly KO the 6 ghosts to win, he will not only prove that he is stronger than Lu Meng, but also can surpass the level. Fighting, he can also infer that Zhang Xiaoxiao is not his opponent, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So, he wants 1 to hit 6. Everyone naturally saw what Gan Wenbin was thinking. Zhang Xiaoxiao pouted and thought to himself, even if you beat the 6 ghosts, it still doesn't mean you are better than me. Today is different from the past, not to mention that there is a saying that different races and different gods restrain each other. I really want to. The only way to prove that he is better than me is to knock me down head on. Ji Chongla, another protagonist in the spotlight, crossed his arms and looked thoughtful. Xie Tianjun and Jin Lin, who were sitting on the benches on the wall of the training hall, began to discuss. Lao Xie, what do you think? The winner should be decided, right? Don't worry, it's still early. Oh, why can't you see that? Don't forget, Lu Meng had 6 ghosts appear last month. However, 2 more imps may not necessarily be Ice Phoenix's opponent. The altitude advantage is too great. That's true. But this little guy has been promoted to 2 realms in a row since he came back, both to the master level. Doesn't he have any trump card at all? It's up to you to believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. Seeing Xie Tianjun's words, Jin Lin couldn't help but look forward to seeing what other methods Lu Meng had to turn the tables. I have to say that this head-to-head arena match is really exciting. 6 ghosts. Lu Meng grinned. Black and White Wuchang and Double Judge had relied on the spiritual light array to successfully dispel the frost breath inside and outside their bodies. They stood up and gathered around him. Since you want to see the 6 ghosts so much, then that'll satisfy you. There were figures with bull heads and horse faces, one holding a steel hairpin and the other holding a spear. However, as Gan Wenbin expected, Lu Meng himself also believed that these 6 ghost masters would still be unable to break the Ice Phoenix. The key is that this guy can fly. This will be really difficult to break in a short time. But when the bull-headed horse appeared, Lu Meng had different plans. I saw that he directly used spiritual skills to invite ghosts to take over his body and merge with the bull's head. Gan Wenbin, who was opposite him, narrowed his eyes slightly. He had seen Lu Meng use this method to fight Zhang Xiaoxiao before. According to his realm, the possibility of unified fighting between gods and mortals could be ruled out. After all, 50% bloodline fusion is an iron rule, no matter how outrageous you are. It is impossible to cross the truth. Besides, even if gods and mortals fight together, they should merge with the awakened possessed gods. Many people have learned that Lu Meng's 6 ghosts are subordinate spirits summoned by Zhang Xiaoxiao. So far, no one knows which possessed spirit he actually awakened. In other words, Lu Meng still has a bigger trump card that he has yet to reveal. So, this fusion with the gods can only be attributed to a spiritual method. However, even if it is fused, it is still no match for Ice Phoenix. Gan Wenbin let the Ice Phoenix rise into the sky, and at the same time blessed himself with an ice shield technique, which allowed him to advance, attack, retreat, and defend, ensuring nothing went wrong. Then, seeing the 6 ghosts attacking from 6 directions, Gan Wenbin did not repeat his old tricks and use a combination of Ice Sealing and Ice Phoenix flying strikes to seal the victory, but instead used a new method. Experience my spiritual skills. Gan Wenbin was in the ice shield, making seals with his hands, and the spiritual light array under his feet surged with majestic spiritual energy, Frost Elf. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge Ice Phoenix in midair suddenly split into several smaller Ice Phoenixes. There were exactly 6 in number. After these 6 small Ice Phoenixes appeared, they directly locked onto the 6 ghosts and began to capture and kill them. Although Gan Wenbin does not have the spiritual skills to summon attached gods, he can allow Ice Phoenix to create some clones in a short time. Although the strength of each clone will be reduced a lot, it is a rare human sea tactic. As a result, Black and White Wuchang relied on Black Sky and Daytime to deal with the two small Ice Phoenixes, and the double judges also had two opponents. However, the Niu Tu and Ma Mian possessed by Lu Meng first used their weapons to sweep away the Chain of the Dead and the Wheel of Death. Then directly launch the combined attack technique Niu Ma Wushwang, completely blending into one, entering the state of madness and enlightenment. These 6 small Ice Phoenix clones seemed to only be able to fight in close combat, and did not have as many long-range attack methods as the main body. Therefore, at this moment, they could only collide with the fused bull-headed horse. Lu Meng simply stopped defending. After all, after being combined, the skin was rough and the flesh was thick. There might be a chance to trigger the 3-breath invincibility. In addition, the attack power of the 2 small Ice Phoenixes was not that high. He directly used the steel hairpin in his left hand and the pistol spear in his right hand, sweeping it back and forth, beating the trumpet Ice Phoenix until it moaned incessantly. Gan Wenbin didn't expect that after splitting into 6, he would fall into a passive situation. Because the Ice Phoenix body split into 6 clones in midair, he needed to multitask to control the clones to fight, so his strength declined and he hovered without moving. Gan Wenbin had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue to use the spiritual technique, Frost Nova. An ice explosion locked and combined, killing the Minotaur and horsemen in all directions, and exploded with a bang. Lu Meng couldn't help but feel a sweetness in his throat and spit out a mouthful of blood. He was having such a fierce battle just now that he didn't notice that Gan Wenbin would sneak attack on him. The key is that this ice blast came and went without a trace, making it difficult to prevent. He was unable to notice it and prop up his soul shield. Unless you have been paying attention to Gan Wenbin's every move and be on guard when he casts a spell. At this time, Lu Meng was injured and knelt on one knee. Cold air invaded his body both inside and outside, making him feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the spiritual light array under my feet was nourished by a steady supply of spiritual energy, so I gradually got better. However, he was completely angry. I originally wanted to hide my clumsiness, half fishing and half leaving the situation, and fooled the discussion. Who would have thought that Gan Wenbin would be so serious and beat himself up so badly? It's really the uncle who can bear it and the aunt can't bear it. However, despite being angry, Lu Meng did not go to the extent of using Onamu Blade to kill him. You must know that this move was too cruel, but even Han Fixia was killed on the spot. But having said that, the special killing skills and spiritual techniques can be used, but Lu Meng still wants Gan Wenbin to improve his memory. He stood up again, and the spiritual light array under his feet suddenly changed from purple to orange. I originally thought not to use the King of Hell, but it seems I have to establish my authority. In the gate of the underworld, King Qin Guang walked out with an earth-shattering battle axe and King Chu Zhang carrying a leech mace. What? Yucky. Oh my god. What did I see? There are 8 ghosts in Lu Meng. Impossible. This is impossible. Why are there 2 ghosts? The audience outside the ring were all stunned and couldn't believe this scene at all. Zhang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were full of excitement. After she reached the 3rd ring, she could summon the 4th Star King. So after she heard Lu Meng admit that he had broken through to the master level, she doubted whether Lu Meng could summon him. New helpers. It seems that it is as expected. However, if there are 4 rings, will it not be 8 ghosts, but 10 ghosts? Another person who holds the same view is Xie Tianjun. Gan Wenbin did it and finally forced Lu Meng to show some strength. Jin Lin clenched his fists excitedly when he saw the 8 ghosts appearing. At this time, he was a little confused by Xie Tianjun's remarks. Do you mean that Lu Meng still has strength? Xie Tianjun's lips curled up. She also wanted to know the answer. However, there was always a thought in her mind. This was definitely not the upper limit of Lu Meng's combat power. 8 ghosts. Gan Wenbin's eyes widened, a little surprised, but not much. After all, he is at the master level, but he can't be at the same level as last month. Lu Meng has some unexpected new methods, so this makes sense. So, he asked Ice Phoenix to put away its 6 trumpet clones and hover high in the sky again. For Gan Wenbin and Ice Phoenix, there is a natural advantage in the ring battle, and that is space. No matter how many helpers Lu Meng summons, they can only move within a fixed space, which gives Ice Phoenix ample advantages to use. Ice Sealing Technique. Ice Phoenix Flying Strike. Although these two skills consume a lot of spiritual energy, Gan Wenbin feels that in such a cramped and narrow space, the best way to face the 8 ghosts is to freeze them and then knock them all down. However, Lu Meng had already suffered a loss once, how could he fall twice in the same river? The reason why he invited King Qin Guang and King Chu Zhong out was for a clear purpose. Lu Meng was seen withdrawing from Niu Ma Wushuang, his body was separated from the Niu head, and he merged with King Qin Guang. Then, he and King Chu Zhong decisively launched their combined attack skills, but something unexpected happened. This ultimate move can control the opponent's possessed spirit. The duration can last up to 10 breaths, depending on the realm and strength of the opponent's possessor and possessed spirit. The restriction is that if the opponent's spiritual light array is higher than your own, it cannot be controlled. But how is this possible? Lu Meng was above Gan Wenbin in terms of his own realm, strength, and level of the spiritual light array. There is no possibility of failure at all due to this strange combination of circumstances. Then, the Ice Phoenix, who was casting a spell and fluttering its wings to rain down frost, suddenly froze, and then quickly landed in the center of the ring. At this time, the 8 ghosts had already landed in 8 directions and watched the Ice Phoenix take its place. All the weapons in his hands were raised high, and his face was filled with a happy smile that was harmless to humans and animals. Big Bird, it's my turn. Soul-seducing rope, morning stick, steel hairpin, spear, judge pen. Swirling battle axe, earth shaking and mountain shaking, bites and slashes, leech swallowing. The Ice Phoenix was surrounded by the 8 ghosts, and all weapons were drawn and slashed at close range. The 2 princes of hell did not skimp on their skills at all, and fed the big monster with all their weapons. Wake up! What are you doing? Wake up! Gan Wenbin went crazy after seeing this scene. How could he be so good that his Ice Phoenix threw himself into a trap and was beaten by the 8 ghosts? The point is, don't you dare to resist at all. What's even more outrageous is that Gan Wenbin suddenly realized that his connection with Ice Phoenix was like a thread cut in the middle by a pair of scissors. Now he can only rely on weak spiritual energy to try to reconnect. Soon, Gan Wenbin realized something and asked King Qin Guang, who was possessed by Lu Meng, "What did you do?" Lu Meng was busy at this time, waving the earth-shattering battle axe in his hand. Although the skill had been used up and he was still recovering, it did not prevent him from striking the Ice Phoenix with one axe after another, destroying the perfect ice armor statue of the great demon. He cut several holes like he was cutting through ice. The 2 big guys under the ring and by the wall were also confused at this time. They really couldn't figure out why everything was going so well, but the situation suddenly reversed like this. Is Ice Phoenix brain dead? Give someone away like this? Xie Tianjun frowned and muttered, could it be some kind of wonderful skill? It should be. Jin Lin nodded in agreement. Look at Gan Wenbin's expression, he is already jumping up and down with anxiety. Finally, after just a few breaths passed, Ice Phoenix was able to move a little, struggled a bit, and fluttered its wings forcefully, trying to escape in midair. However, because of these few breaths ago, the 8 ghosts were beaten hard, especially the newly joined double King of Hell, whose combat power was at its peak, and all kinds of skills were used, regardless of whether they were 3 or 7, and the Ice Phoenix was beaten outside the body. Ice armor was flying, blood-oozing scars appeared on the surface of the body, and the internal organs in the body were in an uproar. As a result, after just 2 flutters, Ice Phoenix couldn't stand up and fell directly onto the ring, where it was beaten by the 8 ghosts again. Hateful. When Gan Wenbin saw this, he felt heartbroken. His face turned red with anger, the spiritual light array under his feet surged with spiritual energy crazily, and his whole body suddenly became awe-inspiring. I saw him making quick gestures with his hands, word after word coming out of the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth as he said, ice, snow, bound. Suddenly, snowflakes began to float throughout the arena. These snowflakes automatically formed a transparent ice wall, condensing the arena from the edge upwards into a small sky dome. Lu Meng felt a chill entering his body when he was in it, and started to tremble a little. I had a great time playing just now, but now I realized that I was trapped in a small ice and snow world. Turning his gaze to the edge of the ring, he saw Gan Wenbin's chest heaving violently with anger, holding a delicate transparent bead in his hand. Isn't this the Zan Bingzu? Many people have heard that Gan Wenbin awakened the red-level demon queen. Because of this talent, he was rewarded with a demon treasure by the bosses. It is very consistent with his combat nature and the possessed spirit, and can be used to his fullest potential. The power of ice and snow. In this situation, Gan Wenbin wouldn't be able to afford it, so he would resort to borrowing help from outside, right? Looking down at the ice phoenix who was beaten to death and dying, Lu Meng knew that it must be the case. Gan Wenbin was really angry. He inexplicably felt a huge danger coming towards him, so he immediately separated from King Qinguang and asked the 8 ghosts to stand in front of him. When necessary, he can ask the Song Emperor and the Wangguan King for help from the gate of the underworld, and he can also use the spiritual soul shield and ghost steps. But at this moment, the ice wall that had wrapped the arena suddenly melted and turned into a puddle of snow, spreading around the training hall. Xie Tianjun stepped onto the ring and said lightly, "That's it for now, put it away." This sentence was said to Gan Wenbin, indicating to him to put away the Zanbing bead. After a good discussion, it has developed to this point, and it is already showing signs of getting out of control. The original intention is to recognize the gap and promote each other, but using treasures to fight is a bit broken. Gan Wenbin's spellcasting was interrupted, he swallowed a breath, and then exhaled a breath of turbidity. As soon as the turbid air left his mouth, it turned into ice and fell onto the ring, turning into a handful of ice slag. Gan Wenbin put away the Zanbing bead, walked to the center of the ring and inspected the ice phoenix, and then put away the possessed spirit and the spiritual light array. Upon seeing this, Lu Meng also put away the gate of hell and the spiritual light formation. This game should be unwinnable. Xie Tianjun's beautiful eyes were flowing, and she seemed to be in high spirits. Although the game is over, you two did give us a wonderful performance. To be honest, based on my understanding and inference of you, there are still trump cards that you have not used, but for this reason, it's almost the same, let's just call it a draw. Lu Meng shrugged and spread his hands, having nothing to object to this result. Gan Wenbin took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, obviously agreeing with this statement. Immediately afterwards, he walked up to Lu Meng and said solemnly, "Just now, I was hot-headed and used foreign objects. It's my fault. I want to formally apologize to you. I'm sorry." Lu Meng was quite surprised when he saw Gan Wenbin bowing 90 degrees to him. This guy changes his face every now and then, it's really unpredictable. However, having said that, it is quite admirable to admit your mistakes when you know they are wrong. It's okay, it's okay. I went a little too far just now. I bullied the minority by bullying others, and beat Ice Phoenix so badly. When Gan Wenbin heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched. You didn't say it was okay, why did you have to rub salt in other people's wounds? However, he still asked curiously, what tricks did you use to control the Ice Phoenix? I even feel like I have lost contact with it. A kind of spiritual technique. Lu Meng did not hide anything, but he also had reservations. A kind of spiritual control technique with restrictions, it depends on the situation. Under the ring, everyone heard it clearly, and their thoughts were inevitably racing in their minds. Lu Meng's spiritual skills can actually control the possessed spirit of the opponent's spiritual master. You know, Gan Wenbin's Ice Phoenix is a very powerful demon, belonging to the red spiritual light array level. Even the Ice Phoenix has fallen, so wouldn't it mean that other people's possessed spirits have no way to deal with it? That is to say, after Lu Meng took control of Ice Phoenix, he did not let Ice Phoenix hit Gan Wenbin in turn, otherwise the scene would be terrifying. Of course, they suspected that this kind of spiritual control had drawbacks, as Lu Meng said. For example, it could only restrict movement, but could not control it for one's own use. But even so, everyone couldn't help but wonder how they should prevent a similar situation from happening if they were to fight Lu Meng. Among them, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Ji Chongla thought the most. Zhang Xiaoxiao might be better off, and Lu Meng's spiritual skills look quite powerful, but they can't be controlled on a large scale, right? I respectfully invite Xingjun. At worst, I will lose one for a short time, but the loss of combat power will not be big. As for Ji Chongla, what skills and trump cards this red prodigy of the Buddhist tribe has, it is difficult to judge for the moment. After all, although he has been captured by Xie Tianjun these days to work as a sparring partner for the Demon Clan Spiritual Masters Guild. In fact, he has no job without effort. Many people would not be able to grasp his true combat power. Yu Yu kept sighing at this time. Originally, I met Lu Meng unexpectedly this time. I heard that he had grown up, and I wanted to have another good fight with him. At first, the purple Tengu was far from his opponent, which was normal. It was reasonable for the Orange Bull Demon King to be beaten, but none of this could dissuade Yu Yu's enthusiasm. But I just witnessed with my own eyes that Gan Wenbin and Ice Phoenix's powerful output was unexpectedly reversed by Lu Meng. Ice Phoenix was beaten to pieces. Gan Wenbin was caught in the chaos and even took out his treasure to cheat. Yu Yu suddenly realized that it turned out that the gap between him and Lu Meng has been getting wider and wider invisibly. How can we fight this? Yu Yu felt that she had no energy at all. Even if she had to fight Lu Meng, her combat power would probably be reduced by 2 points because she couldn't raise it in one breath. I don't understand. Don't they all say that the Ghost Tribe is a minority and the Ghost Tribe is rubbish? Why are the Ghost Tribe so ridiculously strong when it comes to Lu Meng? Yu Yu was troubled, and the more she thought about it, the more confused her mind became. After Lu Meng's 3 consecutive games, today's performance is finally over. His strength was already obvious to all in last month's competition, but after more than a month, everyone has grown, so many people are more or less unconvinced and want to regain their place from him. However, after seeing the battle between him and Gan Wenbin, these young generation demon spirit masters all gave up the idea. If you can't afford it, why bother looking for abuse? However, Zhang Xiaoxiao was particularly interested in Lu Meng and kept asking him for dates. Another day, another day. Then it's settled, you must have a good fight with me. Zhang Xiaoxiao knew that Lu Meng was too tired today, and she didn't want to take advantage of others, otherwise there would be no point in winning. If you want to fight, just fight the elite. Wait until Lu Meng returns to his best condition, and then knock him down head on. That will be more satisfying. In the next few days, Lu Meng just went back to the rental house, bought a new backpack, and brought a few new sets of clean clothes, and then Xie Tianjun arranged a special car to take him back to the training hall. Xie Tianjun made a point and asked Lu Meng to live in an apartment near the training hall, like everyone else, so that it would not affect his preparation for the exam. After all, the college entrance examination was approaching day by day. But Lu Meng clearly made an appointment with Meng Zijin and Li Hao to get together. He also wanted to see if Meng Zijin had any new jobs if he had the chance, such as catching ghosts, scavenging battlefields, and exorcising evil spirits in dirty areas. Other ghost towns, you can go to these. As a spirit possessor from the ghost clan, step-by-step training is really of little use. However, every time I go out on adventures with Meng Zijin and Li Hao, I gain a lot and grow by leaps and bounds. However, Xie Tianjun refused to let him go no matter what. Now, no matter how big the issue was, he had to make way for preparing for the college entrance examination, and Jin Lin had the same attitude. Forget it, Lu Meng could only resign himself to stay, spend time in the training hall every day, and accept challenges from different people. Among them, Zhang Xiaoxiao is the most positive. She finally had a 4-star king now. Facing Lu Meng's 8 ghosts, or even 10 ghosts, she couldn't help but wonder whether she was better, or whether Lu Meng had the advantage of having more people. However, she did not expect that Lu Meng would secretly learn Ji Chengla's housekeeping skills and learn how to work as a foreigner. On this day, in a ring, Lu Meng's black and white impermanence and bull-headed horse face were tactically knocked down, and he simply ignored the command and walked back to the gate of the underworld. There are 2 orange-level Beidou Star Lords on the opposite side. It's just us 4 blue ghosts who can fight against them. Is that something we can do with faith alone? As the Ghost Master abandoned his game and returned to the underworld without looking back, Lu Meng put away the spiritual light array and said carelessly, "Congratulations, you have won 5 games in a row." Zhang Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in anger. Why are you becoming more and more shameless? Are you going to go all out as promised? Hey, Chairman Xie and Director Jin both said that when the college entrance examination starts, the ranking battle in the name of the city will be carried out as a team. We are all on the same team, why do we have to fight to the death? Ji Chengla, who was working as a foreigner in another arena nearby, nodded secretly. Lu Meng is the one who knows me. That's what he thought. so from the first day, he liked to take things easy, and if he could contribute 1 point, he would never add 2 points. Zhang Xiaoxiao was so angry after hearing this that she was disgusted by what Lu Meng had done, so she had no choice but to step down angrily, preparing to report to Xie Tianjun. Seeing Zhang Xiaoxiao step down, Lu Meng breathed a sigh of relief and could finally take a rest. However, before he could turn around, another figure stood in front of him. It was Yu Yu who was gearing up. Please enlighten me. Why are you here again? This is the 3rd time, right? Weren't you satisfied with the 2 consecutive wins before? Of course it's not enough. Being able to win consecutive games against the famous master-level enchanter champion will never be enough. Yu Yu thought to herself, you can't do your best at work, right? It doesn't matter, I can just use this to build up more self-confidence. Lu Meng turned to look below the ring and found that there were more than a dozen figures lining up. These people seemed to have the same idea as Yu Yu, and they all took advantage of Lu Meng to fish and gain confidence in him as loyal customers. What's is that even Gone Wenbin is among them? Ever since Ice Phoenix was beaten up by the 8 ghosts, this guy had apologized in person for using the treasure out of control, but he seemed to hold a grudge and wanted to fight Lu Meng every day. Lu Meng finally realized at this time that he had shot himself in the foot. But, if they go all out, these people will challenge and learn from the strong one by one, but they will still not let themselves go. Now I am working as a foreigner, but it is still as if I have been given blood. Lu Meng was a little angry. This job of accompanying the demon clan to study was really difficult. On May 31st, Lu Meng met Wang Hongmin at the entrance of the training hall. Teacher Wang drove here to deliver the admission ticket and take a look at Lu Meng. The college entrance examination is tomorrow, how are you preparing? It's okay, just a little tired. It's better to be tired. Director Jin told me that you have joined the special training plan. The people on the special training list are training intensively these days, so I don't dare to disturb you. Wang Hongmin felt a little emotional. When he tried to talk to Min Lulei, the other party didn't help Lu Meng apply to join the special training program. Unexpectedly, after going round and round, Lu Meng still became a member of the special training list. Gods will often play tricks on people. However, a wry smile appeared on Lu Meng's lips. Teacher Wang, do you think I am enjoying happiness here? I deal with these animals every day, and I don't know how tired I am. Forget it, today is the last day, the college entrance examination will be tomorrow, I am finally relieved. That afternoon, training ended earlier than usual. Xie Tianjun and Jin Lin specially held a swearing-in meeting with the students on behalf of the Spiritual Masters Guild and the Education Bureau, followed by eating and drinking, which was considered a grand event. It's been 3 months since I woke up on March 1st, and it's been 3 months now. 3 months is neither long nor short. It is a process of rapid growth and accumulation for new people. During this period, many geniuses and volume masters have emerged. But no matter whether you pay more or less, tomorrow is the beginning of the test. At the banquet, everyone ate with open stomachs. Although they were more or less nervous and depressed about the college entrance examination starting tomorrow, they all wanted to indulge themselves at this time. As a result, the banquet lasted until after 9 o'clock in the evening. When he returned to the apartment, Lu Meng felt that today's social activities were even more tiring than training. He planned to take a hot bath to wash away his fatigue, and then he could get ready and set off tomorrow morning. Open the apartment door, turn on the light, throw in your backpack and take off your shoes in one go. By the way, the conditions in this apartment were so much better than those in the rental house that he began to think about whether he should improve his living conditions as soon as possible after the college entrance examination, and if he was admitted to university, rent a house. Buy a better house and use it as a permanent place. Just as he was thinking about something, Lu Meng suddenly realized that something seemed wrong in the living room. There seemed to be something floating on the table in front of the sofa. Lu Meng took a closer look, and his eyes suddenly widened. It was a card, spinning in the windlass position about 1 meter above the table. But the weird thing is, how does this thing fly? He reached out and swiped the card up and down to make sure there were no hanging wires or supports. Also, why does this card appear at home? Was your home robbed? Wrong. Judging from the unusual behavior of the card floating on its own, it seems that the house is more or less haunted. The more Lu Meng thought about it, the more frightened he became, so he searched around the house, looking behind the curtains or under the bed, to make sure that nothing was wrong, and then returned to the living room. At this time, he hesitated for a long time and finally reached out and grabbed the card. Put the card in your hand and look at it carefully. One side is blank and the other side has a line of text printed on it. On June 6th, the spiritual world opens, see you there or not. Spirit world. Lu Meng's eyebrows knitted together, not quite understanding what was going on. However, he suddenly remembered the previous experience of receiving an invitation card from the ghost town, which also appeared so unexpectedly. Of course, it was in the form of a courier stuffed under the door. Du Zidang had explained to him that it was a hero note sent by Senluo Hell to the ghost spirit master of the Dragon Kingdom. By the way, it's not the fault of Senluo Hell again, is it? When he thought of this, Lu Meng took out his cell phone and called Du Zidang. Hey, boss Du. For such thick legs, Lu Meng's mouth was particularly sweet. Du Zidang on the other end of the phone was smiling. What's wrong? Aren't you preparing for the college entrance examination? Why are you still free to see me at this time? Du Zidang would keep in touch with Lu Meng every now and then to learn about the current situation. Of course, she was particularly concerned about the hope of this ghost clan's rise. Boss Du, have you discovered another ghost town secret realm? Will it open on June 6th? I was still taking the college entrance examination at that time, so I probably won't be able to make it. Du Zidang suddenly froze when he heard this, and asked confusedly, what are you talking about? What is the secret of the ghost town? What is June 6th? It was not long ago that the last Lishui ghost city was destroyed, and I don't know when a new ghost town will come out. No, what on earth are you talking about? This time it was Lu Meng's turn to be confused. Is that so? Then why did you send me such a card? Card? What card? I don't know. It just says something like opening up the spiritual world. I can't understand it. On the other end of the phone, Du Zidang was stunned again. After 3 or 4 seconds, Du Zidang came back to his senses and asked in an almost sharp voice, what did you just say? Spiritual world. What spiritual world? It's just a card that says the spiritual world is opening. Du Zidang's breathing became more and more rapid. Video. Video with me quickly. As a result, the phone was changed to video chat mode, and Du Zidang immediately asked Lu Meng to show her the card. Lu Meng already felt something was wrong at this time, and Du Zidang looked particularly nervous. Boss Du, what's wrong with you? Tell me quickly how you found this card. I didn't discover it. I came home and saw it floating above the table in the living room. I thought it was some trick you played. You mean, the tickets to the spirit world appeared directly at your home? Yeah, that's right. Wait, is this thing called a ticket to the spirit world? Du Zidang nodded solemnly, as if he had a lot to say, but his expression was full of hesitation. Lu Meng knew that Du Zidang was thinking and weighing his words, so he didn't rush him. After a while, Du Zidang resumed the conversation. Lu Meng, this is incredible. You actually got the tickets to the spirit world in advance. This is so unscientific. Boss Du, what's going on? You've made me so nervous. Du Zidang took a deep breath and asked. The time and space tunnel appeared in Blue Star, which led to the invasion of foreign races and the resurgence of spiritual energy. You know this, right? Of course I do. Everyone knows this common sense. Then do you know what is over there in the space-time tunnel? Lu Meng shook his head, but a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. Is it the spiritual world? Du Zidang solemnly nodded. Yes, it is the spirit world. It is said that each time and space tunnel is intricate and may be connected to one or more spirit worlds. And each spirit world is equally incredible, and there may be multiple time and space tunnels connected to each other. No one knows how complicated the space-time relationship is, but one thing is clear, the space-time tunnel outside Blue Star connects multiple spiritual worlds. The spiritual world. That means our enemy is there. Yes, and no. In fact, the spiritual world is another vast world, where there is a whole new world. The aliens who invaded us may be just the tip of the iceberg in these spiritual worlds. They are more like barbarians. And the spiritual world is actually special. It's extremely big, with endless dangers and unimaginable opportunities. Having said this, Du Zidang pointed to the spirit world ticket in Lu Meng's hand. Do you know why I am particularly surprised that you got the ticket? Lu Meng shook his head like a rattle. He had never heard of these secrets, as if Du Ziteng had suddenly opened a skylight to discover a new world. Du Ziteng continued. The spiritual world is vast, but it will come once every 10 years and randomly open invitations. Usually, these lucky ones who are selected are geniuses with unique characteristics in all aspects, and they can often be successful in the future. Grow up and become a big boss. I also entered the spiritual world once. Really? Boss Du has been there too. Then tell me, what does the spiritual world look like? In response to Lu Meng's urgent questioning, Du Ziteng smiled and shook his head. It's useless to tell you. Because the spirit world is always changing, and it is said that every time it comes, it is a different numbered spirit world. If I tell you, it will be different. It will mislead you. But I want to tell you two things that are unusual. Lu Meng quickly perked up his ears. First of all, as I just said, the spirit world randomly comes and opens every 10 years, but it has only been 3 years since the last time, and it is opening again now, which is very unusual. Secondly, they say that non-legends have no tickets, but you are here now. Obtaining a ticket to the spirit world is unheard of, and it has not existed at all for so many years. Quote, no tickets for non-legends. Lu Meng clicked his tongue on the spot. You know, he is only a 4th level master now, while a legendary spiritual master has reached the 6th level. In other words, Lu Meng lowered the threshold by 2 major levels. Boss Du, could it be that this time is special? Maybe there are other master-level spiritual masters who also received tickets. I don't know, maybe it's what you said. But no matter what, I have to solemnly remind you that it's a very important matter. Don't mention it to anyone about receiving tickets to the spirit world. In addition, the spirit world is open, and the tickets it cannot be changed. No matter where you are in the world, you will be locked and transported to the spirit world. Therefore, you must remember that everything is based on protecting yourself, and you must not trust anyone. The duration of the spiritual world is not certain, and it is impossible to know in advance which spiritual world it will be, but risks and opportunities coexist. I hope you will take it seriously and make necessary preparations in advance. Quote. Seeing Du Ziteng speaking seriously, especially with a solemn and upright expression, Lu Meng became nervous unconsciously. I understand. But, Boss Du, I should still be taking the college entrance examination on June 6th. The spiritual world is really, will it lock me in? Yes, even if you hide in some magical secret realm, you will still be teleported away. What about my college entrance examination? At this point, you shouldn't expect to take the college entrance examination. It's better to make more plans and face the test of the spiritual world. After finishing the more than an hour-long video with Du Ziteng, Lu Meng sat on the sofa and thought for a long time. He really didn't expect that there was such a huge secret as the spirit world. The key was that he was chosen inexplicably. At this time, he couldn't tell whether he should be excited or annoyed. After thinking for a long time, his mood gradually calmed down a little. Lu Meng opened the zipper of his backpack and hid the ticket to the spirit world inside. As Du Ziteng said, he has been chosen, so there is no way to escape the opening of the spiritual world. All you can do now is be prepared. Although in fact there is nothing you can prepare for, you can always be mentally prepared. In addition, this matter must be kept secret and cannot be told to anyone. Whether it is Xie Tianjun, Jin Lin, or Wang Hongmin, they must be kept secret. In the past few days, the big guys have formulated tactics, how to work as a team during the college entrance examination, strive to win glory for Guangcheng, and strive to achieve good results in the name of the city. Now it seems that they are going to be deserters. Because of this, Lu Meng made a temporary decision to change his strategy. When the college entrance examination starts, he will no longer act with his companions. It is best to be a lone ranger, so that when he disappears on June 6th, it will not be too sudden. Forget it, it's useless to think too much, it's time to take a shower. On June 1st, the alarm clock on his mobile phone rang. Lu Meng got up, washed up, dressed up and went out. Things about the spiritual world were temporarily forgotten, and he now prioritized the imminent college entrance examination. It is now 7:30 in the morning, and 3 buses are waiting quietly below the apartment building, preparing to take these Guangcheng hopefuls to the Spiritual Masters Guild. When the time came to early 8 o'clock, the group entered the Enchanter Guild and then all entered a hall. In addition to the leaders of the Spiritual Masters Guild, there were also important figures present, including the city government office, the education bureau and various schools. In the past 2 days, Jin Lin was so busy that he didn't even have time to eat or drink. The examination location was notified at short notice. Now, according to the process established overnight, people in the special training program will be given priority to be sent to the examination room, and then the transfer will be started one school at a time. Each transfer does not take a minute to complete, and according to the schedule, it can be reached before 9 o'clock. At this time, the staff of the Enchanting Masters Guild were working intensively to control the instrument. They had debugged it in the past 2 days, and the energy was fully charged, and now it was about to operate at full capacity. Lu Meng, come on, calm down, don't be nervous. Understood, don't worry, I will hide at the back when encountering difficulties. Wang Hongmin originally wanted to provide psychological counseling to Lu Meng, but unexpectedly, this boy didn't look nervous at all, and even a little relaxed. Forget it, maybe it's the self-confidence brought by strength. Who said he is now a 4th ring master? Even Guangcheng Sanhong can only be ranked behind him. As the top leader of No. 2 middle school here, Wang Hongmin gathered together students from his school who were selected for special training, including Zhang Liang, Chen Hao, Lu Zhiming, and even Huang Yan. By the way, Huang Yan was still gritting his teeth when he saw Lu Meng, but pretended to be nonchalant on the surface. Wang Hongmin encouraged the students with a few words of encouragement. At this time, the teleportation array was ready. Xie Tianjun and Jin Lin stood in and called for those on the special training list to teleport together. The 2 big guys took the lead in person and brought the first batch of people over first so that they could meet them at the examination room. Lu Meng was standing in the teleportation array at this time and waved to Wang Hongmin. Immediately afterwards, the array plate carved with complex patterns under the feet suddenly lit up brightly. Everyone felt a violent shaking, their center of gravity was almost unstable, and then their vision became blurred. The surrounding time and space pictures began to shift, and the place where you entered was colorful and looked weird. Xie Tianjun reminded, stand still and don't move. We will be there soon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was like sitting in a time machine and jumping in time and space. Lu Meng's ears were filled with the sound of strong wind. Not long after, the shaking feeling disappeared and everyone felt down to earth again. The light also disappeared, the surrounding scenery came into view, and the noises floated into the ears one after another. Here, there are green mountains and green waters, as well as shadowy figures. Are there so many people? They seem to be candidates from other cities and are one step ahead of us. Gao Shan, is the examination room here? Everyone suddenly felt refreshed, and Xie Tianjun shouted loudly, don't get separated, come closer. Jin Lin followed and said, let's wait here for a while until everyone is here, and then go over there to register. This year's exam format is a little different. There will be a written test in the morning and a practical assessment in the afternoon. Lu Meng was standing in the crowd at this time, his eyes moving around. People, lots of people. It turns out that there are so many candidates across the country, and this is the first batch that has just been transferred. At this level, it is estimated that there are at least 1 million candidates, right? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.